not even FIFA anymore. I guess it would be EA 26, EA football. What's up, Mimi? Welcome to the new people.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello?
Hello.
Believe in flat Earth?
Hello?
Hello.
Do
Hello.
I believe in flat Earth?
Yes.
I think that's the wrong word, believe.
What's the right word?
I know.
Is it? Tell me.
I know. The correct word is no. KNOW.
Hmm.
Yeah, knowledge.
Yeah.
See,
I can.
believing means like having faith that somebody went out and did the work
So
already
you have
for
proof.
you.
You mean you have proof?
I have evidence.
Okay.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up, man? And I
He's back.
I'm back.
no.
I just have one quick question because
Oh
my
no.
physics teacher maybe will come to the next live stream and will
Awesome.
maybe
We would love that.
yeah. But when is the next live stream to text them
We are
24/7.
24/7.
on
What is
every day
Yeah.
Every day.
this?
24/7?
We should be in
24?
here or in the politics server, but we'll most likely be in here. So if there's not many people here, come into the chat and ping DJ or Jedi or me or Swallow.
Oh, Jedi, are you Star Wars fan?
Your life every day, right?
Your life, what?
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
every
Yes,
Yeah,
we try to
stream
be.
every day.
Sometime,
Yes.
depending on the hosts of the bots, sometimes those live streams are not in here.
but
But generally they are.
24/7 is in the midnight, right?
What?
What
Yeah.
do you mean
No,
24/7?
it's 24/7. It's like, it's a metaphor. It's like every day, every fucking day, you know? Right?
Every day, all day.
24
Yeah.
hours a day, 7 days a week.
But
Oh,
when you move your mouth from the
need
mic,
time.
don't assault the mic, man.
I need a time.
If your physics teacher would like to schedule a time and then
Yeah.
get back
Like,
to us and see if that suits somebody, one of us, right? We'll be happy to be here to talk to him or her.
Okay. But
can you
I
guys
want to talk with like
Or
three
they.
of you. That would be fine.
bring it, my friend?
Okay, I'll come back if he answers us, and I'll appreciate it if you would come.
What answer you? What do you mean, man? The earth is flat?
Goodbye, guys.
Absolutely, Mo. We've got some new guests joined and they're a bit confused about what's going on. They don't understand that we've already talked to you at length earlier. So
No, my earth is flat as well. So,
definitely, Mo.
yeah.
Get back to us.
Cheers, man.
All right. Good to see you, my friend. So,
Welcome.
what do you make live? This is live?
Yeah, you're live.
No, no,
Broadcasting to the world.
Oh.
no, I'm dead. No, just kidding. That was bad joke. I'm sorry. That was bad. Sorry.
It's okay. Just make the next one better.
Yeah, I want to sleep, but I cannot. So I just open my Discord and search for stuff. No, I like make conversation. So hit me up, guys.
So how do you
Sure
guys
thing.
know that the Earth is flat?
هذا لايف يا شباب انتبهوا.
Yeah, so the reason why we know the Earth is flat is because of all the measurements that we go out there. Whenever we measure the Earth and level the Earth and build on the Earth, as Jedi always says, we're doing so uh, with a flat horizontal baseline in mind.
Wait. May I just interrupt? I'm sorry. Did you just make that science believe uh, from Jedi, like Star Wars movie?
Yeah, he's from Star Wars. What's up, Jedi?
Really? So you take your theory from Star Wars? That's nice.
No, we have a
Oh,
Jedi here.
Yeah, man.
where is he? Where is he?
He was
I'm a
no.
chef.
You misunderstand. He was referring to one of our members called Jedi. His name in here is Jedi. He's right here, right with
Oh
us.
my
He's with
God,
us right now.
that was misunderstood. Wow, oh my God, I
I
thought
had
it
to.
was
I had to play along. I had to play along
yeah.
because it was fun.
Nice one, nice
Hello
one.
there.
And I'm a Sith, so I want to kill him. So yeah.
So if the Earth is flat, why can't we see like distant cities or mountains with a powerful telescope or something?
We can.
Because
That's why we're flat earthers. what are you talking about?
So
You know
if you are
about
on the top of Burj Khalifa in Dubai,
hey,
what's the
Yeah.
furthest thing you can see?
yeah.
Can you see New
Pardon?
York?
No, that's too far away. And there's
You
probably
know,
too
Even if
much
you have a
weather.
powerful
Yo,
telescope?
you
shh. Dude,
you
please.
know, you know
Hold on. I
the
can't talk to three people, especially when one's interrupting. Thank you.
sorry.
So from the top of the Burj Khalifa to New York, thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of weather, air, oxygen, nitrogen, pollution, water, moisture. Now this makes light distinguish, get less and less with distance. So even if you had a really good telescope, you're not going to be able to see New York because the reflected light from the sun off of, let's say, the Empire State Building isn't going to get through thousands of miles of air.
But
So you're saying the only barrier is weather, right? Nothing else.
It's primarily, or the size of the optic and aperture that you create.
So how do you explain why the ships disappear on the horizon?
Angular size, limitation
weather?
of your eye, and then you get the camera and you see the boat again.
how's that? So how can it travel from the world? You know, how's this possible? You can what? It's going like from Burj Khalifa to New York and come back to New York. What?
So
That
you
you
fly
mean?
from the Burj Khalifa to New
Yes,
York, and then you fly from New York to the Burj Khalifa, and you think
that's
the
it.
Earth's.
So what about the cargo shipment and the stuff like that? They don't go like this,
Hey,
right?
Abdulaziz, one
Yes.
question at a time, man. He's
Oh,
answering a
sorry.
question for you, and
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
kind of
sorry.
overwhelming him.
Yeah, sorry. I got excited. You know, may I ask, what about the sun? If the Earth was flat, the sun will burn everything, right? I don't know, man. So there will be
Well,
not nights.
that's
So there
assuming that the
will
sun is 250 or
yes, I
however
think
many times
so.
bigger than the Earth, right? You assume that size,
Yes,
and you assume that it's 93 million miles away.
yes. And
You can't.
the sun is already now. If you count the real time, it's already hot because of the ozone and stuff like that. But if it's the Earth
That's a
was
story.
flat, yes.
That's a story.
Sorry, what's that mean?
Yeah, you can't prove that.
What's
Of
your what's
course, I
your
can believe that. I'm not
what's
a
your
scientist.
story for the edge of the Earth and why no one can reach it?
Yes,
Is this the government that's
Be-
forbid it?
What edge?
So you're
the
saying the
edge
Earth
of
is
the Earth.
flat, so is it infinity?
I don't know.
You
So
just
you
know it's
cannot.
flat?
I just know that the surface
Yes.
of water measures flat everywhere at rest.
It's 1 mile short of infinite.
Yeah,
So your whole
one
belief
last.
knows about thing you don't know.
So may I ask,
Right.
how about what about the Earth flat? So how is the internet travel around the world? Cannot be a
Undersea
straight line.
cables.
You're sitting down,
Undersea
right?
Yeah.
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 Undersea cables, towers, repeaters, right?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
phone communicates with a tower. It's got a cable underneath it. If you want to
Okay.
talk to someone in America, that cable goes under the sea. It connects with other cables under the sea until it gets to America.
Yeah, I remember the problem. You're right. Yes. Yes. But okay.
So just
Yes.
so we can I have an answer? Is there an edge for the world or you don't know?
We don't
We
know.
don't know.
And what's the reason for the governments and NASA and all the space agency that they say that the Earth is not
We
flat?
don't know.
I don't
You
know.
also don't know?
No.
So you're not saying it's a conspiracy or something?
No, I'm telling you, we
I don't
don't know the reasons or motivations that you've said. If you're going to claim that a government or someone with intent is lying, I don't know then. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know, I believe there is an entity. I don't believe like it's a
But you do
person.
know that they are lying because you're saying that
Hey,
it's flat.
Okay. So, yes, there's a consequence to the surface of the Earth being measured flat. Yes.
Abdulaziz, hang out for just a minute. And remember your questions. Let what is his name? Saleh
Yeah.
get a few words in, okay? We'll answer all your questions to the best of our ability. And please, let others talk. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Saleh.
Who
Jedi, you
wants
can
to
answer.
talk? I just asked my question.
What's your question again?
I'm just saying, what is your opinion on the people who are saying that the Earth is not flat? Are you saying they are lying, or they are hiding something, or it's a conspiracy, or it's just misunderstanding?
I don't think they know.
So they don't know that the Earth is flat. So the governments don't know, and individuals can know. Why
You
is that?
just go ahead, Jedi.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. I don't know. I don't like from everything that I've measured myself and others have measured themselves also. We measure the Earth to be flat. Now, when they say the Earth is a ball, they're not doing any measurements. They're just doing calculations upon
Right.
calculations without any first order measurement.
Measurement. I think measurement is a calculation.
Measurement is.
No, it's not.
Go ahead.
So did you
To
measure the
figure
Earth
out that,
from the
to
start to
figure
the
out,
end?
my friend,
You just
to
told me you don't
figure
know.
out the area of a square, you measure two sides and calculate its area. You don't measure its area, you calculate it. You measure the sides. You understand the difference between measurement and calculations, right? If I measure myself to be 1.6 meters tall, is that a calculation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So you measured the whole Earth? That's what you are saying?
No, what we
So
have done,
what are you saying?
what we have done is measured the surface of water that should show curvature and doesn't. up
And
to
you
distance
calculated the
here.
rest. Am I right?
No, we
You
measured.
speculated.
No, let me put it like this: if
Theorized, not
if
separate.
if 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and
Yeah.
water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal, so a tool to gain level, then the surface of the Earth is not curved.
Okay, I
It's
need to add
logic
something. I need
based
to add
upon
something as well.
measurement.
No, I need someone to.
Hold on, Abdulaziz. So,
Okay.
Saleh,
Yeah.
another way to measure, you can measure with a straight edge, right, and determine whether or not there's curvature, because there would be
Yes.
deviation from the straight edge, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So, by making a long distance observation or shooting a laser over water or using radio waves and telecommunications over a flat surface, right? Water
Yeah.
being water would have to be curving around a ball in order for the Earth to be a ball, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
You're,
Yes.
you're right.
Right. So we would expect to see deviation over distance if we do something with that involves a straight line, whether it's a direct line of sight, a laser that would be shooting in a straight line, or like telecommunications.
Yeah,
Long
but a
distance
laser will be
telecommunications.
shooting in a straight line. You're talking how many kilometers? Like 2,000?
Why
How
would
many
we need
kilometers
2,000?
is the Earth? So you are saying you are
For
not seeing
example,
any curve or something. As I said, I said, what about ships when you see it going?
Yeah, yeah.
I
How
don't know
far
what
away is the ship? How far away is the ship?
I don't know. Maybe 10,
Better be 2,000 miles.
So
2,000 miles.
how tall are you, Saleh? Saleh,
I'm 178.
178. Do you know how far away the horizon should be from your eyes when you're standing at the beach?
we don't
No,
have beaches, but okay.
That's fine. Do you know how far away the horizon
no,
should be when the
no, I
boat
don't
goes
know.
over the curve? So they say that roughly from your eyesight, your height, when you look out over water, it should be about 4.7 kilometers away.
Who said that?
That's based on the geometry of the size of the ball. They say the Earth is
Oh,
40,050 kilometers all the way around.
so it's scientific proof or something.
It's
Okay.
a math. It's not science. But
Okay. Okay.
hold on, Abdul. You're interrupting, man. I know you're excited.
Oh, sorry.
So
Sorry. I'm getting
so
sleep as well. Sorry.
I'll go to sleep, man. Come back when you get some rest.
No, no. I want to hear this interesting facts before.
All right. So when you shoot things over a distance, so after 4.7 kilometers, things should start to go behind the curve. The problem is we see things at 15, 20, even 30 kilometers away. We have laser tests that are up to 30 kilometers where the lasers are hitting the target on the other side of the water 30 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Whoa. Really? It's
So
nice.
so we don't need 2,000 kilometers, right? Because the air has a thickness to it, and so light's going to scatter and diffract, and eventually it will extinguish over distance. So, I mean, if we're going to see curvature, we could easily see curvature within the first 15, 20 kilometers. Easily.
So is there any curve you're saying it should appear in the first 20 kilometers?
It should be immediate. You're standing on the top of the ball everywhere that you're standing, and the earth should be falling away from you.
Listen, I don't think I have enough knowledge to debate with you, but let's say I believe, or I know, as you say, I know the Earth is flat. So what's the point? What is your goal on
Well, you'll
teaching
find
people
out
this?
when you know.
So you don't know.
No, I know. I said you'll find out when you. I could tell you, but you're not going to understand.
Nope.
He's a naive little boy.
You can tell me, but
I could tell
We've
you.
been doing this for 10 years, and
Guess what?
it's different for everyone.
Mhm.
What may be important to you might not be important to someone else. The
But
flat Earth affects people differently, and you might not figure that out for 10 years.
10 years, oh my god.
so
Yeah.
did it affect you financially or mentally?
No, this isn't financial material gain. This is spiritual gain.
Ah.
So spiritually, okay.
I
So it's
see, I
not like
see.
Is
approving
it
a
like a
point or
religion for
something.
you guys?
So no, it's not a religion. So when I found out that the Earth was flat, right, and I discovered things, I started making better life choices. I started appreciating the world around me. I started appreciating this
Why?
Earth, right?
What's the difference?
Why?
Why wouldn't
Because
we
there's nowhere else to
appreciate
go.
if the Earth wasn't flat?
Well,
Yeah.
you're just an insignificant speck of dust in the corner of a universe, and you were an accident from the Big Bang.
Okay, so you mean you are now special than any other
Human beings.
I have a question.
bit dust in the universe?
Hold on, Harold.
Harold.
So that's your meaning, that you found out
If
that
that's
we
what
are
you
special.
That's how it
believe,
was for me.
No, wait,
Okay.
guys. Can I ask something?
Hold on,
So do you
Abdulaziz.
remember?
Hold
Yes.
on,
Do you?
Abdulaziz.
Oh yeah.
Hold
Sorry.
on.
Sorry.
Saleh is trying to get to a point.
I mean,
Oh,
you
I
are
But
didn't
still special
understand.
if there is a human beings in this Earth. So we are still special even if the Earth wasn't flat. That doesn't
how
mean
I
did
there
the
mean,
isn't
Earth
other
get here?
lives. Yeah,
How did the Earth get here?
I believe with a Big Bang, something Big
see,
Bang theory.
Okay, so this was an accident, a miracle.
I
You're
didn't say
lucky
it
to
was
be
an accident.
my friend. Okay, so you believe there was intent behind the creation of the Big Bang.
Yes.
Okay, so God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, no problem. But for other people, they believe that the Big Bang was naturally created without
Correct.
God.
Is the
So
Okay.
yeah,
atheist?
atheists. So
Yeah.
and we all evolved.
with this type of poison around, obviously you must understand that if we're told a lie about what is created and how it's created, then the lie is about who it created. This is a very deep lie, but ultimately it's only for you to find out how deep it is for you.
Let me ask you this, Saleh. Um, Bible or Quran for you?
I follow Quran.
Quran. Me too.
Quran. Okay, so what does it say in the Quran about the Earth and uh, basically the top
Actually,
of
there
the
is a
Earth?
conflict. It's saying that the Earth is in some they are saying it's flat because the literal translation you cannot be sure, but it goes there and there for flat and not flat. So we are
It
not very
stretches it
sure,
out like
but
a carpet, right?
yes,
Yeah.
but
And then
it
And the
can
some
big
say
be
that's an egg,
translated in other ways. So
and then some say the shape that is the egg is that we're on the inside of this cosmic egg, and he stretches out the Earth like a carpet.
I'm not very knowledgeable about this, but I
It's
think
okay.
there's two verses or something about the Earth, and many scholarships that
There's several.
I remember
It's not
from
uh,
my
just
own
two.
studies.
There's several.
a lot of ancient theologies, cosmologies, ways of thinking, Islamic, Christian, Mesopotamian,
Jews.
Sumerian. Oh, everyone
Does
long ago knew the Earth was flat.
does the Quran
Now,
say the Earth is in motion?
You know,
Emotion.
before they don't have satellite and stuff, so
It's on
so
foundation, right?
here comes man
I mean, on a
with our
small scale, you
technology.
could
Well,
say the
oh,
Earth is flat.
my friend. Here comes man with our technology calling God a liar. God lying.
Yeah,
Does man lie?
of course,
Yeah, we
yeah.
thought God was right, but we're right now because we now know better than God. We know better than what the scriptures say.
Oh wow, we were going a different direction.
No, we know what
Look,
we know what God says is true with the way that He describes the Bible in both the Quran and the Bible. Sorry, the Bible and the Quran. The earth is stationary, built upon pillars. It is immovable, fixed. Right? It doesn't go anywhere. The
In our
sun.
religion, that if the Earth is flat or not flat, it doesn't affect our religion, and
No, of
no,
course,
not even
and
our
for
prophet said
yeah,
you
yeah,
need to believe it's like this or like this. So
yeah, yeah, and that's fine for you. But look at the rest of the world around
what's the
you.
this
difference?
is the thing.
If they believe this lie, then they're lost, aren't
Uh,
they? The only truth that we can ever demonstrate to ourselves is the surface of to be horizontal, flat, level, at any and all distances that we can measure, and those distances should measure curved, and they don't. That's it. What you do with that information is up to you. But the truth is out there for you to measure. You literally experience it every day. A flat, stationary Earth.
but
Because that's what it is.
okay, may I ask one
Hmm.
question, guys?
Maybe
I
you're
want to
right,
tell
but
you.
I still
Wait,
don't know.
guys, I need to tell you something. So how about Felix when he jumped from the moon? I don't know, when he jumped the stratosphere jump, You remember that?
Yes.
If the Earth was flat,
2011.
how is the effect of that landing didn't kill him? If the Earth was stretching, he would fall to his death, right?
No, he had a parachute.
No, you have a parachute, but
Yeah, why
it
would a
doesn't.
flat surface or a curved surface make a frigging difference?
I don't know. This is like it's the Earth stretch. I don't understand the concept. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God.
That's okay.
Sorry. That was the wrong question. What the fuck? Guys, where is Saleh? Okay, guys. Uh, thanks for the knowledge you gave us. And may Allah bless this group. Goodbye.
Good night. Come back.
Good night, man. Oh shit, whoa. Okay.
Hello? Guys, I have one question.
I'm here. What's up?
So, I think the Earth is a ball.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Why do you think it's a ball?
Because when you do drive around on the world, you see not the same star on the sky.
Bruh.
Okay, so if I go into a warehouse that's really, really big, do I see the same lights in the warehouse everywhere I go?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, and why do you chip disappear from the bottom up when they move away over the horizon?
Why do they float in midair sometimes?
What?
Why do boats appear to float in midair sometimes?
I don't know.
You don't know. Because they defy gravity and sometimes, obviously. Duh. They have anti-gravity ships that just float in the air.
But why is the for your
That's a
mind the
reasonable
Earth?
that's a reasonable conclusion, right?
Yeah, um, but when the Earth has a shadow on the mount,
But
um, when it's is the Earth shadow always round during a lunar eclipse? So I have another question. Why can you fly around the world and return to your station point?
that would happen in either model. Are you looking for answers? Because a lot of these things you're asking are not mutually exclusive
No,
to
no.
either.
It's
Yeah.
I'm yeah. Wait.
Why do you think that you're on a spinning ball flying through space? What in reality makes you think that? Isn't that ridiculous?
I think the Earth is a ball.
What would you think that if you weren't told that?
Because you have many of picture who see the Earth as a ball. When the
Those
Earth
are
is a
they acknowledge those are AI generated.
no
Yeah. I'll give you the
no.
website, the NASA websites where they claim that they use
So
geo-orthorectification, other things to stitch
but
them together. They're not
when
real.
you drive in the one highway, you come to round the world and then you are on the same point who you start.
That would happen on either model. Because if you go west, you'd circle around the North Pole and come back to where you are. Like, but who's actually done this? Do you know anybody
So
who's done this?
yeah.
Who?
But so when
Who
you
did that?
what?
Who's done that? Do you know anybody who's done that? I don't.
Nie.
How'd you do that?
Um, I don't understand the question. So
Did you ever do that?
yeah,
You flew around the whole world, ended up in the same spot.
yeah.
When?
I don't know. Tomorrow.
You've never done that, and you don't know anybody who's done that.
So, I have a brother. He do this last year. My brother is drive around the world.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I have a brother. He's drive around the world last year.
You cannot drive. You cannot drive around the world. But I'm sorry,
But
my
he
voice
isn't.
is kind of going out.
So,
Y'all can't hear me either.
the one guy in the 1974, I don't know, is driving with a ship around the world and find America. Napoleon. He
But
is
they didn't
drive
go.
around.
He didn't start off where he ended. He didn't end where he started. He just found a new country.
But when I go with a car, start in New York and drive around the same way. I'm coming to last 4 so many times in the same point.
You cannot drive around the world in a car.
But why? Why can I? Why I can't?
You'll get as far as maybe
So
California.
when I drive, I drop it down in the invisible in the universum.
What?
So when I drive with the car in the same way, I fall down in the universum.
What?
Wait, I
Bruh.
don't know what is wait.
Hang on, dude. Are you saying you're driving around in a car around the
You
Earth,
fall
or you're
where?
driving?
Where do you fall?
Yeah. What is this guy saying?
So when I drive with the car in the same way, something I drop in the universe.
What? Oh
So
man, I'm laughing. I'm laughing,
no,
but y'all can't hear
So
me.
but
My voice is going out.
wait, I must.
What
I
is he
think he thinks.
saying?
I think he thinks when you drive, you will fall in the universe
You
from the
can't
edge.
even
That's
drive
what he
around the
thinks.
whole country.
Bruh.
You cannot drive around the world, dude.
If I drive in one direction, I fall off eventually.
Stop the cap.
No, you're gonna
What
be in
would
the
pull you
ocean.
down?
You're
What
gonna
would pull
fall
you
into the
down?
ocean.
What would pull you down
I
if you
don't
fell off
understand
the
you.
edge?
The many guys is so.
If you
Can you
drove
repeat
to
it,
the
please?
if you flew a plane to the edge of the universe and jumped off, what would pull you down?
But when
I think this room might be a little too advanced for you, man. I hate to say it.
no, I think the Earth is a ball and it's not
Well, you haven't presented any evidence.
I have
Is that
so
because that's what you
many.
were told? You were told it was a ball? But would you think that otherwise, if you just woke up here and you weren't told you're on a spinning ball, would you ever come to that conclusion?
And the sun is massive.
What kind of answer is that? Who cares? And you don't even know that. You've never been to the sun.
The sun's
I
the
see
size of
with my
my
eyes.
thumb. When I hold my thumb up, it's about the size of my thumb. So how can you tell me it's
I was
massive?
in the. I see the sun, and the sun is massive.
How do you know that?
No.
I know, but I see it.
Doesn't it seem smaller than the Earth?
So
But
guess what?
is it
Your
a
feelings don't
plot
count.
of
Yeah, your feelings
paper?
don't count. Your feelings don't matter.
It's so but oh I
Did you know the sun was the same size as the moon in the sky?
yeah.
Or is the moon also massive?
No, the moon is a little bit smaller than the Earth.
But they're the
But
same size in the sky.
no, she is
Yes, they
round
are.
around of the Earth. The Earth is in the middle of the universe, and the
Hang on.
sun is drive around the Earth.
Bro, can I
You
ask you
believe in
something?
geocentric, like the Earth's in the middle of everything?
I can better whiteboard. You can see.
They
I
tell
can
you
do a
that
whiteboard.
we're moving around the sun. Do you think the
Yeah.
sun's moving around us, or we're moving around the sun?
No, we are in the middle of the Earth. The sun moving around the Earth. So we in the middle.
Do you
My dude,
believe
The
that?
earlier you
Earth is
said
in the
the sun
middle.
is not. Homie,
Okay.
a
So
minute
you
ago
don't
you said,
agree with mainstream
what
science.
the fuck?
So then why do you agree that it's a ball?
Ask this
Because
guy?
Why shouldn't he?
They don't
Guys,
let you
please
fly
don't
over
interrupt this
Antarctica.
conversation, please.
Yeah, dude, I just want to like clarify something.
Hey,
Okay,
Piano.
so
Because the guy
you
said he
cannot
knew.
fly over Antarctica. You talk about flying over to the edge or whatever, but they don't let you fly anywhere.
Okay,
Piano,
so
come 5
you
seconds.
see, do you know the record? He's go in for 2 or 3 weeks. He going to the I don't know. He's go to the space, and then he show a live stream who show the Earth.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So you are say it's all KI.
Can you drop it in the chat?
What?
What?
Can you link that in the chat?
Yeah, wait, I do it. Wait. I must found it and then I do it.
And quickly, just so we don't lose it there, when you get back, sir, earlier you said something about the sun is massive. Do you know how big the sun actually is?
No, you can
I'm asking you because you're saying it's massive, right? But when we look
yeah,
up,
it's massive. It's a
okay.
massive
Wait a minute.
fireball.
Okay, it's sure. But how big is it?
It's so big. It's 200 Earth is the sun.
200 Earths in size.
Yeah, 200 Earth is one sun.
Okay, where did you get that value? Where did you get that number?
It's like Wikipedia.
On Wikipedia.
Okay,
I
who
have
wrote
a
that?
link.
Thank you.
can see.
No, okay, I got it. Who wrote that, and where did they get that number from? So they
You
could write
see,
it there.
the Earth has a ball.
My guy. Who wrote it
Yeah.
on Wikipedia, and where did they get the number from to put it on Wikipedia?
So I see it. I go on the Wikipedia and Googled how massive is the sun, and
I
then
know.
on Wikipedia standard it's so big it's 200 Earth.
I got it. One more time, right? Who measured it so they know that it's 200 times the size of Earth, so they could put it on Wikipedia?
Because when we
Ein-
drive around.
will wissen, wer
He's
es
not getting
rausgefunden
it, eh?
hat und wer es auf Wikipedia
Ja, das will ich
hochgeladen
ja
hat.
gerade sagen, Mensch.
Okay.
So when you drive around the world, you can see how many kilometers or how many foot. I don't know what your scala is.
Okay.
He's not going to do it, eh?
So I said
I'm sorry.
200 foot. And then you can see when you drive around the sun with the
What?
racket,
When you drive around the
it's
sun, bro?
No, he's not
500
going to do it.
So
foot.
He's not
crazy.
going to do it. He won't do it. Take it away, Taylor.
Dude, I'm gonna give you a
Can we
heads up.
start? Can we start the whiteboard?
You're
I
not on a
can.
spinning ball. You're not on a spinning ball that's flying through space.
Can I
Newsflash.
can paint for you.
Geht
You
nicht,
can
Bro,
believe
geht
it all
nicht.
you want. I'm just telling you, bro. I'm sorry. Sorry to break
But
it to you. We're not on a
but
spinning ball.
Leve, lass uns mal jetzt kochen, okay?
Yeah, yeah. We want to assist our brother here, but because
Yeah, our
we
brother. You
also
must
think that
assist
the
him,
Earth
bro.
is a ball,
yeah.
Leve halt Maul jetzt. Okay.
and we want to hear from you why you think that the Earth isn't a ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
Yeah.
argued, I don't know, an hour ago, much with your partners, I think. I don't know.
With
And
Jedi.
what?
His name was Jedi.
Yeah, and I don't know. The second one was Yuki. I don't know. And we came to the conclusion. No, I don't say it. But let's argue. Let's argue.
Yeah, we want to start again.
Yeah, we want to start again. Because
Taylor, how's your voice? Are you up for a little bit of arguing, Taylor?
Honestly, my heart is up for it, but I don't know what's my voice. But the past couple days, it's getting better. But I don't know. I think
What did you
something's
say?
going around my skull.
okay. Björn, mit was starten wir? Mit welcher Theorie? Mit
Hm,
der
ich-
Livestream-Theorie, Bruder, weil die konnten das nicht so gut wie Yuki wieder besprechen, weißt du?
Ich habe die Livestream-Theorie ehrlich gesagt nicht verstanden. Fang du an.
Okay. Lever hat ja auch angebracht, aber die waren zu dumm, um das zu checken. Also.
Okay, mach.
Hey, I'm gonna let y'all know right now. Y'all need to speak English. This is an English-speaking server, and we cannot moderate other languages. So if you do not speak English, we're gonna end up muting you. Do you understand?
You must just let me, bro.
Oh,
Lebe.
So.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So if you don't speak English, we will mute you, and then you can come back another day.
Yeah.
So speak English.
Okay. So when we see the live stream of the ISS or other astronauts in the universe out there, I don't know. Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, we can all watch TV.
What?
We all watch TV.
Fake footage. Let him talk, man. Let him talk. Please.
Yeah, we can see that we have a foreground and a background, and the background is the horizon that is going back. So we see that the world, the Earth, is actually a ball, and we can we can see that it isn't a flat thing like you think, because it is like it's in the live stream.
Boom.
So that's your answer? You watch TV on the live stream?
I didn't set TV. You can also see it on YouTube if you want to.
Yeah, that's television. Same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Maybe I'm watching it on my phone. It's not the television.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Phone, tablet, your car screen, the one on your wall, your computer screen. They're all the same. Did you know that?
It doesn't matter.
What? Yeah, okay.
Let's just talk.
Yeah, I watch cartoons on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, funny man. So, did you understand our point?
What's your point?
Yeah, because it's on YouTube, you believe it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why should we believe
You're on
now?
YouTube. You're on YouTube, so you don't believe you're on YouTube now, or you do believe it because you're on YouTube right now?
Yeah, but it's different because we're talking right now from person to person.
So if we were,
I don't care about the YouTube
if we
live
were,
stream.
if we were singing, that would be different.
You must see the picture what I sent in the chat.
I also have one simple question. Like, if you don't trust screens and television, why do you think we are real? And
I
like,
trust
where do you get
Your
your
brain is
Because I went
your brain in the
outside.
jar now.
Because you're
Because I went
probably looking
outside
at the
and I
screen
checked
right
it
now.
myself. Because I
You're
went outside
twisting-
and I checked.
You're twisting my
Because
words
I
right
went
now.
outside
No,
and I
but you're
checked it
looking.
myself.
Are you looking at the screen right
Are you
now?
listening to me? Are you
Huh?
listening to me?
Okay,
Are
say
you
again.
listening to me?
I'm listening to
I
Swirdo.
turned the TV screen off. I turned YouTube off. I turned the computer off. I put my phone down. I took my ass outside and I went and checked myself to see if the Earth is curving. That's how I know the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying, how do you know if we are real? Like
Yeah.
the people you're speaking to right now.
If you don't believe what you see in the TV, if the live stream of the universe, why do you believe? Why do you believe that we are real? If we are also,
Yeah,
in the
you're looking
we
at the
can go
screen
with
right
that.
now.
Your choice. Isn't that an all or nothing fallacy? If the Earth can't be a globe, everybody's fake.
I mean, we can go with that, right? How do I know you're real? I don't.
But how doesn't the Earth gravitational first
No, but
work?
How
do you
come
guys
in
want to
your
acknowledge?
imaginary pretend Earth in your mind that's fake that you don't know exists? How come Earth is flat?
Okay, let's don't get personal.
Can I ask real quick so that
But
who's the
Jonathan,
flat earther here?
Real quick, guys. It's gonna have to be one at a time. You guys can't be jumping over each other trying to get your point.
Okay, sorry. Yalu is talking now. I want to ask who believes that the Earth is flat and who's not, because I switched up something.
I think the Earth is a ball.
Me too.
Flat.
Why?
I
No,
have a question.
I just
They
didn't know
already
why.
said they've seen it on YouTube, so therefore that's why they believe it.
That's
No.
just one argument of many arguments. So.
Okay, so flat Earth is on YouTube, so now you believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, how
No,
do you
I
guys
believe in-
reconcile
Do you
that?
have a live stream or a video of the flat Earth?
Yeah, well, I can turn a camera on and talk to you guys, and it'll be live.
I have a question.
No,
Yeah, but there's a
I have-
difference between a big, massive Earth and a small room which you think is.
You don't know what the Earth looks like. You don't know what the Earth looks like.
Yeah.
You're just going by. You're just going by what other people told you.
Okay, let me talk.
So the
quick.
Earth looks flat, therefore it's a ball.
Wait, but did somebody tell you the Earth is flat?
No, I went and checked myself. Lake Erie,
I went
165 miles of it.
How did you check it?
Yeah, how?
Drove down the side of it, and it was. Yep, I could still see buildings. And as I went farther, and we pulled over, I could still see back to where we came from, 20 miles, and I could see forward about 10 miles. This and that, all the way
I
down
have
the
another
lake.
question.
But
Okay, I
do
have
you know
one.
how
I have one
big
You're
the
a very
Earth
big
is? And
scientist guy.
yeah. Do you know how big the Earth is and how little of a distance 20 miles are in the
No, because you
space?
can't tell me.
Do you
Yeah.
know how big the Earth is? What's
Yeah,
the
we have-
circumference of the Earth?
We
No,
have
you
a
can't tell
picture
me,
in the
dude.
channel where we saw.
No,
how big
not
the
a
Earth
picture
was.
doesn't give me the size.
Let's work with the geometry, right? Because we're given specifics about the
Okay,
nature of
but
the giant ball that we're supposed to be
you
on.
said. I'm sorry.
I think
hang
that
on. Mo, let me finish,
So,
right?
but
So if
you
we're
said
given specific,
you go outside
gentlemen,
and you
Mo,
see
Mo, let him
hey,
speak.
mon
you
esti
can see buildings.
tabarnak, shut up. What I'm saying here is we're given specifics about the nature of the geometry of the Earth. Okay, if we work with that, okay, and we compare that with what we can actually experience, and there is a they don't match up. There's a problem. Okay, so what are you gonna say? Are you gonna say that our observations and our experience is wrong, or is the geometry wrong?
Can you repeat the beginning? I didn't.
What the fuck is geometry?
Did you just say what is geometry?
Me?
No, the other guy, Dennis.
Who?
You.
Dennis piped in.
They're all nihilists. They
Huh?
all sound the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm
He now he's
saying, dude,
muted.
is
Don't worry,
what
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying
make
is
this simple. Jalu, you're the only one that gets to talk. Dennis and Mo, y'all are on mute, but y'all don't know how to be patient.
all right, go for it. Go for it. What I'm saying is, we're given specifics about the Earth, and they don't line up with our experience. So I ask you, what are you going to take precedent? Your experience or images?
Asking me?
Like, what's real, right? Pictures, or what you
Yeah,
experience that goes against that contradicts what the pictures and the geometry says.
Usually I would say that experiences are the more trusting ones.
Right on.
They can better trust,
Right
but
on.
your experiences are not correct, I would say, because if you say
Okay.
that, so it's a bit offensive, but if you say that you drove 20 miles and looked if you can still see your house or buildings, it's not that much of a proven fact that you have there. You need to
Okay, well,
prove
check
it
this
better.
out, right? No one's saying we drove 20 miles necessarily. Okay. What
Mm.
we're saying is, more often than not, people go out and take 20-mile long observations over, say, for example, a body of water, which is the smoothest of all the surfaces that we can work with. Okay. What we see doesn't align with what we should see according to the geometry. Okay. So there's a problem with the geometry.
What have you seen and what
Understand?
should you see?
So, for example, right, if you're at the edge of a body of water, like the ocean, for example, okay, and there's something out, or 20 miles away, 10 miles away, in somewhere in the water, like a boat or an oil rig or something like that. Depending on your height, okay, you may or may not be able to see that depending on how far it is. So, for example, if you're 6 feet tall, according to the math, according to the geometry, the horizon is at about 6 miles away. Okay, so from beyond that, things on the
3
water
miles.
would be getting cut off.
3 miles.
Right? 3 miles. Excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it really? Hold on. 1.2. Yeah, that's right. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah. Square root of 6 is 2 something times 1.22. That's about 3. Yeah. Okay. So 3 miles. Beyond 3 miles, the bottom of something would become gradually more cut off. But that goes against what we actually witness. We go out and we can see objects like completely in the clear, right, from the bottom all the way up, upwards of 9, 10, 20 miles away, depending on the time of day and the conditions.
So I believe that you've seen that, but I've seen different things. I've already seen boats that drove off the horizon and the bottom part was cut off. And
how far away was the boat?
Yeah, so that was at 3 miles then?
I don't know the exact numbers. I was standing
Oh
at
no,
the
you need
beach.
to know the exact numbers.
Okay, yeah, but it's my experience. I was standing at the beach. I saw a boat. It drove away from me, and at some point, the bottom part got
What
cut
if I
off
show
and
you?
it kind of dropped.
What if I show you bottom up obstruction on a flat surface?
What again?
What if I show you a boat disappearing bottom up over a flat surface?
Oh yeah, show me.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the
While
meantime,
you're
consider
searching
this.
up.
In the meantime, consider this, right? So if we have multiple
I have a
instances
paper
of
for you too. It's the University of Georgia. They were quoting the Royal Society from the 1800s, and essentially they were doing the calculations for boats disappearing bottom up, and they were attributing it to refraction. And then the University of Georgia recently cited that too, boats disappearing bottom up as sinking refraction. And I have that source.
right on.
I,
So here,
yeah.
hold on a second. I just want to point something out, right? So here we have multiple instances of being
Yes,
able to see objects in the distance appear to be cut off from the bottom up,
as in
but
gals.
also instances of it not being able to be
Am I not
cut off from the bottom up. Okay, and this is on a unknown surface insofar as the argument is concerned. Okay. Then we have flat surfaces. Then we have flat surfaces where we can see the bottom of the object, and instances where we cannot see the bottom of the object. So we have like a mixed data set, right?
Ask what kind
So one
of
thing that we can speculate on, at least insofar as the argument is concerned, again,
Here you go.
that it
It's in
might
the
have
chat.
something to do with the behavior of light. So for you guys to jump in and say and attribute that as being because the ground is curving automatically is disingenuous at best. Okay, so it's worth investigating. So if you want to take a look at whatever Taylor's going to be providing and Swoldog, we might be able to further this a little bit more.
Okay, I don't have the time to look through this all you sent right now. Old book boat disappeared.
I forgot. Yeah, when you're a nihilist, we can only talk to you for 7 seconds at a time.
Me?
No, the guy Mo.
Hiya Mo, can you unmute Mo, please?
Yeah, if I unmute Mo, I'm going to mute you. So
Hey, no.
if I unmute him, he's going to get to talk, and you don't get to talk no more because you two talk over each other.
Yeah, he
I
sounds
just
done.
mute myself.
He sounds done to me, so probably worth moving on.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm muting myself, so you don't must mute me.
Yeah.
I have a question. How doesn't gravity work?
Gravity pulls everything down, so that's why water lays flat and level. So Earth is flat because of gravity. How do you like that?
Okay, and why shouldn't it work on a sphere, on a ball where everything is pulled to the center?
Oh, because you said gravity. I said gravity pulls things down. Do you agree? Do you
Yeah,
agree?
kinda.
No, oh, so you don't agree?
Yeah, because in this level of size we are on a planet,
So
the
water is
word
curving?
down is hard to describe, but it's pulled to
No,
the center.
down is a direction for horizontal and vertical. It's in relative to those flat surfaces. Down and up are not curving. Those are just straight up and down directions. So is left and right and forward and backwards. You understand that in
Yeah,
a
but
3D world what that is?
yeah, I understand, but that's on a flat surface. On a
Yeah.
sphere, down is on each different position. Down is a different direction.
Yeah,
You know?
so it's not down.
Can
No,
you
that would
prove that?
be in. That would be called in and out.
Yeah.
There is no down. It would be in and out. But you guys
Yeah.
always say down. So down is a flat Earth reference. That's why your horizon is horizontal.
That's why I said to the inside.
Yeah.
of that.
So
Okay,
does
well-
water curving around the ball?
Yeah.
Okay. Show me where it is. Give me a measurement.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
What? No, if I have a ball and everything is pulled to the center and I put water on the ball, the water curves as well. And that's what happens
Can
on
you
Earth.
model that? Can you reproduce that except for in fairy tale lands?
What was the last word they said? Sorry?
In your head? In your mind? Something that's not real?
So you're just cutting off. Can you say it again?
Can you reproduce that?
No, obviously. Because you
Not
need
science.
to reproduce it, you need high masses. Or what do you mean?
It
If I
should,
want to-
okay, so if you're going to invoke gravity, then you should at least understand how gravity works at the atomic level.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I know that.
I already claimed gravity. It's a flat Earth thing. That's already mine. You guys can't have it. You can't have it, Taylor, and you can't have it, Nihilist.
Okay, so
Gravity pulls things down, and down is a flat Earth direction. So gravity makes everything flat, and you cannot debunk me. It's impossible.
okay, then if we do it like that, then I have to use German words because my English is not good enough. In Germany, it's
I
zentrifugal
don't
and
give a shit about your
zentripetalkraft.
center. You don't have a center of a ball to claim that everything points to. Do you understand that yet?
No.
Übersetzer.
I have a flat Earth measured though, and everything goes down, and the Earth is measured flat. So
I
obviously
have
everything
another
is flat
question.
because of that.
How does gravity work?
It makes things go
That's
down.
y'all's word. That's y'all's. Y'all were the first ones that invoked gravity.
That's okay. It's ours now. They can't have it anymore. They can't claim down is in all directions anymore.
They don't even know what gravity is, though. How
They're
it
not
works with the
allowed to
atomic
say on
bomb.
a ball, down is all directions.
Okay, so Tyler, please stop talking. I want to talk to the professional triangle. What kind of an argument is it that gravitation is yours when we are talking
Yeah,
about?
gravity pulls things down, like you said, and down is a flat Earth direction. It's
No, it's about
perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah.
it's about the way you say it. If I'm on a sphere, I could
No,
say if I'm
no,
standing here.
I can't do that because we
Yes,
measure the Earth to be flat. So I cannot say if we're on a sphere because I don't have any example to use.
But we're in different positions. You say the Earth is flat. I say it's a sphere.
No,
If you
it's
want,
measured flat. I'm going by Earth's measurements.
so then describe to me what the word measurement means. Isn't it like?
Hey, hold on. I gotta ask, man. Does gravity pull things down 9.8 meters per second squared on Earth?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the right English, but it's not pulling them down with. Yeah. It's pulling them down
This
with
point,
its force.
so down is a flat Earth word. So Professor Triangles is correct.
Yeah, but you can't say it like that. That's sorry, but it's a bit childish to say it
No,
like that.
you can't say it like you want to. You're the one using imagination. I live in a reality where the Earth is flat and stationary, where XYZ exists. You live in one where some center somewhere exists, and then you have some weird XYZ from a center that doesn't go in XYZ, but it goes in XYZ at the same time, which is really odd to me.
That's maybe just too complicated for you. Please,
Yeah, it's too
you need to be
complicated for
open
AI
from.
to explain too.
Okay, so
Hang on,
you.
what's too complicated?
But I can't do it. You're telling me that we all live on a flat piece of earth with some mountains and trees, and we are standing on it, and everything goes down because
No, nothing goes
everything just
down.
goes down. Just I'm standing in my living room.
No,
Yeah,
everything.
not
Yeah,
a
you
flat,
got
no.
sea level. Yeah, that's the same water level. If you could boat across during the day, the whole thing, one time, really fast, you would see that you're on the same level. You're not going around the ball. You can go island to island and check from place to place as long as you can see them and figure out the distance. You'll see that, hey, every time I go to this place, I can see that. And then if I look in front of me, I can see that. And then when I go to that place, I notice I can see the other two behind them if I really look with strong cameras. So then you find out that you can see farther and farther, especially if you go down a coastline.
I can just see. I thought we just said it in miles. It wasn't like 3.6 miles you can look or something. 2 miles?
No,
Yeah.
no. You see way farther than that. We've already measured that.
When did we measure it?
I don't know. They do it all about every month around here. Somebody's doing it. Seems like they're putting a video out, shooting 20 miles over a lake.
Can I ask where here is? Are you in London, America?
Posting it in this room. Where I'm at, I'm in Ohio. I have Lake Erie.
Okay. Nice. Have you heard something from reflections and optical illusions through heat waves? So sometimes when you're
Yeah,
at
what
a hot
about
place,
how about if you don't do it when it's really hot out? How about if you do it when the water temperature is the same as the air temperature? What do you call that then?
have you done this?
Yeah, it's been done.
Have you done it?
Done this?
No, I'm not going to go time my day perfect to go do that unless you're going to
And
pay me.
why do you believe it then if you haven't done it by
Because it's
yourself?
done and it's
Why
done
should
and
I believe it?
it's done and there's papers on it and there's video and stuff you can
Ah.
watch and documents you can read all
And it
about
doesn't
it.
exist from a flat Earth?
I've done it. You don't want to talk to me.
You've done it?
Yeah. Measure the earth.
So just
Yep.
so we use the right word, measurement is like I measure something in foot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was the same methods that they use to do surveying.
Okay.
And what is the
All right, that's
Earth
not going to help anything. Anyway, so go ahead.
Still me or
Yeah,
went
it's still
the other?
you. You said we can only see 3 miles, and we obviously see way more than 3 miles.
Hey,
Because
you may have
we
stepped away. Professor Taylor said
I've seen
she's
12
measured.
miles.
are you how tall are you?
We
And,
went
and
a survey stick at 4 feet, and it was supposed to disappear after 2 miles, and we saw it past 3 miles.
because there's a big difference on what height I'm standing on, and that's the different what it could be when you're and see 12 miles because you're not on sea level, I guess. When you do the measurement,
What would sea level have to do with it if it's all level?
it's not all the same level. You have
Well, we're
mountains.
in the Bonneville
Or
Salt Flats, so it was the same level.
can you prove it? Are you sure?
Yeah, LiDAR
Because
scans.
if I look out of my window, I can look way more than 3 miles because I'm in like 4 meters high. If I'm in my garden, I also can look more than 3 miles because my house stands on a hill.
Yeah, I also think
Just
that.
because I stand on the floor, it's not sea level, you know?
Yeah.
Why don't you
And
listen to what Taylor has to present about the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah and why they call a salt flat flat?
a salt flat?
Because they were measured flat.
What is a salt flat? Sorry, I'm not a pro in American geographic.
You've never heard about the salt flats?
No, there's
It was
nothing like that here.
It's like the flattest place on earth.
Yeah, crazy. Wait, let me Google it. I want to see a photo.
Yeah, look it up.
Salt flat?
Yeah, I never heard that before. I'm also
Ah,
learning.
this. Doch, das ist da. So, I have to tell them on German, that's easier. Das ist da, wo dieser Weihnachtsmann mit dem Schlitten immer so mit seinem riesen Düsenjet auf YouTube immer durch die Gegend
Schreibt man das?
fährt.
Salt Flat?
Salt Flat. Salzwüste. Salzwüste. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah, I told you if you don't speak English, you're going to get muted. You're done for the night.
Dude, what the fuck?
He will explain to me and the other guy in the
Doesn't matter. He can do that in a DM. He doesn't have to do that over the voice.
Okay.
Listen, they're not talking shit about us. I speak German.
Yeah. But
Okay, well, I couldn't
what is
moderate it.
the
I
Earth
wish I could post pictures in the chat, but
what is the
I would have to
Earth
be in this.
a massive peer like?
Sorry, what was your question?
I don't know how wait. What is the Earth atmosphere? I don't know what I.
Atmosphere. So like
Yeah.
the air.
It's like flat.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the air that we breathe, pretty much. The air that goes up, high into the sky and stuff.
Hey, I'll unmute him for sake of conversation, but I'm just trying to keep the integrity of the room.
I have one question.
Yoder, you said you speak German?
I'm speaking English right now, so
Yeah,
can I?
yeah, I can't talk right now. Go ahead.
How long is Bijalo muted?
I'm back. Hello.
He's not anymore.
Okay. So my question is, how do you see the world? So how do you imagine the world? I just want
I,
to.
I imagine it how I see it directly.
So, but you must think something when you. So you must think that we have a flat ground. You must think that we have air, and you also must think that we have a universe. So where does the universe start, and where does the air stop? So something like that. Or how does the sun moves, or the moon, or how does stars come? How does
Do you
uh,
think anybody really has these things figured out? Do you
yeah,
think anybody's really figured them out?
yeah. I'm
I've
thinking.
looked through telescopes and stars, and all these luminaries don't even look like what they tell you they are. You can look
Um,
on my Twitter. I posted many videos through telescopes at observatories. The stars look nothing like what they portray them to be. You know,
uh,
no ancient cosmology, cosmologies of the Earth thought that we were a ball. Are you familiar with ancient
Yes,
cosmological views of the Earth?
they thought that it
Egypt.
was a ball.
Like
So
Hebrew cosmology and all around the whole Earth, they had the same pictures, the same descriptions of the Earth. Only
Um,
recently did they say we're on a ball.
sorry, but that's not true actually. There
Yes,
were
okay, then cite it.
I I have to Google what the first pictures were, but people
Which
thousands of
ancient
years ago,
cosmologists, which one said that we're on a ball?
I think actually the Roman Empire said it also.
Okay, quote that, first of all, quote it, cite it,
Hmm?
and second of all, like I said, nothing ancient, no ancient Sumerians or any of these tribalistic cultures and beliefs. They never thought we're in a ball. It
What
was
is
like it
ancient
was
for you?
one-off Greek philosophers that they say existed. We don't even have first-hand writings of them whatsoever until much later, which can be common in the ancient world. But we're talking about maybe one person, one quote that existed. You know, like 800 AD, like quoting something, or doing a measurement with sticks in the ground. But
What
this
is
is no ancient. None of this is ancient cosmology, sir.
sorry, I appreciate that you saw me that you call me sir. What is ancient for you? Ancient. What
Well, I
about
would
what
say
time?
anything BC.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, old
Yeah, okay.
shit.
Yeah, that's okay. I no, I have no proof right now, but if I remember right, I think there were people that thought it. I think I actually saw something on TikTok.
No, none of them thought we're on a ball. This was much more of a recent concept.
Let me look it up real quick.
Mhm.
Do you have a picture who the Earth is flat?
I can't post pictures.
I have one question. Do you think that the other planets in our sun system are also flat?
You're assuming we're a planet.
I
Do
can.
we look anything like them? Do we look anything like the planets in the sky on
I
its
have
face? No.
Actually, um,
No.
from the yeah, okay. If you say no, you can say no, but I'm thinking from the geometry. Yes, of course.
so why? But why is
We don't look
the
anything like those things in the
Yeah.
sky.
Wait, he started speaking. Can you please let him speak?
so? But why is the moon a ball and the Earth is a flat, and the sun is also a ball?
Are they
Well,
actually?
first of all, like I said, we're much different than any of those things in the sky, any of the luminaries. Second of all,
The
you have never
is
seen the
the
entirety of the moon.
Jupiter?
You tell him that I'm talking now. Okay,
Yo,
the other
so
side of the moon, we've never seen it. It's tidally locked.
Okay, but you not long ago the Artemis 2 was flying around the moon, so I think the people who was on the starship, they can say that the moon is round, and I also think that they can say that the world is round because they also flew around the world because they need the gravity to flew to the moon.
I've seen movies that have better visuals than they did.
So you think that's a fake? The fake.
Interstellar had better visuals than they did, and that was
So you
fake.
think? So you think the Artemis 2 mission was fake?
Yeah, I don't trust the government and everything they say.
Okay,
They've proven to lie about many things.
I see. I see.
Okay,
Do you trust the government? Do you believe them on
You must,
everything?
but just
Do you trust
yeah,
them for
do
real?
you know what? I'm believing them, and but do you also know what? I'm not believing everything. So I said it right,
Well, that's
but
good.
let me speak. I started. You said that Interstellar has better visuals than the Artemis 2 mission. Maybe that's because Interstellar is a fucking film and not a fucking real mission.
You would think the real mission would have better visuals, but
I
their equipment looked like Star Wars equipment. It looked like plastic in the visuals. Have you looked at it?
No, but do you have ever been in a starship or in the universe?
Mostly nobody has been.
Yeah, the most people never, but some
Except
people.
for government agents.
Yeah, you must know. You must know that the people who were up there, okay, they learned over 10 years to go up there. That was maybe their dream, and you people like you say, yeah, it's fake. It's fake. It's embarrassing.
I didn't say it was fake. I'm saying I've seen better visuals in Interstellar, and I'm saying that I don't trust the
The
government.
agent who said it's fake because
You
Exactly.
know,
Can you give
I've
us
tried
can you give us a
to
good
get a
reason to
satellite.
believe it?
no wait,
Yeah, I've
but
tried to call a satellite company and see if I can put my own camera. But did you know it's illegal for any private citizens to have high altitude footage on a satellite? It is illegal because they call it surveillance. So they won't even let a private citizen like me, even if I had enough money to do it, they would physically. It's illegal for me to get high altitude footage on a satellite. I'm not able to do it.
But I asked you, do you think it's fake? And you said, yeah. I don't
Because they
believe
have
Well, why
better
should I believe
visuals
it?
on Interstellar.
Let me speak.
Why
Please,
why should I believe
bro,
it?
bro,
No,
let me speak.
tell us why we should believe it.
Bro.
Why do you believe it? Why do you believe it? Why do you believe it?
Speak. Can I speak?
No, you've been asking enough questions. Time for you to
No,
answer
but
something.
I'm still asking, so you shouldn't fall into my words, okay? So, I asked you, do you think it's fake? The Artemis 2 mission was fake, and you said, yeah, don't believe what the government says. So you said it's fake, and then you said, no, I don't. It didn't say it's fake, and so you're saying
Why
things
are
that.
you acting like a baby, dude?
Well, why do you believe it? Why do you believe it?
But can
Why?
you prove the Earth is flat?
No, can you tell us why you believe it? What is your justification for your
Because they have
belief?
shown off. Because
We
they've
have.
shown off pictures, videos. They've shown
Yeah.
facts.
Yeah,
They prove it with
that's the
math.
thing I'm asking you. That's the thing I'm asking you why you believe.
Because these things are actually real things.
How do you know
Real
that
videos,
though?
real photos.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because
You can.
okay,
Do you have
Guys,
a
you're just
telescope? Do you
no,
have a
think, guys,
telescope, bro?
think about this. Think about this.
Yes,
Okay,
You have a
they look
telescope.
nothing like
let's
they portray in the animations. I
Do you
can
have a
post
religion?
videos of stars. I just
I just
posted one the other day.
Yeah, Mo,
okay.
let's
Do
start
you
with
have a religion?
first principles, okay? Start from first
That's
principles,
irrelevant.
okay? You're
Now,
walking around.
okay.
Mo, hold on a
Swear,
second.
swear that you
Gentlemen,
have a telescope and you
Mo,
looked at the
stop.
things.
Mo, dude, give me a second.
Okay.
Let's start from first principles. Okay. Clean slate. Okay, you're walking around and
T Buggy, if I send you a video, can you post it?
Teilabst.
yeah, you're walking around
Thank you.
and some dude from some agency comes up to you and says, "Hey, look at this video that we have." Okay, watch it and absorb what it portrays. What are you going to say? You're going to say, "Oh, it must be real because some goon from an agency, gave it to me?" Or are you going to be like, "Hang on, who are you? What the hell is this? How did you do, or how did they do what they say they're doing in this video?" Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to take it at face value? Or are you
Okay,
going
I
to ask
sent it.
questions?
This was done at Clark Observatory in Arizona with an extremely high-powered telescope.
Can I talk now? So you ask me why I believe it. I don't get one reason why I shouldn't believe it, because I can prove it to myself with pretty simple math actually, that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, very
And
good. So you're not believing it just because it comes from an agency. You
What
supposedly
math?
verify
no,
it. You
but it
supposedly
proves it
hang on,
even more.
hang
I
on. So I
can
got your statement
Hmm?
correctly, right? So your statement is, I'm not just taking what the government agencies, NASA or whatever, are just giving to me
What
because
math?
they're NASA. Hang on, right? You're not just saying, okay, it's true because it's from them. You verified it somehow. Okay, great. What did you do to verify it?
You can what's the first of because I start explaining this, here's a link from a German paper where they say that even people more than 2000 years ago came to the point that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, what did they do?
There was a Roman or Greek philosopher.
Sticks and shadows.
Huh? Yeah, maybe. But that was that's a great example. You can
Okay.
just what the German word for English word for rechnen. Yoda,
Yeah, I
was
can't
heißt
read that.
rechnen auf Ding?
I can't
What
read
link?
that. So
On
can you,
English.
Calculate.
Jalu at 12 minutes past the hour, Taylor. Okay, dude. So use you practice your English and explain to us in English what they say this guy did.
Okay, if I what does
You just
rechnen
posted a
mean?
German paper, a paper in German. How am I supposed to read
No.
that?
Yeah,
The only
use
thing that
He
Google
means
Translator.
calculate, guys. He means calculate.
Calculate,
yes,
yeah, thanks.
yeah, very good, right? So yeah, so from the title of the link, or the title in the link, I should say, all I can read is Eratosthenes, so I kind of get the gist of where we're going. Okay, great. What did Eratosthenes do? What were his conclusions? Go ahead.
Hey, T Buggy, can you? Or is anybody else here?
What's up? Sorry.
I sent you a video that was taken at Observatory of Stars. Can you post it?
Oh, okay. One sec.
Oh yeah, there's a great picture from who posted it? Yoga Bruno.
Yeah,
if you're on a sphere, you can just put sticks down, and I think he was lucky with the towns because there was a place where the sun was directly above the stick, and when you're near the equator, that happens because there was no shadow. And if he puts a stick like 60 kilometers, it's like I don't know 80 miles or so, more to the north on a other place on the sphere, the shadow has a different length. And then you can calculate it with tangents. What's the English word for tangents?
Tangent.
It's a
Tangent.
Yeah. You can calculate it, and then you come to the answer that the Earth is a sphere with 360 degrees.
Okay, perfect. So are there any assumptions in his calculation?
Assumptions?
So did you know that he was already allegedly, according to what the writings are on this experiment, he already thought it was
Taylor,
a sphere,
could you hear
and
20?
he was,
Taylor,
huh?
would you mind? Would you mind?
Can you hear 20 cups, Taylor?
No, I don't hear.
Why? Did you mute me?
Have you muted 20 by any chance? Please check. A couple of times you've just steamrolled straight through him.
Oh, look, he is muted. I don't know how
Why
that
did you
happened.
mute me?
I don't usually mute people.
I don't think she would have done that one deliberately. It's not like
Yeah, I
you're
definitely
hope
didn't.
not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so Jalu, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah,
Are there any
yeah.
assumptions in what Eratosthenes did?
What are assumptions?
You don't know what an assumption is?
My English is not the best, man. Sorry.
Okay,
What can you explain the word?
Basically, when you're kind of guessing something, you don't know, but maybe something is the case, so we'll go with it. You know what I mean? And you know, just do a quick translate. ASSUMPTION.
One moment. Assumption.
Yeah.
Assumption. Okay, yeah, I have it.
Very good. So,
Eine
did
Annahme.
Eratosthenes assume anything in his calculation?
I guess he had an idea. Yeah.
Right.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
right on. So he first assumed that we're actually on a giant ball to begin with. Okay, this is like a first go at this entire thing, right? He's like, oh, maybe we're on a ball. And if we are on a ball, this is how we would calculate it to be the case. Right? This is what the circumference would be if we are on a ball. So it's conditional. It's conditional upon A, there actually being a ball to be on in the first place. And there's another one. Can you take a wild guess? If you look at the paper, they might actually outline for you all the variables at play. Can you pick out one and see, pick out the one that you think they might think is the case? If you can't, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, like they thought, I can guess, they thought the sun was far. They assumed it was far at parallel light rays.
Right on. Okay. So these two unknowns, okay, they're unknown at the time of him doing his whole shindig. Okay. And if they are the way he thinks they are, then fine. It would be a theoretical calculation of a theoretical circumference of 3959, of whatever the circumference is, and a 3959 radius. Okay. Fine. Now, the job now is to, by some other means, verify that we're on a ball in the first place, i.e., maybe do a surface test and see if there's any curvature that would conform to that. That would be a good start. And or see if we can determine the distance to the sun, right, to satisfy that condition that it has to be far enough away so that we can get approximately parallel light rays. What work was done to check any of those two things, or either of those two things? Excuse me.
Okay. I don't know. I have to Google it because I jumped pretty spontan in this talk. I'm not vorbereitet. But I guess they just used his answers to his calculations because he measured the distance around the Earth and the distance between these two cities.
Yeah.
Just from putting these sticks, and you can just you can walk it if you want. You can
Yeah,
take
I
the
totally
steps.
understand. Totally understand. So at face value, all he's got are distance measurements, okay, albeit inaccurate, right? Because there's questionable about how accurate
he was
able to
pretty
get
accurate.
Between the two cities. Fair enough.
Right.
Whatever.
No.
We'll give you that. We
So
can give you that.
it's a rough.
Yeah.
It's rough. Yeah, we're going to
Let's say
give
it's
you that.
Let's go with it. It's a rough estimate. That's fine. But that, so he has that. So one distance, and then two angle measurements. Fine. But then there are still the two other unknowns.
That's all he's got. That's
so
exactly
such
right.
time as these two other things are confirmed somehow, this whole thing is nothing but theoretical. Okay. So when so be careful when you use the term, we can prove it with math, and use something like this, where you have two unknowns, still unknown.
What is
two
unknown?
unknown conditionals?
That's not proof.
So your conclusion
That's a good
relies on
point,
those
funny.
other. Your conclusion relies on those other two things being true in the first instance. But if you haven't established those two things to be true, then your formulation is faulty.
You mean
potentially faulty?
constants
Right,
are
the
that
Earth's sphericity. So he decided the Earth is a sphere, right? He wasn't trying to prove it is. He decided it already was. He wanted to know the circumference of it. He also assumed that the sun was large enough and far enough away that the light would reach the Earth parallel, right? Right. So those are conditionals. Those have to be true in order for his conclusion to be true.
But you can have the same shadows with a closer sun on a flat surface.
Exactly. So this setup, until these two variables are actually confirmed somehow, both of them are quote unquote possibilities, right? Now that it serves as a good framework to move forward and give us, a stepping stone towards something more conclusive where we start asking, okay, how spherical is this thing? If it is spherical, let's check. So that's where you have to dig into measuring the curvature rate, for example, if there is a curvature rate to begin with, right? And
Can
that
you
would kind of break the divide between these two possibilities because one requires no curvature, right? The other one requires curvature. And then the
can
other
you
investigation would be how far is the sun, and then that would give us some narrowing down of the whole thing.
can you tell
Okay, that
me
was good, very
how
articulate.
close the sun has to be so that it works on a flat surface?
We can start with, if we were to say, okay, we're going to use this Eratosthenes kind of thing, right, to quote unquote prove the Earth is flat, right? I probably wouldn't even go that route. I would just say let's measure the ground itself. Screw the
I've
sticks and
seen
shadows.
somebody calculate it. I think it was like 7,000 feet or something. I can't remember, but somebody's tried to calculate it. But there's still assumptions that are
Yeah,
baked in there.
one way you can go about it, factoring in one assumption, right? The assumption being that the sun is something that is suspended in 3D space that you can triangulate to. Okay, if you go with that, you can do triangulation to the sun. Okay, using SOHCAHTOA, trigonometry,
Yeah.
and get the elevation of the sun from the ground, the height from the ground. You can go from that. You can go with that, but you would have to assume that it's something that actually can be triangulated. Now, many people would argue that you can't actually do that because from various angles that should all intersect at the same point, right? Depending on where they are and all this stuff, they don't. So that kind of puts that into question. Probably not worth debating about or working with. Okay. So that's
Oh, it
that's
says like
the sun.
3,000
Yeah,
miles.
something like that. Yeah. It varies, So many would argue, fuck that. It's not worth worrying about what the sun is doing anyway, because we're trying to talk about what the ground is doing. Well,
And
how
the
the ground,
sun is just
the nature of the ground
3,000
being.
miles high in your calculation?
15 million feet. This is just
15
what I looked up.
How many miles or kilometers are that? I don't.
15.
We don't use feet in Germany.
Multiply it by 1.6 or divide by 1.6.
15
One
million
of the two, I
feet?
forget. Yeah, there's 1.6 miles in a kilometer or 1.6 kilometers in a mile. Sorry.
Right.
So multiply by 1.6 and you get the number of kilometers.
Okay, that's 4,500 kilometers.
Something
And
like
that
that, right? So
not
that's what
much.
that's what that approach would give you. Okay, as faulty as it is, right? So I don't think anyone in here would really, die on that hill arguing that point. Most would say we don't know because we acknowledge that there's an assumption that at this point cannot necessarily be
Yes, sorry to interrupt
rectified.
you, but you said the sun is 15 million feet high.
What I'm saying,
apparently. No, nobody's really claiming that, but I did look up because I did hear this before flight earthers calculate how far would the sun be if the light rays. I'm sorry, if it was a local sun and
Yeah.
the Earth was flat.
To explain it, 15 million feet are 4.5 thousand kilometers. The Mount Everest is 7,000. 7,000. Sorry.
15 million feet. 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles.
I switched something up.
7,000.
Yeah, 3,000 miles.
Yeah. Now here's the thing, dude. Again, we're not arguing this point. We're not saying this is true. What I'm highlighting to you is in your mathematical formulae, okay, you have variables that you can manipulate and check and measure and all this shit. And then you have unknowns. If
Okay,
you
I
work with those
understand the
unknowns in
point.
that framework, you get one result. And if you work with another set of assumptions, other unknowns, you get a different result. Okay?
Yeah,
So when
okay,
it comes to
I
the
understand the
sun,
point.
it's probably not worth even venturing down these roads because at this point, we can't actually check these. So screw that. Let's go directly to the ground because this is the whole point of the discussion anyway. You understand?
Mhm. Okay.
So
Yeah, I
therefore, people
understand it.
go take laser measurements and long distance observations on the ground right from the get go, and then draw their conclusions from that. A lot more reasonable, right? A lot more
Can I?
easy to do,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm. Can I
And
ask you
that's where
quick?
we
What is your what do you believe the Earth looks like for real
I have no
now?
idea, dude.
Is it like a
I have no
pizza
idea.
floating in space? Is it like the floor? Is it
No, no.
I also
Can't
asked
be a
that.
pizza
is
floating in
if
space,
the
dude.
you think the Earth is flat? Is it still a
Hang on.
circle or could it be a square?
The
Like a
actual
map?
shape, I couldn't argue that because I haven't been to the extremities to tell, right? But we know a few things, right? So the ground measures flat. We have gas pressure, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
another telltale sign about the nature of where we live. If we have gas pressure, right? And we
Mm-hmm.
know from like 10th grade, 9th grade science class that in order to pressurize a gas, it has to be contained.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the atmosphere
Well, the atmosphere, what is the atmosphere? It's just
around
gas.
the globe. Yeah, because it's pulled to the center. There we're at the beginning again, but
This is
I
right.
think
So
that
this
it's
is
pulled to the
yeah.
center.
So
It's
this is
held in
another
place.
part of the argument, right? So
Mhm.
one side of the argument is in order to have gas pressure at all, there needs to be some sort of physical barrier to contain the gas to create a closed system, right?
Mhm.
Now, that would be the way to do it in all conventional ways of doing things. Now, you guys argue that gravity can pull gas down, right? Gravity is the quote unquote force that creates the containment of the gas. Now, I
Mhm.
would like to see how the hell anyone can come up with that idea. What did they do to verify that? Is there an experiment or a test that can be done to demonstrate
Mm,
that gravity is even a force to begin
okay,
with, right? There's
I
a lot of
guess you
debate on
won't
that, and whether
believe
or
it.
not it can actually be strong enough to contain gas from filling, a low pressure system directly adjacent to it.
Yeah, I guess you won't believe it because you already said that you don't believe everything the government does. But
That's not what I'm saying. It's not
yeah,
where I'm
but yeah,
going.
no, it's my source. I get this information from.
That's
Do
not
you
what I
know
said,
the
right?
CERN the
But
CERN?
hang on, acknowledge, please acknowledge. That's not what I said. I didn't say anything about me not trusting the government because the government, like,
Okay,
no. What I'm saying
okay
is
then.
what I was saying before is you have a random dude, right, come to you and tell
Hmm?
you something, whether it's from the government or not, or some hobo on the street, come to you,
Okay,
hey,
yeah, okay,
look at
yeah,
this,
yeah.
XYZ is true.
That's not
Really?
the point
How
I
do
wanted
you know
to
that?
say. There are experiments that prove gravity exists.
Very good. Okay, what are they?
Um, okay, that's too complicated for me because even I
Thank
don't
you very much.
understand it. But you
Thank you.
know
So,
CERN?
so at best, here's the thing, right? What we can acknowledge now is at best, you can say that you believe those who make the statement that there are tests,
Hmm?
but you don't know them to be true or false or coherent or anything because you haven't looked into them, right? You heard an academic
Yeah.
say, oh, we can test gravity and prove it's there. So you know that there's some guy that said that, but you don't know the veracity of the actual claims in the paper that they would have published. Fair?
Hmm. The problem is that what you say seems right, but I still don't believe it.
That's
I don't
fine,
know. Yeah.
right? You can trust them all you want, dude. It's your prerogative, right?
I,
But
Mm.
I
my
have
point is, if you really dig into how you've been thinking about this entire thing, under the hood are a lot of just givens. You take it at face value because it comes from somebody that were brought up to trust or to take at face value just because, I don't know, they're from an academic institution. They must be correct. Oh, this thing wouldn't have gotten published if it wasn't true,
Mhm.
and it was published, therefore it is true. It's kind of circular reasoning, don't you think? Right? So if if you can go with that by all means.
I've put a
But if
link
you
in the
acknowledge that
chat,
as
by the way.
being that, if you acknowledge the nature of that type of thinking, you might be able to, to reconsider if you see the flaw in it.
Mm.
Okay, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mo. I've been talking a
Or
lot.
so not a question. I have something to say against the flat Earth theory. So I want to say, do you know the submarine cables from Europe to America? Do you know them?
Is that to me or to the room?
Yeah, to you.
What
to you.
about them?
To everyone. To
You know,
everyone.
somebody else can take that. I want to get off the soapbox here.
What about them?
Do you know them?
That they exist.
Personally, I know their first name. One of them's John. What about
You know
them?
they exist, man.
Yeah, and
What about them?
Do you know that there are cables?
Do I know there are cables? I have said what about them 4 times
But
now.
can you answer-
Obviously, that is your introduction. Please continue.
yeah, but can you please answer if you know them or not?
What about them? Okay, I'll reword it because
No, nothing about
fucking
them.
stupid to understand.
You only
Yes,
said
I
cables.
do know about them. What the fuck do you want to tell us?
Yeah, it's just an introduction. Man.
So, did you know that these cables were created on an exact length that is also where is also included the length of the curvature of the Earth? So
No, they weren't. That's a load of horse shit.
no, it's true. I can give you the quell if you want to.
What, the exact measurements?
The source.
We don't want the source of bullshit information. We want the measurements that validate your bullshit information. See, this is where a lot of you guys come unstuck. You'll tell us about these grand stories of space and submarine cables and all this other horse. And then when we ask for the measurements, you go quiet.
Well, I don't know what measurements are, bro. Can you?
The point is,
how did they get the distance of the cable?
What?
They with math.
Yeah,
with math. And where did they get the numbers from for the math?
They calculated them.
And where did they get the calculated numbers from for the math?
I can search if you want.
You should already know this. If you're making a claim of this, you should already know it.
Oh, I don't
so
know.
that's out already. Submarine cables in the bin.
Oh man,
Okay,
please.
okay, you're right. I should know this, but I don't know if you're tired or not. But you're a bit too.
No, I'm not tired. It's lunchtime.
Yeah, but
not even close to it.
What time is it in your place?
I'm speaking normal with you. I'm expecting
12:34. Yeah, Mo, you might be speaking normal, but you've got another helper. So if one of you could shut up, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I can give that to you also.
There's only one of me.
Why
so
are
obviously,
you- why are you-
mathematics is not your strong point.
Why are you screaming?
I'm not screaming.
No, you aren't, right?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, okay. If you say
So,
that.
your claim of submarine cables, and then you turn around and say mathematics is the proof. Okay, where did they get the numbers from in order to insert into the mathematics? You don't just walk into a scenario, chuck random numbers in, and say, hey, I've worked something out. Those numbers came from something. They came from somewhere. Where did the numbers come from in order for your mathematics to work?
How is this relevant that where the numbers come from?
It's your claim, my friend. If you're going to make claims, yeah, we're just going to help that because he's not going to be able to help himself. Your claim is quite simple. Measurements of these cables, cable lengths. So the actual numbers and distances of these cables would be very relevant in the situation.
So, but I want to I said that that it's not relevant where these numbers came from, because it's only relevant that they used
Okay,
numbers.
so where did they get the
Oh,
numbers
why are you
from?
calling to my word? I'm not. Don't I'm speaking? Do I not speak?
You can speak all day long, but the problem is you're not telling us anything of
Yeah.
importance. You're claiming submarine cables. How long are the submarine cables? How did they know to make them how long? Did they just cut them at 1 mile and went, oh, that didn't fit, let's make another one? Cut 2 at 1 mile. Oh, look, that didn't fit, let's make another one. And they kept doing that till they got all the way. Is that how they did it?
No, but do you know what?
Excellent. So how did they work out the distance?
So that, but I don't understand why you want to know this, because it's not relevant.
Because it's relevant. You believe not relevant. Your idea is, hey, submarine cables prove something. At the moment, all we've got is, hey, submarine cables prove something. I need to know what you believe they prove. That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
So, but do you know what?
Okay, let's go back to the start. You said submarine cables.
Yeah,
What
I
do
want to
you
ask
think
you.
they
I
prove?
want to
Stop
ask you.
talking. Listening.
Yeah,
What do you think, listening?
Should I
What do you think submarine cables proving?
Let me say. Let me speak, and then you can speak, because
You are
otherwise I
speaking
can't.
now. Answer the question.
Why should
What do
I
you think?
answer to your
Listen.
question
Stop
if you're not
talking. It's easier to
answering mine?
listen. How about
Yeah,
we help you
to
out?
listen. Why
Yeah,
don't you
look,
listen?
click, quiet. Obviously, speaking is not your forte. Listening ain't either. So, how about we practice the listening side of it? You said submarine cables. I want you to tell everyone why you believe the submarine cables prove something. Now is your turn to speak. Please, go ahead.
Yep, because to create these cables, they needed a length. Yeah, the length. You
How
know.
did they get that length?
Yeah, let me speak. So they needed the length. So they calculated the deep of the water, uh, and the curvature of the earth.
Where did they
They,
get that from? See, these are numbers you're just assuming. They have to get these from somewhere.
do you know? I don't know. I don't know it, but Bijalu know it.
We know.
What?
What is unit of power? We know that you don't know it. You're just
Yeah, but
throwing, it's what we call throwing shit at the wall and hope something sticks.
Okay. Can you so can you unmute Bijalu?
No.
And why not? Can
When you're finished, then we'll unmute him.
Okay, when I'm finished. But
Yeah.
do you know why I said this? Because
No, I'm not a mind reader.
yeah, okay. But I said submarine tables and cables and stuff like this, because they it's n- I thought it's not relevant where they have the numbers from, because I thought it's
Well, it
relevant
is
that they
very
use
relevant where the numbers come from. If they don't have the numbers, that means they're just making random size cables and they doesn't matter how long they make them. So somebody at some stage would have had to, and here's the special word, measure something. And that's the bit you seem to want to avoid. I don't know why.
But bro, okay, I understand you. I really understand you, and I know what you mean, and
Most
don't
excellent.
and yeah, and stuff like this. But I just wanted to say that they used the curvature of the earth as a number. I don't know the number. I don't know where they get the number from, and some stuff like this. I understand you.
Well, that's what we're
That's
trying
a good
to
point.
establish. The whole purpose of this room is to establish where they got this bullshit curvature thing from.
I don't think
Nobody seems to know. They come out with cool stories, Eratosthenes, satellites, GPSs, and all these other things that they can't verify, validate, prove. But no one seems to know where this alleged rate come from.
Wait. bro. But I don't know why you answer to your question. I said that I understand you. I said that you had a good point, and I said everything. But I don't know why you are not letting me speak. Every
You are
time I'm
speaking
saying,
right now. This is what
yeah,
we call meta. See, what
but
you're doing is you're crying about your inability to cry. So just
again,
spit the information out. Instead of talking about meta, just get on with the conversation.
again, you fall into my words. So
Again, you're talking meta, not interested in meta. Interested
okay.
in the data, the measurements.
Do you know what? I finished speaking. Yeah, now you can unmute Bijalo. I
You
finished.
sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Awesome.
Hello? Okay, okay, man. First of all, my name is Bialou, not Bijalou. And I have to say that you talked pretty disrespectful to him because you didn't let him speak because his whole point was
Listen, we're not
business,
interested in the color commentary, Mike. Just get on with the data. We're
Yeah,
not
okay.
interested in the meta. You know, all the side stuff. Not interested.
Yeah,
Okay?
but I have to say it
Excellent.
because he's
No, you don't have to say it. You
Yeah.
seem to believe you have to
Mhm.
say it. You don't have to say it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to make it very
Okay,
clear.
man. Yeah. Okay. So
Excellent.
okay, I don't know his point he wanted to come to, but I have the formula with how they calculated it. Because there are formulas that can prove it. There's in
Excellent.
Germany.
So you've got an R formula. Where did you get the
Yeah.
R from? The R value. Where did that come from?
The R
Yeah.
is what it's called the degree from a circle. The degree.
How did you establish you're on a circle? They just assumed that.
And I assume it. That's how you prove things.
Well, that's not very good. Why would
need
you
to
assume
make
you're...
up-
Hold on. Why would you assume you're on a circle when you go outside, you don't see any curvature? That's
Why
crazy.
should I not, man? That's the problem.
Why? No. Why? Don't throw the negative weirdness at me.
Okay, no, you have to be trolling that.
Now,
Okay.
why? No, I'm not trolling anything. I go outside, I see flat ground. I go to the beach, I see flat beach. Why should I say I live on a ball or a sphere when I don't see any evidence that lends me to think that I'm on a sphere? Why should I say I live on a sphere when I don't see any evidence at all?
Because you have to think bigger, man. The Earth is huge.
No.
The Earth is huge as fuck.
Hello, how do you work that out? You have to think bigger. When you were a small child, they taught you that you live on a ball.
Yeah.
When you were a child, if you were never, ever taught you will live on a ball, would you have worked it out for yourself? Yes or no?
Probably, yeah. Because I think that I'm pretty smart.
Why? What do you see in your real life? Hold on. What do you see? So you've said probably. What do you have in your life that tells you you live on a ball?
I can't... Okay. I saw pictures. And yes, hold up. Even if
No,
pictures
not
are fake-
pictures. What do you have in your real life? Is it driving down the street to the shops? Is it a particular aspect of your job? What in your real life, not photos, not the TV, not the computer, what do you have personally, first-hand information, first-hand knowledge that tells you you live on a ball? What do you
I was
have?
on a pretty high mountain when I was on a ski trip, and I saw that the Earth was curved. It wasn't flat.
You saw that it was curved. So when
Yeah.
you're up high on the mountain, did you turn around 360 degrees and have a look around you?
Yeah.
Could you
Of course,
see
yeah.
the full 360?
Yeah, I was on the peak.
So where was the curve? If you turn around and you're looking east, where was the curve? Left to right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So you turned around and faced west. You saw the curve, left to right?
No, that doesn't matter. Left and right.
It does matter. Answer the question.
Let me
You
talk
faced
here,
east. Yeah, you faced
can you be
east.
so
You
Spanish?
faced east, and you saw the curve left to right. You said that. I've got no problem with that.
No. I
You
didn't say
faced
that.
west now. Do you see the curve left to right when you faced west?
Please, man. Just be quiet for a
Answer
moment,
the
let me talk.
question and it'll go away. It doesn't get any more painful.
Then repeat your question real quick.
When you were on top of the mountain, you said you could see 360 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. When you faced towards the east, did it curve left to right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. When you faced west, did it curve left to right? Yes or no?
Yes.
When you faced south, did it dip in the middle? Yes or no?
No.
Why not? It should. If you're facing east and it dips down at the sides, and you're facing west and it dips down at the sides, when you face the middle of those two dips, which is south, you should see the dip in the middle.
It probably did, but from this perspective, I
Yep,
can't
enough
see
said.
behind the curvage, but I can see that on the left and the right thing, it goes down. That's why I can turn.
So if it goes down, I want you to stop and think about what you're saying. If it goes down, you would see where it dipped and joined together.
No, because it's a sphere. It's not a pyramid, man.
Oh,
It's
so
it's
you didn't
round.
see the curve when you're up on the top.
What?
If it's not dipped, therefore you did not see any curvature on top of the mountain. Congratulations, you just debunked your own silly words.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I asked you, facing east, do you see it curving over? You said yes. Facing west, do you see it curving over? Yes. Facing south, I asked you, does it dip in the middle? And then you said it does not dip in the middle.
Yeah,
Which
but
one is it? Is it dip? Is it curving over? Think about it. Is it curving over or is it not curving over?
It is curving over, but
Excellent. So that means when you were standing on top of the mountaintop, when you faced towards the east, you would see it dipping down at the left and the right-hand side, yes?
yes.
Excellent. When you were facing west, you would have seen it dipping down on the left and right-hand side, yes?
Well, yes.
Or no?
Yeah. What's
Excellent.
right-hand side?
So now we're going to face to the south, which is in between west and east. Does that mean when you are facing south, the horizon has a dip where the left, east, and the right, west, join together? Is it
Kinda,
dipped
yeah.
there?
Kinda, yeah.
Kind of dips in the middle.
Yeah, but that's not how it works.
I think you should go back and have a look at your... Well, now it doesn't work like that. You're telling the story, bro. Does it dip down or not?
You're making it too
Does
simple.
it dip down or not?
No, but that doesn't mean that
It doesn't. Excellent. So it doesn't dip down when you face south. And I'm guessing it didn't dip down when you faced north either. It was a flat line. The horizon was a flat line when you turned 360 degrees because it joined back together when you did your 360 degree turn. Didn't it?
So it's a tube, you're saying? Then
It's
then
a
it would be
what?
tube.
A tube. How did you come to the conclusion it was a tube out of you doing a 360 degree turn and no horizon
east and
dipping or
west.
bobbing?
And there are dips, and I'm looking south, and there's no dip. Then it has to be a tube, as you're saying. But that's not how it works. Because when I'm looking to the east, and on my left and on the right, it goes down. I see a curve.
Excellent. I agree with you. When you face east, it goes down to the left and the right. Congratulations. Now let's face west. Does it go down to the left and the right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So far we're facing east. It goes down to the left and the right. We turn around. We face west. It goes down to the left and the right. So let's go to the middle and face south. Does it go down to the left and the right?
Because it's not a pyramid. It's not a triangle. It's kind of a square, man.
I didn't say it was a pyramid. Stop talking.
Yeah.
I want you to use your brain.
I want
you
you
face
use
to
your
the
brain,
west.
man.
No,
How
listen.
can it be so
Stop
hard?
talking. Stop talking. You're not helping yourself. I want you to start thinking. You're not thinking. You face to the east. It's dipping down left and right. You just said that. You agreed to that. If you face to the west, it's dipping down to the left and to the right. You agreed to that. Now, the question I'm putting forward to you, if you face south, does it dip down to the left and to the right, or does it dip down in the middle, where the other two, the east and the west, join together?
No, it dips
Yeah,
down to the
I'm
left
a
and the right again.
centrist. I'm centrist.
That's great. Silence. This other guy's having trouble.
Yeah, be mad, talk.
No, you answer the question. When you're facing south, does the dip join in the middle from the west and the east?
No.
Why not? You said it was dipped down. It means it should join in the middle.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not dipping down like a triangle, man. It's a sphere.
I didn't suggest a triangle. Where did you get triangle from? Stop. Reverse. Where did you stop? Reverse. No. Stop. Yeah, look, I'll show you something, dude.
No, guys, you're
now. Be mad. Shut up. I don't need any help. This guy is going to get it, and it's going to be painful for him. Jalu, if you're facing one direction, you chose east. For whatever reason, I don't care. You said it was dipping down at the sides. If you face west and it's dipping down at the sides, when you face to the south, which is in between west and east, last time I checked on a compass, those two dips should leave a little hollow in the middle. Is that what you saw? No, you made that abundantly clear. Then you went on about triangles. I don't know where you got a triangle from. I mentioned no such thing of triangles. So now, does it dip down in the middle, yes or no?
No.
Excellent. So when you did a 360-degree turn, was there any dips?
No.
Excellent. So where did you get your curvature from?
Sorry, I need to explain it to you visually. Are you an admin? Can someone open the whiteboard? I need to draw it to you, please. I can't do it like that because you're just
because you're what? You're not thinking.
No, because it's a fucking ball, man. There are no dips when
you're claiming it's a ball. You think by looking straight ahead, you're going to see it curving down at the left and right. You just told us you don't do that. You just told us you don't see it dipping down. So you've contradicted yourself multiple times. Number one, you said it dips down to the left and right.
Please.
Number two, you said it doesn't dip down to the left and the right. It sounds like you are exceptionally confused.
No, look at the fucking basketball.
So does it dip down to the left and right? Yes or no?
Yes, it does, man. Please.
So excellent. So okay, let's just get some pictures and we draw it for you.
Yeah, man, let's draw it. And in the time between, I really talk to you and say, think of a basketball. I don't know if you can think or something, but look at a basketball. Imagine you're standing on the top of a pretty big basketball. And you're looking to the south. And left and right, it goes down. Then you're looking north.
That's because you're a lot larger than a basket. When you are standing anywhere, your line of vision is a flat line. When you turn 360 degrees, that line joins back together. It does not dip down. Okay? The problem you've got, you're so hung up on trying to prove a ball, all you're thinking is, it is a ball, it dips down. And then when you're pressed about you facing north, south, east and west, and you say, yes, it dips down, and then I say, turn around, yes, it dips down, now turn to the side and look where the two dips mean, join together.
But they don't
and you
join
say,
together.
no, that's not talking yet. I asked you to face north, and you went, yes, it dips down. I asked you to face south. You said, yes, it dips down. Then all of a sudden, when I ask you to face east, it doesn't dip down. Why not? Did you realize that that's not how your vision works?
Well, because these two curves don't meet each other. Please.
So they don't meet each other. So it creates a straight line, not curving.
No,
congratulations.
It's a circle, man.
You've just caught up.
When I look to the east and on the left and the right, there's a curve down.
No, there's not.
They meet on the other side of the Earth at the bottom, and then they come.
No. Your
Yeah.
vision. No, don't. You're trying to assume a ball. Your vision does not. Your vision does not show you a ball. Your vision shows you a flat line called the horizon as you're standing on the mountaintop doing little circles.
No, if it's
360 degrees turning shows you a flat line. There is no curvature in that.
Yeah, if it's flat, there's no curvature, but there is.
So where's the curvature?
At the same time, I see it.
Where's the curvature? You haven't seen it. You told me when you do 360-degree turn that it joins back together. That's not curvature. That's a flat line.
You said it. I said it doesn't join.
So it doesn't join. So when you're standing on top of the mountain and you turn 360 degrees, the horizon does not join back together.
What? Yes, it does. Of course.
That's what you just said to me.
No, the curvatures. Please.
What curvature? Let's try again. You're standing on top of the mountain. This is your words. You face north. You see it dip down either side. Is that a lie, or do you actually see it curving left to right with a high spot in the middle?
If I'm going crazy, just explain it.
Okay.
No.
Bajalu, stop talking. Stop talking. You don't need to talk. I need to inform you of something. Look in the side chat.
I could help him.
Hey, hold on. Bajalu, look in the side chat. Old dude has just posted something for you. A camera doing 360 degrees. Where is the curvature?
Tag me in, Bajulu.
I take my friend in.
No, you don't. He can wait.
Yeah, man, I don't see a curvature on the picture. Is it what you
Excellent. So what we want you to do now.
Actually, I see a
curvature. No, I want you to do now is freeze that image anywhere and tell us where the curvature is.
How can I freeze it? It's a GIF.
Take a snapshot, a screenshot. I don't care.
But I.
So that's what you would see on top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Excellent. So no curvature then.
Doch. Yes, there is. Actually, I think, but it's
where is it?
Not.
Where is it? That's video on top of a mountain.
Yeah, if you look pretty closely, the surface of the Earth is okay. No,
It's what?
It's
not curving.
Yeah, but just a little bit, because the Earth is.
How can it be curving? Think about it. If you stop that at any frame, how can it be curving? It has to join up with the rest of it behind you.
What? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it has, but
no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Yeah. Which way are you going to go?
No, the line that connects behind me is not curving, but the line behind the line.
We know it's not curving. Downwards. That's what we're trying to tell you. You don't want to listen to that coming from someone else.
I don't believe it, but you're
He's
saying.
finally got it. It's sunk in. Excellent.
Can my friend real quick say something, please? Where's a friend that wanted to help me?
I can make it short. Let's say you're on the beach and you have Catalina Island or a boat just going away, straight line away from you, straight line away. The first thing that disappears from that view is the bottom. Yeah. So that's why.
That's awesome. So you think ships disappearing bottom up is your proof of what?
Okay, we could go to Catalina Island.
Where's Catalina Island? So why do we have to specifically go to Catalina Island?
So you could understand. So let's say, for an example, you are
no. Why do we have to specifically go to Catalina Island? Is there something magic at Catalina Island that we don't know about? Right. So I can just go to any beach then.
Yeah. Because we could do something else. Like, for an example, what's another island that's approximately 100 miles off the coast, so that this way you could have a perspective? Pick any. It's totally fine. Pick any that is 2 islands that is 100 miles away from each other. Just
Why do I
picking
have to magically?
the
Why am I
Catalina.
picking? What is this in regards to? Why am I picking two islands that are away from each other? What is that going to prove?
Well, because the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, 100 miles.
That's an
is
excellent
enough for you
claim. How
for
did you measure that?
perspective. But could we go back to the topic of so we could answer
The ship's
why?
disappearing over the horizon. Yeah,
Yes,
it's an optical
let's go back to
effect.
that topic.
It's an optical effect.
Could you explain that then?
Yeah, quite simply. What I want you to do,
Is there a
you've got your
picture?
ships, you've got your, no, you're not going to get pictures because crayons don't work with some people. They end up eating them on me. Your ship's sailing away from you. What we're going to do is we're going to line up 5 cameras along the beach so they can all watch the ship sail away. We are going to place all the cameras 1 foot elevation. Now, on each of these cameras are going to be 5 different lens sizes, ranging from 5mm up to 20 centimeters. Okay, so the first one on the left, small lens, getting bigger, getting bigger, getting bigger as we go along to the camera. Now, as your ship sails away, the camera with the very small lens has a very short optical range. It will watch the ship disappear bottom up first. And then the second camera with the slightly bigger lens will see the ship sail a little further away. And it will disappear bottom up, slightly further than what the first one. And then so on and so forth towards the end. Now, what this shows us is that it's an optical limitation, not actual physical curvature that you claim that the ship is sailing over.
Hello, am I here?
You're still there.
I heard you speak and then you cut out. I heard you say there are 5 cameras and the 5 cameras are sticking outwards with 5
Yeah,
different
1 foot
lenses.
high. Yeah, cameras 1 foot high facing your ship that's sailing away.
And why do they
Each
disappear
camera?
from the bottom to the
No,
top?
well, that's what
you
you're going to
said?
wait for. Mo, you're unmuted. You can go now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go because I want to speak maybe in other channels. So you.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. You have yourself a good day.
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
See ya. So, we've got our 5 cameras lined up. They're all facing your ship that's sailing away. The cameras are all 1 foot elevation. Camera on the left-hand end has a 5mm lens. Camera on the right-hand end, a 5 centimeter lens. And in between, they range as different size lenses.
They
Okay?
could all have the same lens.
No.
It won't make
There's
a
a reason
difference.
for this. Yes, it will make a difference. There's a very specific reason for this. Because it's the size of the optic that dictates how far that ship will be resolvable from. So the one with the very small lens will be unable to resolve that ship at a short distance. And as those lenses get bigger, their ability to resolve the image gets further and further away. And you can calculate this out using the Rayleigh criterion and your angular resolution.
And
that's what
you
that's for.
said
So
the
what
ship that
happens is,
disappears-
as your ship is sailing away, the camera with the small lens will lose sight of the ship first. Magically enough, bottom up. Now, your claim from the Globus side is that the curvature or the ship's disappearing over the horizon. Now, we know this is bullshit because the different lenses will provide
not what
us
I
a
said.
different distance. No. The different lenses
tell you what I said
will
again.
provide... The different lenses will provide us a different distance that the ship starts disappearing at. So we know that it's all pure optics. It's nothing to do with any curvature rate.
And you said the ship disappearing with all your 5 different cameras disappears from the bottom up. How come?
Because of optics. Because of the line of sight from that camera. So the center of the camera is at 1 foot elevation. So when you're looking out at your ship, that 1 foot high down to the waterline is a 1 foot gap. It's an exceptionally small angle of view. From the 1 foot high camera line up to the top of the ship might be 10, 20, 30, 40 feet. It's a larger angle of view. So what happens is, as the ship sails away, due to perspective, it appears to get smaller. Now, because it's appearing to get smaller, that angle of view gets smaller and smaller and smaller with the ship due to perspective. Now, which one do you believe is going to be non-resolvable first? The one from the camera line down to the water line, or from the camera line up to the top of the ship?
I think the same as you. It will disappear from the bottom to the top.
Excellent. And the reason for that is just because of angular view. From the camera line down is a small angle. Well, there you go. Flat Earth Judge just posted up in the side chat. Eye level, horizon, small angle underneath, large angle on the top. That's just using a building. Except buildings don't normally sail away, but anyway. That's all it is. It's just an optic. It's not an optical illusion, but it's just how optics works, how your eyes work. That's the same with any optic. So you can sit there with your eyes and watch a ship sail away. Then you can pick up a kick-ass camera and zoom in and ship reappears. It's just to do with the size of the optic, that's all.
In addition to that, you've also got other potential variables like
humidity,
water, right? The water, there could be swells, waves, right, which can partially obstruct the view of the bottom of an object. And also, you've got your own side actually gives a reason for this, right? So the globe proponents say like that they're supposed experts in terrestrial refraction, right? The study of light and how it behaves in the atmosphere, and they've termed a certain effect called sinking refraction, right? Where you would have normally a clear geometric, unobstructed geometric line of sight to the entire object, but because of the way the light is reaching your eye, it appears like it is below the surface that it's sitting on. So where it would usually appear to be on or near the horizon, it seems to be below the horizon, cut off from view, when there's absolutely nothing there to obstruct it from your view. So you combine all these effects. How do you know what you're looking at? Plus, right, you would to insinuate, right, that it's curvature of the Earth, right? You would have to be saying that you're already aware of the curvature of the Earth. Are you determining that there is curvature because you can't see the bottom of something over distance? I mean, that's a bit of a leap. You haven't eliminated other variables like we've discussed, right? Plus, you've got a claimed size of the Earth, right? So there's geometry to the Earth, right? It's particularly over water. So based on your height and the claimed size, that obstruction due to the geometric curvature of the Earth would have to begin at a specific distance away. Now, if you can't show a particular instance, like with those specifics in mind, where you know the observer's height, right, and you know the distance of the object, then you can't claim it. You'd also have to know the distance to the horizon. There is no geometric horizon. It doesn't exist. People have searched for it. It does not exist.
I appreciate the time. Sorry about that. I have to go, and have a good one, you guys. Enjoy the weekend. Okay. Peace.
Catch you, man. Oh, go on. Is this life forever just going to be posting random shit in the side chat? Most interesting.
I think he's actually like on the fencer or something like that. Like he's, I don't think he's a
Right.
full-on globe proponent.
Ah, and these are the things that he's hung up on.
What the hell happened to our crowd?
Home base has got a crowd happening.
Oh, I've seen something about that. Yeah, Saturday night chill or something.
Oh, we've also got someone politics. Latz's open politics. Oh wow. I just read politics. Debate Daddy straight over there with his offshore wind park, Thornton Bank. Didn't work over here, so I'll take it somewhere else and try the same shit.
What was it?
You know, Debate Daddy. You know the
Yeah.
windmill picture where the tiny earthers.
Yes.
I call it tiny earther. Yeah, yeah. He's gone straight over there and he's planted that down. He's posted that a couple of times. Maybe if you post it 6 times, it might change it. I don't know.
Right.
And this one guy in there, he's still in there. What did he type? If the Earth is flat, then explain the Coriolis force effect. And Debate Daddy, they deny it. They'll ask you for an argument for it. Well, of course we
Oh,
want an
my goodness.
argument for it. If you're gonna, he's such a clown, isn't he?
I might have to drop over there and have a listen. See what's going on.
Yeah,
I need
I'll
something.
join you.
I'm gonna. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
What's up, man?
Does not need GPS to navigate and travel underwater.
Yeah.
Does not need
As we
GPS.
speak, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get a video called.
But listen, Jim.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I'm just going to get it. Torpedoes prove flat Earth. Okay, and
Oh
it's
my
the Type
God.
90, the Type 93 Japanese longest. It's called the Long Lance, and it had a range of 25 miles, the longest range at the time, superseding the Americans, the British, and the Australians. Okay, and that's a submarine firing that torpedo. But carry on, sir. Go ahead.
So basically, what I'm trying to tell you is the U.S. Navy proved the Earth was a globe a long time ago.
I'm sorry,
A long
that's not
time ago.
true.
No, it's
That's not true
100%
because
fact.
Okay, hey, Jin, hold up. Jin,
Yeah.
hold up. Let's just take that on face value. So the US Navy proved flat Earth a long time ago. Is that what you're saying?
No. Globe. Earth.
Okay, what did they do that proved the globe a long time
First
ago?
off, they charted all land and oceanic territories. That's a fact. The U.S. Navy charted all land and all.
So their ability to chart the land, how does that prove that it's curved or non-curving?
You act like, okay, so Jen was saying that we
It's a
live in
simple
jungle.
question. How does charting land prove or not prove the ground is curving?
Because we know where everything is. We know how far everything is.
Excellent. So I go from point A to point B. How does that validate, verify, or prove that the ground underneath point A to point B is curving?
Because when you get on a sub and you leave from, let's say, Coronado, California.
This doesn't going underwater
and
doesn't
you
prove that the Earth is
and you
curving
go
or
to
not.
Japan, and then you go to India, and then you go to Saudi Arabia.
Excellent.
and then
These
you
are
go
all
to
straight line
Africa, and then you
distances,
go to New
not
York.
proving
When
curvature.
you're
Alpha, you've got to
circumnavigating
start
the Earth.
listening instead of just blurting out crap. None of this
Yeah.
proves you're on
Listen,
a
Joe.
curve. None
Listen.
of this proves anything.
What I'm trying to tell you is, people can
Yeah,
go.
you're just reading the script. That's what you sound like to us.
I'm not.
You're reading a script.
I'm not reading a script.
So how does traveling from Sydney to Japan prove curvature?
Okay, because I'm trying to
Yeah.
tell you. I'm trying to tell you. If I go west and I keep going, there's not going to be a border, and it just stops. You can't cross.
What border? Okay, that's just non sequitur. Sydney
You
to
can just keep
Japan.
going.
Nice and
You can
easy.
just keep going. You can keep going around and
Where
around. and
you're
around
making
and
up
around.
stories now, bro. Alpha,
No.
breathe for a second. Alpha, stop. You're making up stories. How does a submarine departing Sydney and going to Japan prove curvature?
It keeps going. You see what I'm saying? You
No,
keep
we're
going.
struggling to comprehend.
No,
It keeps
I
going.
get it. I said
When I
you
ask you a
keep
question,
going.
Alpha, stop talking, please. I asked you how a submarine departing Sydney and going to Japan proves curvature, and your answer to me was it keeps going.
I just told you. I just told you, and you're just denying the facts. You're denying.
That's not a
them.
fact. It keeps
You're
going,
denying
doesn't prove curvature.
No, Jen. I didn't deny anything. I repeated back what he said.
Yeah.
How does a submarine departing Sydney going to Japan proves curvature? And his response was, it keeps going.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's not the right answer.
Yo, I didn't say it stops at Japan, buddy. I said it keeps going. It goes
And
from
how does
Japan
the words
to
"it
India
keeps go" Alpha?
to
Please listen.
Africa
You're not very
to
good
New
at that
York.
bit. How
Buddy,
does "it keeps going" prove curvature between Sydney and Japan?
I just told you.
Curvature, boy.
Because if the world was
Curvature.
flat, then you couldn't go from California to fucking New York. You
Why
couldn't.
not? You just
Yeah.
sail
What are you
around
gonna
the
do?
United States. Done.
No. I'm talking
Yeah.
about
What do
in
you
a
mean,
straight
no?
line.
There is
I'm talking about in a
absolutely
straight
nothing
line.
stopping you. The water is connected. Are you that stupid? All
I'm
you've got to do
talking
is
about
stay
in
in
a
the
straight
water.
line. You keep going west. You don't divert. You just keep going
Oh, so
west.
now you're claiming something to do with straight lines. So you're
Yes.
not very clear on your explanations.
So if the world was flat, like a table map, right? Like those
No,
little
you're
textbook
proving
maps,
curvature. You're not proving some random negative.
You couldn't go
If the
from
world was
Japan
made of
to
Swiss cheese, your argument would still stand. See? That's the
Since the
silliness of
world
your
is a
argument.
globe, you can sail and go around and around and around.
And have you done this? Or do you know of someone
Plenty
who
of people
has?
have. Plenty of people have. Look it up.
Plenty of
Look how
people
they
have. Name one.
Yes, the United States Navy. I mean, I've literally said this in the
So
beginning of my
you're just throwing shit at a wall, Alpha. You're not really doing a good job of it today.
Why are we sitting here acting like most of us
You're
here
not
in this
providing
call
any proof. This is what
have
you're doing. I
circumnavigated
think
the Earth?
cars are great because my grandfather drove one.
Come on now, man. Name one person you know that circumnavigated the Earth. Name one. You don't know any.
That's what you're supposed to be doing. Don't throw your shit back at me.
Magellan is one.
No, I'm talking about here in this Discord call right now.
Who cares
Nobody
about who's here? Who cares?
That's what I'm
Non
saying.
sequitur.
So why do we care about if we have or haven't done this?
So what, bro?
Why are we listening to this shit?
Oh, this is
You can't
stupid.
go
Yeah,
around in a circle?
absolutely
Is that what you're saying?
dumb.
Yeah. And please look at the video that I posted from Mr. Thrive and Survive, whose
No,
previous
Jim,
video
you're
was
gonna
called.
run away. You're not running away
Excuse,
from
I'm still
anybody,
here.
Jim.
You're not even listening to me. You're interrupting. I'm talking to you, Alpha. Pay attention. Fuck's sake. I posted a video just now. It's in a side chat. It's called, Torpedoes Prove Flat Earth. Okay. Now, it's by Mr. Thrive and Survive, whose previous video was called Submarines Prove Flat Earth. Yeah. His channel was taken down a number of years ago. He got his channel back, and this is his new video. Okay. And it's a blinder, because it's showing us that the Type 93, ladies and gentlemen, with a range of 25 miles, if the Earth was curving, when this torpedo is fired, would surface in 7 miles if we take if we take into consideration the Earth's curvature. It would have surfaced at 7 miles, but it never surfaced because it destroyed the enemy ships at 25 miles away. Okay? Japanese torpedo proves flat Earth. There you go. I've got more.
Look at the
more
videos I put in there.
Incoming.
I put videos in chat too. What now?
Well, look at what it's telling you.
Oh
Dude.
no.
Yo,
Yeah, it's
what I'm
debunking your
trying
position.
to tell you
Oh
is this, man. You're trying to say the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
Alpha, you've put in videos. What does your video represent? So let's look at the first one. 30 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, the first one
That
was that
time.
experiment
Hold
that
on. Why do
Netflix-
you have the necessity to talk through people? That's exceptionally rude. So let's have a look at the first one. The time that flat earthers accidentally proved the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Right. So, Alpha, in your words, tell us what the video's about.
Yeah, so they bought a $20,000 laser gyroscope. They spent 20 grand.
Okay,
to
so they
prove that
spent
the
money.
Earth is flat. Yeah, you're not spending 20 grand, buddy.
Okay, can I ask a question now, Alpha? Instead of you yibbering on with shit, how does a gyroscope prove curvature?
Dude, they use it in a zero Gauss
How
chamber.
does... No, I don't give a crap about that. How does the
It removes
gyroscope...
all
Yeah,
outside
why do you...
factors.
Again, I'm not going to have you talking through me. You're obviously going to learn whether it's a slow and hard way or it sinks in immediately. I don't give a shit. How does a gyroscope prove curvature? Please enlighten us.
Okay, because I'm trying to explain it to you. So they put the gyroscope right inside of a controlled environment. They took a board, cut a hole in it. They shined a light through, so there was no external factors acting on the light, nothing. It's just straight beam of light, no problems, no air density, no bullshit, no dirt, nothing. And they measured it out, right, at a set distance. They put one side of it and then another, okay, 17 feet by 17 feet by 17 feet. And then on top of that, they measured it according to water level. So when they shone the light through the first hole, right, it didn't reach the second hole.
Why have I got a
So it
sneaking
proves
suspicion? Alpha, just stop for a second, please.
proves
You're
Yes's point.
conflating two. Alpha, please listen. You are
No, I'm
conflating
not.
two individual stories.
No, I'm not.
Please don't do
This
that.
is it.
I'm
It's
trying to
the
be.
same thing.
Alpha, you are conflating two individual separate stories. I'm going to be ultra rude about it. You fucked up, bro. One of them, beyond the curve. Jared, the other one, Bob. Two different dudes. So how about you separate the two? Obviously, you're not really bright, and you're not really fast either.
Can you address the
Dude,
Navy
I
thing?
just told you how they did it. What's the problem? This isn't
So
my
how does a gyroscope prove
Hey,
curvature?
this isn't my experiment. I didn't spend 20 grand on it.
Alpha, you're the one who posted the video as proof. You've fucked it up. You've got some broken thoughts of some internet want-to-be kid, and you think that's some kind of proof of something. You're making yourself look dumber than you already are. Please stop that.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, you're not doing a good job there. And just sticking with the Japanese, Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. I've posted that in there for you as well. I'm telling you, you're
Dude, I'm
getting a
trying to
whooping
help you.
today.
I'm trying to help
You're
you.
getting a whooping today. I'll tell you.
I don't gain anything from this. I'm not gaining any money, any fans, any fame. I'm trying to help you as a good human being. This is a zero-sum game.
No, you're not. You're helping yourself. You're a freaking
With
liar.
what? With what? With what?
Entertainment. You think it's some form of cheap
Entertain.
entertainment to come in here.
Buddy, if I wanted to be entertained, I'd go to a fucking comedy club downtown.
Then go.
This is not entertainment. This is
Then
me
why are
telling
you posting
how
up
it is.
non-evidence? And
This
then
is
you're
me telling you how it
bastardizing
is.
it, and then you're bastardizing it, thinking that it is.
I just
If your
explained it.
mind actually... No, you didn't explain anything. I wanted you to tell me how a gyroscope proves curvature. And then you started rambling on about this video and things that are in it, which was the question, believe it or not, that was asked prior to that.
Dude, this video has 1.6 million likes.
I
This
don't
has
care
been
if it's
looked
got
at over
10.6
and
trillion.
over and
It
over.
doesn't mean... Listen, just because someone likes cat videos doesn't mean Matrix likes fucking cats. You can have 10 million clicks on it.
The flat earthers in the
It
video
doesn't...
became
Look,
children.
hey, Alpha, just because some other fucking moron likes a video doesn't mean you have to. Okay?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm trying to tell you. You're an idiot, and you're too stupid to understand
No,
that.
because you're
Just
telling
because,
me.
yes, just because 10 million people like a particular video does not make any validity of its truth. It doesn't verify it.
Really? Oh, really?
Okay,
Does it
let's say you post it,
Yeah,
Alpha.
right.
Let's say you post a video tomorrow. You've gone out, you've put the hard work in, and you post a video. All of a sudden, 5 people click like. Only 5. Your video is truthful, your video is accurate, but only 5 people like it. Does that mean your video is bullshit?
No, it didn't reach enough people.
Excellent. So, the number of clicks on a video means nothing.
Yeah, but when you have a predominant...
You've just stated it yourself. The number of
Dude,
clicks
if I
means
tell you
nothing.
fire is hot, and you say, oh no, fire's not hot.
And off he goes to some random Dreamtime bullshit, as he always does. Non sequitur. Alpha, we've established the number of clicks on the video means nothing. Okay? Good boy. That's gonna sink in. So now, tell us all how a gyroscope, a spinny tool, proves curvature.
Fair dinkum.
Am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
I don't know. Are you?
Okay, so basically, Ben, if you had CRT,
Gyroscope,
wait,
proving
I'm
curvature.
gonna get to
You
that.
can do it.
I'm gonna get to that.
Gyroscope, proving curvature. No, that's the
I'm
bit we
gonna
want to
get
hear.
to that. I'm gonna
Well,
get to that.
that's all we want to hear. I'll tell you something. If you choose not to, we're not going to listen to you. It's just going to get silenced. So, gyroscope proving curvature. That's all we want to hear.
What do you want me to explain? What are you saying, bro? I just sent you the fucking video.
Your claim earlier was that gyroscopes prove curvature. I
Yes.
want you to explain how gyroscopes prove curvature.
Okay, so in the video, the reason they used a gyroscope.
No, I'm not interested in the video. I want in your words, in Alpha's words, how does gyroscope prove curve? That's all I want from you.
It doesn't prove curve. What it proves is it's a device.
Excellent. That's all I want you to hear, mate. You can have a lovely day. Zip.
I'm glad you.
You claimed earlier that gyroscopes prove curvature. All I wanted you to say was they don't, because we know they don't. And we know that you're full of crap. So now you can yabber on all you like. Floor's yours.
Dude, it's a device that you can use to make something level. Do you understand? Level.
Good. You're proving the flat Earth.
So if they use a gyroscope and they shine a light through it, they know that the light is level, right? They can prove that the light is level because they're using a gyroscope, and the gyroscope is telling them that the light is level. So when they shine it through a hole and the light doesn't reach the other hole, that tells them, oh shit, the world ain't flat. Because if it was flat, the light would go through both holes, but it didn't.
What are these holes you speak of? Where did you jump from gyroscope to holes?
It's the goddamn
What's the
experiment I
connection?
sent you in the video.
The two things you are connecting and misconfusing are two separate tests. You do understand that. Can you count to 2 for me?
Dude.
Dude, can you count to 2? Yes or no?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Excellent. Do it.
1, 2. What's the problem?
Most excellent. Okay, test number 1 was type ABC. Test number 2, XYZ. See the two difference? They don't sound the same. You are joining 2 individual tests and you're making a dog's breakfast out of it.
I'm not.
You are.
You are. You're too stupid to understand that.
Okay.
They didn't shine. They didn't shine a light through a gyroscope, bro. They didn't do that. That's not what would
Yes,
happen.
they did. Yes,
Yeah,
they
why
did.
would they have to do that?
Yes, they did.
No,
Yes,
just shut him. Just mute him. He's
No, you're not
he's
going to
gonna
silence.
he's
You're not gonna
embarrassing
silence.
himself.
You're not going to silence. We're having a debate here. You're not going to run away and hide.
No, there's no debate, bro. No, you look. I feel sorry for you, man. I don't know, like if you've got some sort of intellectual disability or something, but this isn't fair to you, right?
Oh, really? So show me the flat
Yeah.
Earth model then.
They don't need
Go
a
ahead.
gyroscope, first of all.
Show me the flat Earth model. Go ahead. Show me the map. Show me the
You're
map
just,
of the
you're
Earth.
just
Go
trolling
ahead.
here. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the
I'm
gyroscope is a
trolling
flat
now.
Earth
I'm
instrument.
trolling.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm trolling. Show me the map of the Earth.
It's gonna
Go
spiral
ahead.
now.
Let's see what flat Earth sailor or fucking pilot predicted NASA and the U.S. Navy and all these people wrong.
Well, they're there.
Google
I've
Earth.
just
They
posted
proved
it.
Google Earth wrong. Show us the fucking map.
Oh my
I've
god,
just
yo,
posted a
Alpha.
3-hour video for you. 28
Alpha,
pilots confirm flat Earth. There you go. Go
Alpha,
watch it.
That
do you
has
need a
nothing
map?
to do with an actual map that I can look at.
Alpha, do you need a map to determine that your kitchen table's flat?
My dad was a Navy pilot, F-16.
Let's see the map.
Minutes.
Dude,
Because I
answer
can
the question,
go
bro.
on Google. I can go on Google right now. Show me a map of America. Boom.
Do
There
you
it is.
need a map
Boom.
to
There it is.
determine if your kitchen table is flat?
You need a leveler. Okay. You know what that means?
Okay,
You
yeah,
know
we
what that
use
is?
water. So if water
Water?
measures flat, then what? And Earth
If
is
water
covered
measures flat.
majority by water, then what?
Nothing measures flat, actually. Define
It's
flat.
opposite.
Give me the mathematical equation for flat. Define it. 0?
Oh, it's just a
Y
simple
equals mx plus
Is
b.
that it? Okay, is the water level 0? What water level is 0?
Sea
You
level.
put a leveler on top of a lake.
Sea
and
level
it
is
will
zero.
change.
Sea level. Sea level. That's zero.
No, that just tells you the rate at which the water rises or falls.
That's
Period.
sea level. You
That's
said
false.
zero.
That's
No,
You've got
that is
zero
an
level of sea level.
international measurement that
Thank
everybody
you.
has
Flat
come
Earth
to
measurement.
agree to.
Yes.
It's
Thank
not
you.
flat.
It's flat. Definitely flat and level.
Just like time is
Yeah,
relevant.
one
And we don't
time
measure. We
radian.
don't measure the surface of something with
Time isn't
balls.
exact. Time is relevant, buddy. That's a fact.
Relevant
Time is
or
Yeah,
relative.
double
relative?
it on your location.
Relative?
Oh yikes, dude.
Oh
So
no.
if you look at sea level, right? Who invented sea level? By the way,
Bro.
Bro,
because
is
you
there
talk a lot
anybody else
about
to talk
talk a
to
lot about
apart
sea
from
level.
this guy? Seriously.
No. Go ahead. Who invented
Invented,
sea
y'all.
level?
Alpha, just
No,
be
this
quiet.
isn't fair, bro. You're dealing with somebody who's not quite the full quid. So
Yeah, he's a roo short of the top paddock, that one.
Yeah. Is a sandwich short of a picnic? Yeah.
Oh, a couple of singers short. Anyways, we got a couple others in here. What do we got? We got Fouche or Fouché. Jalaska, you've been chatting. Who else we got? Mansky, Spliff. Arlo, how's it going, man? And up the top, Mrs. Grumpivore Veginator. I was like, holy shit, that's a mouthful.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. And I did say it was going to get exciting, didn't I, Matrix?
You warned me. Alpha's not exciting. He's just broken in the head. Like, seriously. The funny part is, the last time he came in, he used that exact same example. The gyroscopes and the lights that get shone through it. And it's like, seriously, dude, you've got two stories. You've mixed them up and you've made an absolute shitstorm out of it.
Yeah, he's trying to make us look silly. That's what he's trying to do, basically.
What does that mean, shining a light through a gyroscope? What does that mean?
He's got two different shows confused.
It means it's level, dude.
Yeah, he's got two different observation tests mixed up. That's what he's gone and done. That goes to show you that either he's doing that deliberately to make us look silly, or he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, either way, he's
Or
made
both.
himself look silly.
Yeah, it's both.
For number one, not knowing about it, and when it's pointed out the first time, he should have stood back and went, "Oh shit, my bad. I might go and rewatch it."
Yeah.
But he doubled down, which is the best part.
1.2 million views.
Yeah, AlphaGo,
Yeah,
look
who
up what a
cares?
gyroscope's function is for, dude. It's not for level, okay?
Thank you.
They're
Although,
mostly planes, right?
yeah, it's a horizontal. It's calibrated on the flat Earth, so you need a horizontal to calibrate it because it's not calibrated on curved surfaces.
Well, a gyroscope, it just maintains rigidity in space. It doesn't
Right.
find level, per
Yo,
se.
can I ask a question? Gang?
You may.
Go ahead, dude.
Can I ask a question?
You may go ahead.
So, do you believe that in the gravitational law of mass attracts mass?
Okay.
Hell
what you're going to
no.
learn?
What about it?
Yeah.
What about
No,
it?
none of us do.
Well,
No,
like
because
D times mass 1 plus mass 2 over the radius squared. What
say
about it?
mass attract mass, and if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't have a lot of the mass that a sphere would, so it probably wouldn't act in our atmosphere the way it did.
How do you know
That's
that?
a great idea. How did you come up with that conclusion, young fellow?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You just
I've got to be
thought shit up and thought it sounded great?
Well, no, mass is volume taken up in density.
Yeah, this is great. So this is all based off of a theory.
But it's not. That's factual. It's
No, well,
mass
this is all based off a theory. Check in the side chat. I just posted for your convenience at 46 minutes past the hour a whole list of theories of gravity. And your one, mass attracting mass, happens to be on that list. Fancy that.
how many is there? Is there 80 or 60? How many?
Oh, I think it's 82 or something like that.
Yeah, 82 theories on gravity, you see. And the thing is, the scientific community say that gravity is not a force. That's the scientific community, not us. They're telling you gravity is not a force. It's the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric at the moment. Okay? So Newtonian's mass attracting mass has been superseded by Einsteinian. Okay?
Well, it hasn't.
It has.
I'll
What do
search
you
it
mean?
up
But it
Well,
right
has.
now.
it hasn't, Kovac. But how about you go and check it yourself? Go and Google it.
Yeah.
Was mass
Yeah.
attracting mass superseded by Einstein's theory of relativity?
Yeah. Go and check it. That's what I mean. We're giving you the facts. We don't give you beliefs here. We don't do the believing thing.
You can check it yourself, or you can just embarrass yourself. I'm easy either way. I'm good with that.
The beautiful thing is,
I'm
those who
looking
are
at it.
listening in the live streams are thinking, bloody hell, the flat earthers, they're doing it again. They're saying gravity it doesn't exist and it's the bending and warping. Yeah, they go and check it and they say, wow. Exactly.
Hey, Kovac.
Yeah. So
Yo,
Einstein didn't disprove Newton. He updated the theory to cover things that Newton couldn't explain. So he superseded it. But
Oh,
that
so
doesn't
this
mean
is just explanation time. There's no actual scientific validation of these claims. It's just cool stories.
Yeah, I don't really. Einstein viewed gravity as a force, by the way.
That's
No,
a
he
no.
didn't. Yeah.
He did.
No, he didn't.
No,
I
he
mean,
didn't.
no, Isaac Newton did. Sorry.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I'm going to post his citation where
Isaac
he
Newton did,
completely
yeah.
disagreed with it. Sorry, you're wrong there as well.
I
No,
said the wrong
no, he
thing.
did not. So Isaac Newton vehemently disagreed with that mass attracting mass to the point where he said he didn't want his name ascribed or associated with it, for it is an absurd idea. He said, quote unquote. I'm going to post it. You'll read it and you'll
Albert
weep.
Einstein literally agreed with it a century later.
Albert Einstein? No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He
I
didn't.
mean,
No.
he wouldn't update a theory that he didn't believe in, would he?
No.
That's all the
He didn't
superseded.
update it, bro. He shit on it.
No, he didn't. He did not.
Yes, look,
He
hey,
did.
Kovac, do yourself a favour. Go and spend 5 miserable seconds researching and ask the simple question: was it superseded? Yes or no?
That's all you got to do.
You know
Stop doubling down. You're making yourself look like a clown. Please go and do some basic research and come back to us. We're happy to continue the conversation, but I don't want you to look like a special ed. That's what you're doing right now.
But superseded doesn't mean
I
disproven.
don't care what you think. I want you to go and check and see if it was superseded. As in,
It was.
one gets removed, the other one replaces it.
Yeah.
No, it didn't get superseded. He updated
Yes, it did. Go and do
He
some
updated
research.
Yeah, you're just doubling
The
down on stupidity here.
the mass attracts mass bit of Isaac's original theory
That's
was never
there's,
replaced.
there's no mass attracting mass in Einstein's theory.
I mean, no, Isaac Newton's. I mean, fucking sorry. But that part of his theory was never updated. There was other things about his thing that were updated and not really disproven. He just updated little gaps that Isaac Newton couldn't fill in.
No, it's completely different geometry. Sorry, man.
No, he agreed. Albert Einstein, where he made general relativity, he agreed that mass was a thing that was bending space and time, and other little pieces of mass were attracted to it. So it's still mass attracts mass. He just
No,
discovered
it's not. No, that's
mechanism.
not what happens. No, that's not what happens.
That
It's not.
literally.
No, it's not an attraction. It's not an attraction. The
No.
mass isn't doing anything to the other mass. There's no
It's the force
interaction between them.
Yeah, it's just
There's
the
an
force.
interaction between the mass and space time.
You didn't get
That's
it.
all. That's all. That's all there is.
I just happen to hear that.
Supposedly.
Yeah, it's just calculating the force between two masses. Okay, that's
No,
it.
there is no force. There's no force. There's no force. There's no force.
Gravity is not a force. You're not listening again.
If there was a force, it would be scientifically validated via experiment. This has not been done, gentlemen.
It's a story, dude.
The flat earthers are doing it again, correcting
the
those
attraction part.
misconceptions.
Yeah, the attraction part is totally not existent. You know,
The whole
Doesn't
bending of
exist.
space time is a fucking fairy tale, dude. It's a story. You get it? Like you can't prove any of it, man.
Doesn't make sense either. In the broader scheme as well, which it's still a theory, but so it makes sense, I guess.
And welcome Blue Screen. Lolo. Blue Screen, you should say something before you shut down. And we've still got the Grumpivore Veginator up the top.
Yeah.
Feel free to tell us all about it.
Yeah.
So I'm doing construction, guys. That's the only thing. So I got to stay muted. But I thought I might just listen in.
Bang, bang, bang.
Pretty much, yeah.
You guys see they took another shot at Trump?
Yeah. Interesting.
Stay on topic. The Earth is flat.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not interested in hoax assassination attempts.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Yeah,
We already
Mansky,
know.
why don't you tell us all about why the Earth's flat? Go ahead, dude. Oh, nothing? Got nothing, no.
It's flat because I go outside and I see flat.
Yeah, did you verify what you observed?
Good enough for me.
No, I just see flat. I didn't verify anything.
Okay. Awesome.
Did you see the actual what do they call that? The telemetry from Artemis 2. They're like, yeah, it was moving in Earth's orbit, entering at 25,000 miles per hour, 7 miles every second. The crew, surviving all the way to landing in the ocean. 7 miles every second.
They had inertial dampeners, dude.
Right? They didn't turn into space dust. I don't know, man. I don't know how. I mean, 7 miles every second. Holy crap.
Yeah. That's fast, isn't it?
That is fast. Well, hold on. 7 miles every second. The speed of light is
Isn't it 7 miles a minute?
7 miles a minute? Is
Oh,
it
that's
really?
slow.
No.
I
It's
don't think it's 7
700
miles a
million
second.
miles. It's 700 million miles per hour divided by 3600.
Wait, what are we talking about?
The
speed they were.
It wouldn't be 700 million miles per hour.
the
You're
speed of
talking about
light.
Artemis.
No, the speed of light.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That would be crazy. That's 7. That's weird. It's sevens. I don't know how many miles per second that is. 360 minutes.
Car's not unlocked. Here you go. Your profile picture looks like a dick.
Oh, per minute it's 4 million. 4 million miles per minute.
Why your profile picture looks like it?
5 million.
Yeah. So I think that the moon is literally a reflection of the sun. Okay. So like imagine you see the sun without any brightness, right? Just like imagine that. Like there's no brightness. It's just like a rock, right?
Like an eclipse?
No. That's something covering it or something blocking the light. No, I'm saying something completely like you can see the surface. Like there's a light covering the surface, right? But it's not coming from that. It's like you can see it. You can like imagine shining a flashlight on like the sun that was like not with brightness. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's no light coming from it, no photons, nothing. It's just a rock, right? And you're just shining a flashlight at it. That, my friend, is the moon. So basically, the moon is really the sun. Do you understand? Are you guys like following? And I can even go. I can expand on this. I can
What's your
explain
evidence?
it.
Yeah,
But
can you get
like,
your evidence for that?
I mean, the moon and the sun. If you look at them, you can use mathematics. It's very simple to basically create an illusory image from the sun on the opposite side that it's at, even close to where its location is, just from atmospheric. Hold on,
Bro,
someone's handing me. Hold on. Someone's handing me some. What is this, bro? It's a Gatorade. It's a Gatorade, bro. I don't drink Red 40, bro. That causes anxiety.
Dude, this clown is making fun of us flat earthers.
I'm actually not. This is my theory, and I'm gonna share it with you guys. I'm not making fun of you. Are you
Don't
guys
feel
Christian?
bad, Harry Beanstalk. Mansky is not a flat earther. He's not even related to one. So yeah, as you were.
Okay, well, I'm gonna still share this because like none of you have went on a rocket and seen space. Nobody.
And you haven't either. So yeah.
Wait, you went on a rocket?
No, you have not either. So any claims of rockets are just out the window.
Yeah, that's my point.
In the Parliament of England.
Ignore him. All right, just listen to me, bro. Just listen. Seriously, ignore him. No, I'm serious. That was just outrageous. But listen to me. Just listen. Okay, seriously. The moon that we see is really, in my theory, and I've speculated and researched a lot on this. Okay, I have telescopes and everything. Atmospheric particles, particulate matter in our atmosphere. Okay, to put it even more simply, aluminum, barium, tiny fragments of metal, just tiny fragments of other particles are creating an illusory image in the sky. And this is not bullshit. Like, guys, I'm serious. You can look into this. The moon, any like position that it's in, is usually like every single time it's usually linear to where the sun is. Okay? And if you look at how illusions work, that is 100% possible. So I just suggest looking into it. You don't have to believe it. But yeah.
I did.
And if
I
you
don't
want to
believe
ask
it.
what the or the lunar eclipse or the whatever you were saying, solar eclipse or whatever, that, my friend, is
Well, how do you explain eclipses?
hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. That, my
Okay.
friend, is the black hole sun. Do you know what the black hole sun is?
An eclipse?
Holy.
Hold on. Do you know what the black hole sun is? Does
Is it
anybody know what that is?
Speculation Sunday or is it
Like
Yeet and
song,
Song?
dude.
No, not like black hole
Black hole
sun.
sun,
Won't you
won't
come?
you come?
Won't you come? Won't you come? No, bro. Like I'm talking about like wash away. No, bro. Seriously, the real black hole sun. Like, do you know what that is?
Doesn't make sense.
I'm gonna pull up something, okay? You guys are gonna be like, wow.
It's not
You're
even
like,
the same light frequencies from the moon.
Bro, you said you determined this
hold
with
on, guys. I just
mathematics.
said particulate matter. This all affects how it looks. Okay, perception is affected by a lot here. The phrase "black hole sun," Revelation
Watching
6:12.
the moon go in front of the sun in totality.
What? No.
Watching the moon go in
This
front
is
of the
okay. So nobody here has actually been on a rocket, right? Nobody. Like you guys have never went to space,
rocket.
right? Nobody's actually seen. You've only been taught. You've only been told. You've only seen on media. You've only seen in photos. You've
Never
only seen
believed.
in textbooks. No. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying we have only been told what we're told. We have only been taught and understand what we're told and taught. Let's think about
I was never
Antarctica.
taught. I was homeschooled.
Okay, let's ignore all that. Okay, then. All right, let's just bring up Antarctica. Let's bring up law, like actual fucking law that, matters in your real life. Can you go to Antarctica? Yes, you actually can. Did you know there's spots you cannot go to? And no, it's not for your safety, which they claim, but try to go further and further. I'm talking thousands and thousands of miles past that spot. Just
You
try.
get chaperoned. That's it.
Wait, bro, what does this have to do with your original claim of the moon being a reflection of the sun?
Because
hey, bro, do you spend a lot of serious question? Do you spend a lot of time on TikTok?
I'm not a schizo. Just listen.
No, I never asked if you're a schizo. I asked if you spend a lot of time on TikTok.
I didn't hear that part, but no, I've never once.
Are you from?
I've actually no. Let me.
That New Zealand accent.
Because in all seriousness, you sound very much like a lot of the TikTok flat earthers. You're all over the place and you're just spewing shit out that you can't validate.
Do you know who Bill Turner is? Since you're from New Zealand or England.
I'm not from New Zealand or England, and I don't give a fuck who Bill Turner is.
Okay, so he doesn't know.
He's from Sydney, Australia. Bro.
Sydney, Australia.
I'm not from Sydney either.
Okay,
well, you're from Australia.
Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia? No, I'm not from Melbourne.
Did you take the shot?
You're from the Outbacker.
Did you take the shot, bro?
Don't ask it.
No, seriously, back on the flat Earth shit. And I'm not trying to be mean, guys. I'm just going back on the flat Earth shit. The flat Earth shit's important because if we are all deceived on what reality really is, we're in a controlled bubble, brother. And if you're not allowed to go unless you're a part of the government, which is a contractual agreement, my friend, with potentially connections to the Masonic the Freemason Temple, and not only the Freemason Temple, we have other sects of religions and ideologies that you don't want to be a part of.
Their judges wear like these like wig things. It's like weird.
Yeah, dude, their judges wear wig things, bro. If you wear a wig thing, you're weird. So just listen to me, brother.
No wigs
okay?
worn here.
Yeah, no wigs worn here. We have real hair here. So flat Earth shit, like on the real shit.
The boys in here are known for snatching a wig or two, so you might want to be careful.
On a real note, though, have you guys ever been on a rocket, though? Like, seriously? Have you been to Antarctica past the DMZ zones? Have you went thousands of miles? Nobody would ever trek like that. No one would ever do that, right?
DMZ.
Do you know why no one would do that? Because it would be a leap of faith, my friend. And a leap of faith is Christian talk. And who's a Christian here?
Can you just go back to your whole fucking moon thing, bro?
But the Bible
God
says
bless.
the Earth is flat, so.
Hey, the firmament. No, it doesn't.
Bro,
it says something about the firmament.
You're a glober. You're a glober, okay?
Do you know what a firmament is? Actually, like scientifically.
But the firmament
everything.
is real, though.
It's not an atmosphere. It's not the radiation belts. Do you know what the firmament actually is?
I've had enough of this one.
Do you know why they shot a billionaire up to the sky? How many miles? It was like 40,000 miles. I forget. It was like 100,000 feet. I don't even know. It was that billionaire dude. You know who I'm talking about? That weird fucking actor guy who like no one likes and like he was weird. He went up there, bro, and he's like, he said this, bro. He was like, it was on video, bro. He was like, it's just so sad. All these people have to die. You know why they shoot all these rockets up there is because they can't get through the firmament. It's literally an experiment to shoot through the firmament. It's impossible. So they're trying as much.
Yeah.
I mean, what's more powerful?
What do you think happened to the
nuclear
moon?
missile? No, guys, seriously, think about this. What's more powerful?
Okay,
than
dude, wait, chill, dude. Hold on, bro. You're like scattergun all over the place.
Yeah,
bro.
he is so TikTok brain up my eyes gone.
Holy.
That is all
You didn't
over
back
the
up?
place. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we don't go to TikTok.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome, Frank. How are you today?
That's a time bomb.
Yo, thank you, Matrix.
Did I interrupt something?
No, you're just in time.
Fair dinkum.
Fair dinkum. That was
Fair
some
dinkum.
broken ass shit right there. Harry Beanstalk, I suggest you just go and meditate or something. Just relax, bro. Yeah, that was a lot in a very short amount of time.
What's the topic for today?
Well, Harry Beanstalk's topics was about 90 of them, none of which were backed up. But anyways, go on again. That was crazy. Oh, yeah. Your typical 10-second jump to the next subject. It's like, dude, that was the next level.
Are you a TikToker?
Sorry?
TikTokers.
TikTokers,
Whatever
no.
they're called, yeah. 5-second video people.
Yeah, it's programming the minds. That's all this is. Uploading, whatever, I don't know.
Constant distractions.
I've noticed a lot of people in this channel are from Australia.
Yeah, it's daytime over here. That's why there's a lot of us here.
No, every single time I've joined, it's always just like a bunch of Australians just in this channel.
Yeah.
All right, we're
the
bored. We've
owners
got nothing better to
Australia.
do.
Sorry?
You know why that is, right? So it turns out that Australia's not fake at all, right? Australia is the only place. All the other ones are fake.
It all started with Australia.
Down
under on the bottom. That's how this all began.
Aren't we just a bunch of people that live in America? And then we just say we live in Australia?
We're owned by America. Slightly different.
No,
G7. G7,
I'm
baby.
saying, no, I'm just saying we just live in America, and then we just
I love
think we're
Australia.
Australia, and in Australia, like the actual country doesn't exist.
They're batshite crazy. I like them. And that, a lot of them are pretty good thinkers. So, the Germans, the Australians, Canadians are okay, I guess, somewhat.
As he gets closer to home, yeah, they're getting less and less all right.
Ooh. I'm not going to even say America, but
There's good and bad in everything. There's a lot of people that live in America, so therefore there's going to be a lot of dumb people. There's not that many people live in Australia, so there's only a little bit of dumb people.
What do they think? What do you guys think of Americans?
They're just the more advanced Western people.
the long lost brothers.
No, like to Australia. Australia is a simp to America. That's what it is. That's what it is. Like whatever America gets, Australia gets a piece of it as well. And America decides, yeah, should we allow them or should we not?
But like the critical thinkers of America, like Australian people.
I can say this: if there's like an American critical thinker, the Australian critical thinker would be better.
Probably.
If there's like an American chippy or carpenter, I should say, the Australian carpenter would be better.
But you guys have more. You guys have more like experience because you guys do more shit. Around here, people just sit around and do jack shit.
Yeah, because there's too many people living there. Yeah, too many people live in America, so therefore, like, there's too many people doing everything, and therefore, a lot of people can't do anything. Whereas in Australia, we need more workers and stuff, so everyone's trying to work. Like, if you come to Australia, everyone is working. Everyone goes to work hard,
I'm about to come down there. How hot
Australians
is it?
are stupid though. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot here.
Oh,
it doesn't snow here.
How hot are we talking about? I was thinking about moving last year there.
Depends where you want to live.
Arizona. It's like Arizona hot.
Holy crap!
Yeah,
that's frying hot.
I've been there. I can confirm that. 100%.
Yeah, I've been to Arizona as well. Apparently it's the
What's
hottest
it like
place
there? Are the people nice? Are the people nice?
You get a mixture of everything. You get a mixture of everything, man.
The people here are not nice at all. They will shoot you in a half of a second. Not even.
There's nice Americans.
Yeah, isn't Nevada the hottest area in the United States? No,
Death Valley.
Yeah. It's one of them. One of them.
Death Valley in Australia. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
In US.
Oh, US. Okay. All right.
Arizona. What's it called? Yuma. You know Yuma?
Yeah.
That's the hottest place in America.
Oh,
I've been there.
Yeah, by the. Yeah.
That's just the hottest place. Yeah.
Man, I love the hot weather, man, but I had a heat stroke, so I got to be careful. But
yeah,
get used to it.
Now, what's Australia's? Death Valley. It's hang on a minute. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, blimey, Australia. Oh, it's I call it the outback. But where is it exactly?
There's a lot of them. So probably the hottest place would be Uluru.
Uluru. Okay.
Just south of there.
Alice Springs. Yeah.
That
Alice
does not
Springs.
sound
just south of there, down towards Adelaide.
Right.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Expectations.
What's up, Jacob?
I've always thought Australia was fascinating. You know,
Yeah, I want to go there and die. Like, if I ever want to die, bro, I'll just go to Australia.
do you live in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Then you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Take
I'm
it back
You'll be
to
joking,
dead
bro.
tomorrow if you wanted.
Conversation. You want to take it back to flat Earth or?
Yeah, can we take it back
Yeah.
to the flat Earth? Yes. Any globers in the house? Can you prove your globe? Do you have measurements of the curvature or the rotation? And if you can prove the Earth is rotating, I can give you $20,000.
Oh, 20 bands. Damn, bro.
Yeah, man.
What does that mean? 20 bands.
Like 20K. $20,000. Like a band is like a K.
Gen Z, don't worry about it.
Do you guys reckon?
Yeah.
Do you guys reckon? The one who's deceiving the world is also the one that's deceiving the world about the Earth shape.
Who's the one deceiving the world?
Satan.
Caesar?
Satan. Oh. Do you think it all just leads to him? Even this flat Earth stuff?
Come on, man. No.
I do.
Obviously.
I do.
My opinion is just kind of a waste of time because, like, I don't know what the point of arguing about why the Earth is flat around is. That's just my opinion.
There's many reasons.
I think it matters. I think everything matters. Every single, if it's a lie, it matters because why would it be a lie in the first place? That means there has to be something hidden. There's a reason for everything.
Right. Exactly. And of course, you yourself would like to know what you're living on. If it's a ball, okay. If it's flat and stationary, okay. But it's good to know what you're living on, isn't it? Amount of people that died and didn't know. Wow. It's a lot of people have died. Yeah.
One lie, it leads to other lies. Like it just, if you can lie about one thing, that's going to create another lie outside of it. And then that lie outside of it will create another lie. Like
that's exactly what the flat.
Eventually, everything is going to be a lie, and you won't even realize it. Like they can just completely possess you.
Right. Trying to keep it on flat Earth, but they've lied about everything on the
You'll
flat
be
Earth.
so
that we
used to
live
the
on.
lies that when someone does speak truth, you'll be ashamed to even be near them because you won't understand. That's the level they want to push.
It's got to start with your environment. So
It's a combination of everything.
It
Environment, education.
It starts with disobedience. You know, that's actually where it starts. Once someone disobeys, that's it. Now this guy can be a liar. And then from that lie, he can say anything. And he just has to see how many people can follow him. And the amount of people that are going to follow him, he's just created an entire nation now of people that follow him and lie. So then the people that are born to those who lie, when they grow up, they're going to think it's not a lie. They're just going to think that this is what normal is. And then the people that are not born to them are considered the aliens, the ones that are not normal or the ones who are crazy. And I'm pretty sure you guys can see where it goes on from there.
Yeah, just snowballs, doesn't it? Yeah, out of control.
The whole world now is like a long time ago. Like you guys all agree that it was just like probably 100 or 200 years ago. Everyone knew the Earth was not a sphere. Like this sphere is a new concept.
That's correct. Everybody knew the Earth was flat, and that's what they lived on. Yes, and the idea that the Earth is a ball is only 483 years old if we take it from Copernicus.
Correct.
We never wanted it released. Yeah.
Imagine at the time when the guy tried to tell the world that the Earth is a ball, right? No one believes it. But then when they start classifying it as the truth, you know, no one still believes it. But when the kids are born and then they go to school and then they learn about it, they start questioning. Like, why is our parents saying this? But I've learned in school that it's this. And then when they grow up and then have kids, they're going to teach their kids whatever they learned in school. And then eventually, let's fast forward like 50 or 60 years, the whole world now sees that as the truth and not the other one. that this can go on with anything, like literally anything. Like, for example, we all grew up thinking, gay marriage is bullshit, right?
Yeah,
like,
we have to be
yeah,
careful because we're on a flat Earth here. Can we stop that now? Stick it to flat Earth, please. Sorry.
fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I
Yeah.
wouldn't even go there. Yeah. I'll just
Yeah.
end my comment. I'll just end my speech.
Yeah. Flat Earth.
Sorry, I
Flat Earth
love that.
moon landings. That'll do nicely. I mean, it is speculative Sunday. Is it? Is it speculation Sunday today? Am I wrong?
It is Sunday today.
Right. Speculations. You can do some theories and that's okay. Related to flat Earth, though. Or the heliocentric model.
It is unbelievable. I'll tell you that. Sometimes it doesn't hit you, and then when it hits you, you're like, am I the only one in the world? But you know that you're not, but you feel like you could be. And then you don't.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just, because I think that people talk about what the Earth is, and they believe that it's flat, but they don't necessarily live in it because it's not the state of the world.
I don't get that statement. What do you mean they believe it's flat, but they don't believe? Who are you referring to?
Well, I'm just saying, like, sometimes for me, it's like, it doesn't really set in, like,
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah. So
the world.
you're still not fully accepting that you're on a flat Earth, then it would seem. I think that's going on there. But I say to my children, look at all those people when we're out and about shopping. And I go, look at them all. They think they're on a ball spinning through the universe. Look at them. Look at them. Look at their actions, and we end up laughing. That's all, because it is funny, isn't it? That they don't know, but yet, and we know. We know that it's definitely not a ball spinning through the universe. We know it's flat, and we look at people around us and we just laugh because they think it's a ball. You see, okay?
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know if I'm the only one where it's like, maybe the Twilight Zone, but it's like I know, that the Earth is flat, but it's like living is like a different thing. It's like I don't even know how to explain it, to be honest, but
Well, I mean, I can explain it. I'm living on a flat Earth, and people around me don't realize that. That's the thing. So it's like, yeah, it's sometimes I find it funny, and sometimes I think it's sad.
yeah. Because
Combination.
you'll be sitting there, and you'll be like, okay, this whole thing is not what everyone says that it is.
It's messed
at
up.
all. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and you can't believe. See, that's the thing. I have a hard time where I'm like, I can't believe it. Like, this is not like a Matrix, but I feel like it's like I can't believe it. I don't know.
Yeah. You think, is this real?
Yeah, is this real?
Matrix?
Is it real?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what that blows my top off. Like,
oh yeah.
And it's like I try to tell people, and you can't do that. And then I'm like, well, then, what? There's nothing else to do except just to know it. And then, because everybody will you become you become the village crazy man. And then, I'm like, but I feel like you're crazy though. So, but
but that's been some of my best engagements with people when I've engaged, when I've, suddenly, the people around me are talking in all different directions. This is out here in Japan. And I say, okay, everybody, look. Let me just say something and let me see what your reaction is going to be. Now, I've learned, I'm talking Japanese to these people, but I'll say it in English here. I've learned something, okay, and I want to bring it to your attention, okay? Let's see how you react, okay? Remember, I'm just trying to see what you think. Boom, then I hit him with it. What is the shape of the earth and how do you know? And then it starts.
I feel like,
and then because I've got some of their stuff on the Discord on my smartphone, I can show them the memes and everything. So to bring what I'm telling them to life. And then I said, when did you ever see the curvature of the earth ever like that? Have you ever seen that in your life? Isn't this not what you see? You know the meme where it says what you see, what you believe. That's such a great meme. I use that one all the time. You see? Did you ever see that? No. Right. And there's some of their eyes just pop out of their heads. You're right. Some of these Japanese people say. And then then we go on for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I've had some of those really good times like that here in Japan. Yeah. So it's always good to engage. Timing's got to be right. That's all.
Yeah. It's so like talking about it now, I can just feel how flat the earth is. I'm just sitting down and it's like just an expanse, like flat and solid as a MFer. Like it's so solid.
Yeah.
Nothing can crush it. Nothing can
This guy's a troll. This guy's trolling.
I can tell. That's why I'm doing my side of it. I'm rebutting, if you will, or bolstering up the other side. So balancing the scales, basically.
Wait, I'm not.
I was out with my son last Sunday, not this Sunday, but last Sunday. We were off-roading, and the expanse we were on was just flat, right? Green, lots of green, and I said to my son, doesn't that look good? Look at it. Yeah, right. And people don't realise that they're doing their action on it, but they don't realise it's actually a flat Earth. And then we start laughing again.
I want to know how Almate. He's been muted. I want to know how Almate knows that it's flat.
Wait, why was he muted? Like,
wait, why did I get muted?
Someone probably accidentally got you. How did you come to the conclusion that it's flat?
Wait, Blue Screen said I was trolling.
I don't care what Blue Screen said. Blue Screen can just behave. Don't do it, Blue Screen. Jalaska, how do you know the Earth's flat?
How do I know?
That's the question.
I've known since I was a kid, because I never went into public schools. I was homeschooled.
Okay, so that's great. So you didn't go to public school. So how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Just by reasoning.
Reasoning. So who did you reason with?
Just no one, just myself.
So you've reasoned with yourself.
And then when everyone.
So how do you know it's flat? By reasoning with nobody, you've come to the conclusion that it's flat.
What it appeared to me as a kid was that things are just flat. Water is flat. The ocean is flat. Deserts are flat. Wherever I went.
Flat.
Yeah.
So there's sand dunes and shit everywhere, and you're saying it's flat.
In 2016, when people started talking about it, I immediately was like, okay, that's what I thought. And it kind of like I really started getting interested into
That
it.
chuckle you just gave us was exceptionally fake.
What do you mean?
No, I thought that I was the people that come through here.
No, I figured that no one believed what I believed, and
we're not interested in your beliefs. People believe in Santa Claus, but that's great.
Well, you're asking me.
We want to know you.
You want to play back and forth, maybe it's now your turn to ask us, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
That's a great question. Yeah, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
3 hours later.
I mean, I've seen different flat Earth explanations out there, but
why?
But you guys might have your own particular flavor.
What do you think the number one is?
I think the number one reason people think the Earth is flat is because of their direct experience that they don't feel the Earth moving. They don't.
It's a whole issue.
And it looks flat.
Huh?
And it looks flat.
Shape
and
movement are two totally different things.
It's just the notion of level, and they're saying, well, if a plane is flying level, then it would have to account for it would have to keep tilting down, or
you're talking about phenomenological things. We just stick to the Earth.
Well, he wants to talk about flying planes. I could take him down that road. Something tells me Dylan doesn't know anything about the ILS project research that I've done there. Are you
Oh,
guys? Do
probably
you guys
not.
have the patience for that? For me to explain that to him?
Well, I do, but just one
The
second.
general question
I
about
would
why
say,
you
Dylan,
guys
the
think
number one reason people think the Earth is flat is because what the globe says, how big they say it is, the Earth looks flatter than that. Okay? The reason people originally thought the Earth was flat is because it looks flat, right? That's why they thought it in the past. Very simple
Yeah.
reason. Is that's what we see. That's the number one reason. The
we're very
principle would
small though.
be I can believe
We're,
my own eyes.
we're very small compared to the radius of the Earth, so that most
Yeah.
people, like if you're using a map
You
to
realize that that's a rationalization. You're
it's
trying to
just
rationalize why your experience is invalid.
Yeah, Dylan, let me help you
no,
out. So you
I think
conceded, Dylan, let me help you.
I'm
Dylan, I'm going to help you out.
agreeing with you that people's like local direct experience
Dylan.
needs to include
We
the
agree.
curvature.
We agree. And you just agreed that to everyone the earth looks flat. That's true. Now, but that's not the only thing. Is we can go beyond that and actually test it beyond just our eyesight. Okay. So the idea that you're super small and the earth is big, well, the earth has been quantified in the size that they claim it is at 3,959 miles. I'm 6'3". So I know how tall I am and I know how big they say the earth is. And rest assured, friend, there are tools sufficient to the task to be able to measure a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared approximately. For example, you could take a laser and shoot it over 25 miles. And remember, previously you said there's supposed to be 400 feet of curve? It's actually more like 300. But you can shoot a laser across that span, 25 miles of water, and you can hit a target 6 foot high from a 6 foot sender right across that water, demonstrating that the water is not curved in between the laser and the target, demonstrating that the water is flat. And if the earth is covered in 70% water, the earth is flat. What say you?
I saw a similar experiment that proved the opposite. They sent the laser towards a kind of a projector screen on a boat, and they moved it farther and farther away from the shore.
No, listen, friend, let me help you out. That was a TV show. And if you actually watch the TV show with scrutiny, you'll see that they jump cut all over the place. And when they did the helicopter test, they used the same footage with the same birds twice to try to represent the helicopter going up and down. So they clearly edited the footage to favor their results. It's completely biased. There's no data, there's no metrics, there's no nothing. It is a TV show, friend. So no, you didn't see anybody do any tests with a laser, my friend.
Agreed. That show is a painful contrivance. But Dylan, I'd like to take it away from quote our experience and what we see with our eyes and that kind of thing. And because we I'm sure agree on the concept of human fallibility and subjective. I mean, on and on and on about how why the human organism is not an adequate measuring instrument. You agreed on that?
Humans are fallible.
They're not an adequate measuring instrument. Yes.
That humans are not an adequate measuring instrument?
That's right. You can't look at something and tell me how far away it is precisely if it's 2 miles away or 3 miles away or 2.25 miles away or 2 1/8 or 2 and 52 feet. You can't do that. You're just a human, right?
We typically use devices to help us, to make measurements.
I think a yes would suffice. Okay, so let's go down that path just for a sec. Dylan, are you at a PC or a Mac or a laptop or anything like that machine?
Right
Or on
now?
your phone? Yeah, or are you on your
I'm on
phone?
my phone. I'm on my phone.
Fuck. What a drag. Okay, well, you got a pad and paper there for stuff you can check out later?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can take a few things down while we're talking.
Yeah,
Listen,
Let's start
if you miss
with,
anything, you can also replay the recording. We were recording.
Yeah,
right
there
now,
you
friend.
go.
Don't worry
Great.
about
So that's a good reference. You know where to find this, I'm sure. Look, I now keep a Rumble channel. I used to do all my shit on BitChute, But that just turned into a bad thing. So I re-uploaded a great deal, like 50 of my videos onto Rumble, and the channel is called Flat Earth Man of Stone. You can just type in FEMAN and it'll come up to the top of the prompts. So you can hit it, boom, there you are. I'm just breaking finally 100 followers there, so you know I'm the guy we're talking about, just to be sure. So
You're the Flat Earth Man of Stone.
yeah, sure. That's where you'll find me there. So when you do, you'll see there's about 3 pages of videos there, and they're of course chronologically uploaded, with the first ones on page 3, the most recent stuff at the top of the list, right? Okay, so what you're looking for, and you'll find the first couple right in the first few results right at the top of my list because of most recent. I refer to it as the ILS experiment. Okay, now there is some earlier work that you need to see before you watch the most recent stuff, and you're gonna have to go back a page or two. It starts with one about Eric Dubé, Torn Apart.
I've seen
And
some of his stuff.
yeah,
Been a
Eric
while.
Dubé. This is the title I'm giving you to look for later. Write it down. Eric Dubé, Torn Apart and Reformulated.
Torn apart and reformulated.
Yeah, that's the first one you need to watch. And then we move into another one. That one was about 4 years ago. And about 2 years ago, I did one called Earth is Not Convex. And there's something about pilots in the first part of that title. Okay. And then you can go ahead and watch the recent stuff that's on page 1 near the top about the ILS experiment. I present it here and there. There's a short little thing, and there's a long big thing, and there's a lot of soap in between that you don't need to know about. Anyways, let's talk about what it is now that I've given you the research materials. How much do you know about the cockpit of an airplane and the hardware?
Some.
How much?
Not that much.
Okay, great. So,
Surprisingly.
no problem. Anyways, when you're on approach to land and you want the airport to help your machine do that via autopilot, quote, on a descent, you are looking for what is called the glide slope. It is typically a 3-degree downward angle from the craft to the runway. That is shot at the plane from a pair of emitters that are right actually on the runway, just off to the side, at point of touchdown, pretty much. And they fire that 3-degree signal as a pair of EMF emissions that hit the plane, and they're on 2 different frequencies. The plane takes them both in, analyzes them for signal strength, and decides which one is stronger. When they are equal strength, that's how the plane knows that it's right on that glide path. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we're starting to build a triangle here in profile. From the point of the runway and that slant angle, call that the hypotenuse, and the vertical line that goes down from the craft to the ground, but not quite, if we're talking globe Earth, right? Because there's drop. A virtual triangle that we're driving here would be from the runway at touchdown point, horizontally straight out until it meets that vertical line, and then straight up to the craft. We made a triangle, right?
Following you.
You okay there?
I said I'm following you.
Okay, good. All right. So you would know that the triangle would look different in profile based on the shape of the Earth, based on the bottom line of that triangle. That if it's flat, then the line just goes straight up from the runway and then straight up to the craft. And you get an altitude reading in the craft based on that altitude. However, if it's a globe, you shoot that same horizontal line straight up from the runway, and there's what? At 10 nautical miles away, there's 100 feet or 2 or 3 there, right? Because of additional downward curvature, allegedly, of the Earth. That your altitude figure would be higher, wouldn't it? at the same distance, the same slant angle, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
That your triangle, it would produce a longer vertical line underneath the craft, wouldn't it?
It's the same sort of experiment that we were talking about before from the TV show, except it's at an angle instead of horizontal.
It is nothing like any other experiment you have spoken of this evening.
Well, when we
Because
were talking about a horizontal laser pointed over a body of water,
no,
it's the
we're not talking
same.
about.
Same
No, it's not
still talking
really.
about the tracking height.
It's not really, because there's nobody holding the instrument, like pointing the laser or doing anything near the ground horizontally. No measurement is being taken there.
I'm
It's a
surprised you don't see the
three.
symbol.
Well, if you follow me, I'm going to point out how it is geometrically entirely different by hundreds of feet. And this is the crux of the issue, and why the experiment I'm proposing here is so much more compelling and irrefutable. Because all of the arguments about lapse rate, humidity, temperature change, off the ground, bullshit, obstructions, all that become irrelevant, because the thing that's doing the measuring is up in the sky, hundreds of feet up.
Right. If you're trying to triangulate the altitude based on the laser angle and the distance to the laser, as opposed to directly measuring it from the ground, if you like were to point some sort of
I
a
don't think you're
device
quite
towards the
following.
ground.
Okay, in the
You're saying the
cockpit.
distance that you calculate from the laser that's pointed at the 3-degree angle, that
No.
you calculate an altitude from that with trigonometry.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
What maybe
I
I'm
use
misunderstanding.
the barometric altimeter in the craft to tell me my altitude. No laser. The EMF that's coming off the runway is a pair of radio emitters, and it is merely a signal strength comparison going on at the craft to decide when the craft immediately hits that 3-degree slope, that position
Yeah.
in the sky. Okay,
This
so
runway
we've got brutal accuracy on the angle and the distance from the runway, because they use DME as well. And I recommend that you take a look into that. I explain a few things here and there in my presentations you'll pick up on, I'm sure, by the end, and understand the art of the DME and how it is not, its error margin is not distance dependent. And you'll understand that later as you study more. Anyways, what I'm trying to tell you, Dylan, is that I have data from 10 nautical miles out from commercial pilots. You asked me, or us, why do we believe the Earth is flat? I don't. I know that it is. I have empirical measurement where the measurements are not being taken by humans. The measurements are in a situation which is a life critical scenario where things necessarily have to be brutally precise in
Can I ask
order
you a
to
question? A
preserve
couple questions
life.
to make sure I understand what we're talking
Yeah.
about here. There's two different measurements of the altitude, right? One that you're getting from the laser that's at the angle, and one that you're getting from your barometric altitude.
No, the first case
Right?
is not actually an altitude measurement. It is merely, are you on that path? Not your
So you have one
discipline, right?
measurement of altitude from just the barometric. I'm not sure I
Well, I
understand
guess we
the
have three. No, you're right, Dylan. We actually have three measurements going on, and there's a separate piece of hardware, the DME, which is separate to the ILS approach gear, right? The ILS pair emitter on the runway, they are on the tower and they're shooting up towards the craft at 3 degrees. Yeah, all that cool stuff. But the DME is more of an omnidirectional thing. Okay, also right on the runway, pretty much. But it is a separate piece of hardware on its own frequency, and that is just a straight up distance calculation. So yes, the slant angle distance is that piece of hardware. Yes, and the ILS approach gear is telling you when you're right on the 3 degrees. Though that is all light based. You know what I mean? EMF based, brutally precise stuff. There's a lot of regulation about how precise it has to be because of the life critical situation we're talking about, millions of dollars and all these lives at stake, right? The craft are very expensive. They don't want to lose them due to overshoot, et cetera, right? And the altimeter on board is the third measurement. air pressure measurement done using calibration via power. They say, all right, today this is the exact precise air pressure at the surface, and there's a standard formula when you're a few hundred feet up. And again, the error margin is very small. So what we're doing here is we're using gear that's already calibrated by people who are not the pilot. You know what I mean? All he's doing is grabbing his phone and he's taking a recording of what's happening in the primary flight display where all this information is. That's all we're doing there. And the elegance of it is what really drew me to it. That it's brutally precise. It's empirical evidence that the Earth is flat, and I'm looking to replicate it at 20 nautical miles these days. So if you know any pilots, send them my way. That's my answer to you, Dylan, about how do I believe that the Earth is flat. I don't. I know that it is because I have collected empirical evidence to the fact.
So your evidence is that these measurements are the same? That there's no difference in the measurements or something? I'm not getting
Okay,
to the
that's a really clumsy question.
why does these measurements prove the Earth is flat?
Like I told you, when you look at that triangle, the vertical figure, the altitude reading you're going to get is going to be one or the other, based on whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth has been dropping 8 inches per mile squared away from the runway on approach. But there is a large difference in altitude between those two figures. You're going to get one or the other in the cockpit, and I have the video evidence about which one it is.
Yeah, so in other words, Dylan, the plane exists at a point in free space relative to the airport. If the Earth was flat, it would be at a certain altitude relative to the ground. If the Earth was a globe, it would be at a different altitude relative to the ground. The
Succinctly
altitude that
put.
it's actually at is congruent with the flat Earth and disproves the globe Earth.
Succinctly put. So that's
just
why
in
I recommended.
contrast, hold on real quick. Let me say this one last point here. I'll yield it back to you guys. Just in contrast, so, and this is not a dig against you, Dylan. In previous, there was this illusion that bridge accounting somehow proves the Earth is a globe. No evidence was presented. But here we have Mr. Stone presenting his claim, which he seems to be able to back up. And there seems to always be this stark contrast between globe claims and flat Earth claims. All right, go ahead.
This is why I gave you all the preamble about my channel, Dylan. I want you to actually go and watch these videos. It should take about an hour or two of your time. And the pause key is your friend when it comes to my production style. Some of it goes by pretty fast, and I recommend you take in as much detail as you can. That's the best thing about digital format.
Yeah, that's not an issue.
Put away your bias and see what happens.
I'm sorry?
I said, take your bias. I said, take your bias and put it off to the side and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And
You know,
Dylan, one sec. And if you like what you see in what I recommended you watch so far, I recommend you take in the rest of my channel. There is an insane amount of information there.
Okay, to me, these measurements of altitude are supposed to be, effective so that the pilot can fly the plane, right? They're I'm interested in
Necessarily precise?
this barometric pressure measurement of altitude is. That doesn't seem like it would be necessarily as
It's the only way
precise as what.
planes, listen, Dylan, it's the only way planes can measure their altitude from the reference frame of the plane.
Okay,
It's how it's
Dylan.
done. So real quick, before we go on, bro, and Stone will back me up on this. Hold on, Dylan. A plane doesn't actually have a metric called altitude. It has a metric called barometric height or whatever. They don't have an altitude reader. It's
Barometric
called an
pressure, yeah.
altimeter, but it's called altitude pressure.
Right, it's measuring the pressure and using that as a proxy to calculate the altitude based on some formula. Is that correct?
Dylan,
We're on the same page here?
Dylan, ignorant incredulity will get you nowhere. Put your bias to the side and see what happens.
Well, I just asked you a question. I mean, just so we're on the same page, it's measuring the pressure and using that to calculate the altitude.
That it is. Have you ever
Right?
looked at the charts published by the FAA on it? I have. Have you?
No, I'm
I
asking. So you said it was
recommend
very
you do.
precise. I'm surprised that it's as precise as it is. It seems like pressure would change with the weather,
Oh
temperature,
yeah. Oh yeah.
these other issues. Like it doesn't seem like
That's
a very
why
accurate,
the
precise
tower
measurement.
constantly transmits it whenever it changes. It's always in the notice to airmen. It's in the report. It's in the weather. It's got its own separate channel on the radio every time on the stack. That's why they have several radios in a plane so they can listen to the weather and talk to tower at the same time.
Yeah, it seems like an effective tool to be able to fly the plane and to be able to land safely, but it's
critical, would you believe?
more of like
Life
an
critical.
effective number, It
Well, you see,
it doesn't
Dylan,
Your incredulity is leaking out from my phone onto my floor. I have to mop it up.
yeah, lots of doubt and not a lot of knowledge. Really, get down to it, man. See what happens. I think it'll blow you away. You're gonna love
Okay,
my
so
channel.
to me, I think I would like to move on towards something like you said there wasn't a cosmology associated with it, but for me, when I first was questioning this as a young person, it was more the cosmos that made sense to me. The seasons, the way the stars are moving, the way that stars change through the year, like the way I can look at Polaris and see the stars circling the Polaris. Uh, those were things that were more convincing to me as a young person, and that's still the cosmology of it is still the thing that my my mind is going to, in order to consider all of this. That's where it seems like the Earth being round is the most obvious. Like is based on the cosmological model that we have.
It's
When I look at
delightful.
Jupiter, I can look at Jupiter in a telescope and see the moons of Jupiter. I can look at the moon. Do you think the moon is round? Do you think the moon is spherical? Because you can see the light from the
It's
sun hitting the moon,
Dylan,
and it.
Dylan, for the love of God, let me help you out, friend. I'm going to help you.
scattergunning.
I want you to see this through our frame. I want to make this explicitly clear. The moon, hold on now, sit down, is not, wait for it, the Earth. The moon is not the Earth. So whatever the moon is, it's not what the Earth is. So to ask the question, do you believe that something that's not the Earth is something that the Earth is not? Think about it.
Quite correct. Uh,
I'm not saying that the moon is the Earth. I asked you a question. Do you think the moon is round?
Friend, let me help you out again. So the moon is visually round from an observer location looking at it when it's full. It clearly looks like a circle, which means it's round. Now, if you mean something
I'm
else
not
other than
talking about.
looks like a circle,
I'm not talking about the
what?
circular shape of it. I'm talking about
Okay,
when it's
well,
the phases
Dylan,
of the
Dylan,
moon. The phases of
Dylan,
the
I
moon. You see.
understand. I understand. But the reason why I was being hyper specific on that is because it matters. So round and ball are not mutually inclusive. Like you can have things that are round that are flat, right?
it was a clumsily worded question, Dylan. The word is spherical.
Yes. So the moon appears to be spherical to me, and the phases of the moon make it seem very obvious that it's spherical. What is the other is the so is that not your observation, your direct observation when you see the moon
Look,
go through its phase?
I tend to lean towards it's some type of sphere or at least structural object. I don't think it's flat in any like thin disc shaped sense. I definitely know it's circular in some fashion. And that all being said, it doesn't impact my view of the shape of the earth in any way, shape, or form.
Right. And the moons of Jupiter, have you seen those before?
Not really. And whatever they are, again, I mean, they could be whatever they are. They could be Jupiter's girlfriends for all I know.
Right, right. But whatever model that we have, it sort of has to explain everything.
No, it
Like if
doesn't.
we have
No, wrong, false. Stop right there.
okay.
I'm going to make it very clear to you. If I want to make a floor flat when I build, I don't need to know about the whole reality. I just need to know whether or not the floor that I'm laying is measuring flat. And I measure that with tools. I don't think about other things. I don't look at the lights in the ceiling and that determines how my floor is flat. I just lay my floor flat based on level. So it's not the case that I have to explain everything. See, the problem is you're so predisposed to a story you've been told in which the earth is synergized with the cosmological model that it's very hard for you to separate the two. But I want to tell you to try. Try to put a schism in your mind and say, okay, my model that I believe in, I'm going to put over here. Now I'm going to open my mind to entertaining a new idea where the synergy doesn't necessarily have to exist. It's not the case that what the Earth is has to inform what Jupiter is. That's just not true. And it doesn't have to be true. And I'm not going to accept you telling me that it has to be true because it's just not.
Well, that's the thing. The model that I have, it seems very coherent. Like you
Don't
mentioned
care.
Kepler's observations. Like they
Your model's
say that.
incoherent. No, your model's incoherent, bro.
Why is it incoherent?
Because the axiom on which it's based that you're observing these things from a globe Earth is false.
I'd like to take him up on something else he said. Another really quick presumption he slipped in there that I don't even think he even realizes that he did. That's the
Those are the best kind to talk about. Go ahead.
Yeah. Somebody get rid of .cat is just totally a disruption, hot miking and shit. Anyways, thanks, Dylan. You said, well, when you look through your telescope at Jupiter and the moons and stuff, and then you got this conclusion. Are you aware of the physical workings within a refractor array like that, mirror-based refractor, et cetera, concentration of light using lensing? Are you aware of how there is a manipulation going on there in what you see at extreme distance through that apparatus? In that they actually tend to skew what you see and make things look more spherical than they are should you be using some other apparatus to view that object, like a P1000, for example, which is an SLR, single lens reflex with CMOS sensor, whole different animal. Are you up on any of that?
I'm sure there's some distortion in the image when you have a
You didn't
magnification
answer
of a
my
lens.
question.
I'm not sure about the CMOS device that you're talking about. No, I'm saying that when you said am I aware of, it sounded like you were asking me, am I aware of what kind of distortions using would cause?
That happened in a standard typical telescope that you buy at the store.
Pardon me?
It's the kind of distortion. Who's hot making? That's Ardent, actually, I think. Anyways, yeah, the
Listen,
problem
hey, real
is the
quick,
tool.
Stone, listen. Cat is constantly jumping in, so I'm blaming him and abandoning him, even though it was me.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, he's all muted up. So yeah, back to the telescope thing, man. Yeah, that's annoying as fuck. Anyways, yeah, it's all about the tool that you're using. and that it is the way it is, I dare say, on purpose, in order to preserve the narrative. And I'd actually like to give you a
You're
couple of
saying that
examples in
telescopes
science.
telescopes are intentionally designed to make things look different in order to perpetuate
Hold on
the
a
globe.
sec, man. I can't actually hear you right now because of all this entering and exiting going on.
That is distracting.
Yeah.
And it,
All right,
So,
check it out. Listen, I got rid of him. He's banned now, so go ahead.
oh, okay. I was just about to hit notifications and kill all that, but I'm glad you got it first. That saves me some time. Yeah. Okay. Back to the telescope there, man. It's all about the hardware that's inside it and what it's doing to distort how you see things very distant through it. And when I said CMOS, that's actually the thing that's going on in your phone, in most cameras, TV cameras, et cetera, et cetera. It's a type of light receiver with a whole bunch of tiny little receivers all gridded out, and they have a grip on spectrum and what's hitting them, and it's all done through the focus of a single lens. And they call them CMOS. CMOS is the abbreviation for the type of light receiver transducer that it is. A very common piece of hardware. You should
it's a single lens
familiarize
as
yourself
opposed
with.
to a compound lens. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
they use them with SLR is the
good
point.
if they're symmetrical lenses, that have they're pretty much designed. My understanding is that they're designed to just create a magnification. That's the main distortion, is that it's just magnifying the image. In what way do you think the image is being distorted that makes things, that perpetuates this globe model? I'm not sure, because
This
Jupiter
isn't
looks
what
round.
this isn't what I
The
think.
moon.
This is actually what we see. Um, we see people taking pictures of stuff through telescopes. It looks a particular way. We see people with P1000s and the like taking pictures of the exact same things, and they look entirely different. And to acquaint you with how different they look, my next question has to do with both cymatics and sonoluminescence. Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
So you know what cymatics are about.
Cymatics are patterns that uh, are produced by sound. They're
A
essen-
resonant
essen-
cavity effect.
okay.
Did you catch
And
that?
then
They're a resonant.
sonoluminescence is like acoustically produced flash. They used to call it star in a jar, where they
Yeah,
create
good.
cavitation and
Excellent. Good. Okay, so put those two concepts together and take a look at the stuff people who are on our side of the fence are publishing in terms of picture and video of Venus, things like that. Close by, stuff, Mars even, that you think you've seen a lot of pictures of, but not like anything what we're publishing. And this is why. Just another thing to write down, take a look, learn some stuff, and see where you get when you take in all of the information. Very interesting field. Quite revealing. I wanted to redirect you a little bit because we're getting really sciencey here. Let's talk about science for a second in terms of units of measurement. And this is something I have a major bone to pick with the mainstream in the physics department with units of measurement. Things like the star brightness scale. Are you familiar with that one? Apparent magnitude, absolute magnitude. Ringing a bell? Yeah. still there, Dylan? I think we lost him. Or you guys lost me. Can everybody hear me? I
No,
think I
you're
better
good, brother.
reconnect. I'm good.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
well then what's
perfectly
up with
good. Yeah.
Great. Then what's up with Dylan? Oh, he's gone.
Uh,
I think I overloaded
well, I
him.
did hear a couple of joins recently. Maybe he was having trouble and he was rejoining.
Well, hopefully we see him again. Well, that was fun.
Now, listen, our homies here, they clip out all the good combos, so this one will be archived. We'll get you a copy.
Oh no, I'm good. It's the same stuff I talk about Friday after
I
Friday after Friday on X. We
Yeah,
lost
yeah. I
Indio
hear you.
too. Indio dropped out of there.
No, we didn't lose Indio. Indio was like, hey, there's somebody competent on the mic. I could take a nap.
Well, it is 2 a.m. here, and I think I better call it for now. I got a slate of stuff I got to do tomorrow in the lab, on the slab.
Yeah, before you go, let's just agree together that his gambit was you have to
There you
take account. And then your gambit was I did take account.
Hey, Dylan, you there? Can you hear us now?
Sorry, I got dropped, I think.
That's cool. How far did you get before you lost me?
We were talking about cymatics and luminescence.
Yeah, and you told me you knew all about Star in the Jar. And that
Yeah.
cymatics are essentially a resonant cavity effect. Longitudinal, right? Compression and rarefaction upon itself, reverberating in the same
Aldney
area.
plate
Back and forth.
considered cymatics?
Yes, the Chladni plate, indeed. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Those are the compression and rarefaction in natural space relative to the frequency and the modulus of rigidity of the plate itself. Hey, got to use that term twice tonight. Anyways, take those two concepts. I'm recommending that you take a look at the pictures and videos that are coming from people on our side of the fence who are looking at the same celestial objects you are through a telescope, and the closer ones especially, and stars, look entirely different from what you have seen through a telescope yourself, maybe, and other people have shown you taking pictures through their own telescopes. That there is just a mind-splitting difference, and the two phenomena that I'm citing here are the explanation for why we are seeing what we're seeing, and you're not.
Oh, shit. I'm going to try and... Excuse me.
But now that you're still here, there's one more subject I wanted to cover. Let me know when you're ready.
Trying to plug my phone in. I'm at 1%. Wasn't paying attention to the battery. Okay.
Another downside to using your phone.
Yeah. Okay. I should be good to go. Yeah, you're saying that telescopes have been modified to perpetuate the globe model.
Yeah.
And that people are seeing strange patterns or something. I think I've seen something about that.
We're seeing entirely different entities.
You're saying that these objects in the sky are not what we've been told, that they're some other phenomenon besides.
That's right. Both
Besides what
stars
we think
and planets. Like, the obvious ones that we look at are Venus and sometimes Mars. But a lot of the stars, the ones that are brighter, you're going to see a fair bit of footage from the Flat Earth gangs over that, and that shit looks way different. There's a reason for that, and it has to do with what I was describing before about your tool. But now that we've come this far, and we're getting all sciencey, I just wanted to rant for a minute for you, something you might want to consider when you're looking at anything the Globies present, anything the mainstream presents, and it has to do with units of measurement. You still there? Dylan, my man, you got any energons left in that phone? Oh, wow. Strike two. You guys can hear me, right?
Sound, brother.
Yes.
Okay, solid. Good, because it's usually me. Like on Friday nights and stuff, it's usually me that got the shaky Elon balloon link connection. So this new arrival, what's that? Nice Roblox champ. You might want to mute up there, buddy. Hey, Dylan, are you still there? No, we got an exclamation point on Dylan. Don't know what that's about.
That means horrible ass connection.
I'm back.
Get closer. Cool. All right. You ready for this rant? You solid? You plugged in? Got energons?
I'm plugged in. I don't know why I keep getting dropped though.
Me neither. All right, so I just wanted to talk about units of measurement briefly for a second and rant some. Hey, Roblox, grab the mute button, buddy. Okay, so Dylan. Thank you. Yeah, so we were just getting into the magnitude of brightness scale for stars. Are you familiar with that one?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay. So if I've got two stars and one of them has an apparent brightness of 4 and one of them has an apparent brightness of 5, which one's brighter?
The one with the apparent brightness of 5, I would assume.
You see, you know nothing about this scale. Why didn't you tell me you just don't know anything about this scale?
It's not. I don't feel like I don't know anything. I know that they use the magnitude of brightness to um.
No, you clearly don't know anything about it. Let
I
me answer
don't
it for you.
know.
The answer is wrong. The answer is 4 is 1.5 times roughly as bright as 5. And it has to do with measuring alleged stars with an alleged distance of 10 parsecs as a base unit to derive this logarithmically based scale. It's pretty harsh piece of math and extremely non-intuitive. I'm of the persuasion that this is on purpose. It's the same reason that you're going to find that Kelvin is actually Celsius dressed up, isn't it?
It's just subtraction. I think it's 273. Or it's the difference between Kelvin and Celsius is
Right. But the increment is the same.
the increment is the same.
Yeah. So that's what Kelvin is. It's Celsius dressed
Just
up.
shifted so that absolute zero is
Yeah.
zero in
So absolute
Kelvin.
0 is 0, and instead of not just negative 273, it's just got to be 0 now. These
Right.
non-intuitive things are constant, thematically constant in mainstream physics. You will find when you look at units of measurement in mainstream, there is such an effort, an unspoken effort to make things as non-intuitive as possible so that they are entirely impossible to visualize correctly in the abstract. They don't want you to do that. They want you to
Well,
merely hold on,
we use
Dylan.
that
They
for
you Dylan, Dylan, they just want you to accept what they're saying without trying to rationalize it and fit it out in your head. This is part of the deception. It's rigged right into the plan. I just wanted you
I
to see it
I
and
can
be
understand
prepared to see
a
that.
little bit at that point. I mean, it's not the burden of the physics to be easy to understand for people. It's to be as descriptive as possible, and in some cases, it's trying to make it more intuitive. Like we use decibels for sound, and we use the Richter scale for earthquakes. Like these are other logarithmic scales, and it makes sense because the range that we're considering is so vast. So it's like
Actually,
talking about
that's actually
orders
not
of
the
magnitude.
that's actually not
It's
the
orders
reason.
of magnitude.
No, it has to do with the radial aspect of the measurement itself.
The radial aspect of the measurement itself.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I mean precisely that. With decibel, you're talking about sound radiating from a body, distance from the body, etc., in the medium, etc., etc., etc. All just the, and I forget the other example you just gave. It's exactly the same.
The Richter scale?
Yes, the Richter scale. Seismic waves, P and S, away from the ground zero point, etc. Radial, right?
Okay, yeah, okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Okay, good. Anyways, I'm just trying to open your eyes a little bit wider so that you're prepared to see that when it's happening. It's just something else to observe in mainstream. That's all. So it's 2:15 my time. I'm gonna have to call it personally. Thanks for having me, guys. This is always fun. Busting some kneecaps.
See you, Stone. Always a pleasure.
Will do, Kings. Catch you then, gang. Have a good one.
Very
Oh,
much.
hey, see you. Hope to see you next Friday night. Get on X. Get on Twitter, Dylan. Find Bry and Kenbo. Find their spaces that they do Friday nights. Actually, it's all day Friday, frankly. And come by, listen to the dialogue. Maybe pick up a mic if you feel like it. That'd be fun.
I'll try
Have
to
a good
check
one,
it
guys.
out.
Right on. And enjoy my videos. There's plenty. Should take you a couple months. Catch you
The
later, y'all.
Stone Man. Okay. So was that the end then?
Hell no.
He just is not talking anymore. You can talk to anybody else you want to. You're a free man.
Never the end. It's only the beginning, bro.
Quite a few people in here. Yeah, I'm wondering why most people are just listening, I suppose.
We've only
What,
just
you want us all to
begun.
talk at once?
Yeah, notice how you guys actually had a very productive conversation and only had limited moderation or interjections for accounting of certain things, right? More producive. More productive. I just tried to say productive and conducive into one word. Producive.
All the words are made up, so go feel free.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm still pretty solid on the globe model though. I like to keep digging into the
That's it. Kick him out.
the cosmology side of things because like I say, with gravity and
Gravity. Let's go right there. So check it out. Gravity means the Earth is flat.
gravity means the Earth is flat. Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
in the standard model, we have a pretty good explanation for it not being flat. So
No, you
I'm not
don't.
sure why.
So in the
How
standard
so?
model, what's your explanation of it not being flat using gravity?
Well, objects are attracted to each other that have mass. You have like the equation mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the distance between them squared, the inverse square law they call it, and the big E. And then that inverse square law,
cinematic?
that's one of the reasons Newton invented calculus, supposedly. That's the way the story goes, is he took the Kepler's observations of the elliptical orbits and he had to invent calculus in order to show that bodies that
Right,
were
but you
attracted to
know,
the square law would necessarily produce elliptical orbits.
right, but that's all based on the geometry. It has nothing to do with any forces.
I'm just saying it seems like a coherent, consistent
I
reasoning.
nailed it. I'm learning.
Right, so Newton didn't even believe in mass attracts mass, friend. That's attributed to him, but he said in his own words, don't attribute it to me. He said anybody who thinks that that's true is not in possession of a competent set of reasoning faculties.
He said what?
Yeah, that's what he said.
He said that anyone
He said,
believes that.
yes, he
What?
said that he said that an idea that mass reaches out to affect another mass without any medium of arbitration is to me so great an absurdity that no man with a competent set of faculties of reason would believe such a thing. That's what Newton said. So
It's
Newton was so smart. See, check this out, bro. Newton was so smart he could entertain an idea, even do math for an idea, without accepting the idea to be reality.
I do think that delving into the gravity issue is the mechanism for gravity is sort of out of the scope of this necessarily, but
No, it's exactly in the scope because I told you gravity proves the Earth is flat.
Why do you think gravity proves the Earth is flat?
It's easy. So gravity depends on what you mean by that, but I'm going to assume you mean the common observation of things being
I'm just
attracted to the Earth when they're falling. I know, but I'm telling you. Okay. Okay. So I'm telling you. So the common observation, things move towards the Earth when we drop them. Unless they're more buoyant in the medium that they're in, then they rise. But all things that fall down. Not all things fall depending on the situation, but all things that do fall down. Now, down is a vector, right, which can be expressed as vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is parallel with the plane of the horizon, which is the Earth. Okay, so that the entire plane of the horizon is the Earth. So we have a vertical and a horizontal. Now, that horizontal also is used in that word, the horizon, which is where we see the Earth meet the sky. Now, that horizon is most noticeable on water. Now, water is flat and level on the surface. And the physics of water, since it covers 70% of the known territory, and that it's flat and level on the surface means that the Earth is flat. So, in order for things to go down relative to the flat level standard of water, the Earth has to be flat. In order for Earth to be a globe, things have to go inwards and outwards on a radial vector, not on an up and down vector. Two entirely different worlds. So yes, every time you say gravity is why things fall, well, everything falls down that falls. And so if it's falling down, that means the Earth's flat.
Down is a relative term, like you say, based on the
No, it
gravitational
isn't.
field. Like
Down is not a relative term. Down is not
I'm
a
saying
relative term.
it is a relative term if you're
No,
talking
it
about
isn't.
vectors.
No, down is one thing and one thing only, friend.
It's
Okay,
the
what you're trying
direction.
to do, whether you realize it or not, is you're trying to call down as something that it's not by inferring that when things fall down where I'm at and things fall down in Australia, that they're going in two different directions. So in other words, radials towards the center of a giant globe. But what we experience is just down. So yes, down is one thing, and inwards and outwards on a radial are two different things. Two different things, my friend. You need to stop confusing yourself with language.
I mean, you could point at the sun and call it down in my
No,
model,
you
right?
can't. No, you
The sun,
can't.
if the sun is the source of gravity, the Earth is orbiting the sun, right? Down is the direction of the sun. So I
Well,
mean,
that's a cool story, dude. That's a cool story.
the
But you've never
galaxy,
experienced. Hey, friend, that's a cool story, but it still wouldn't
right?
be down. It would be inwards.
That's
Yeah, you're just
semantics.
renaming inwards. Yeah, exactly. It's semantics on your part. You're renaming inwards down because all we ever experience in reality is down. And so you're trying to hijack our experience with your Marxist tactics.
No, you said that gravity proves the Earth is flat, and I'm saying
Yes,
that
yes,
I
yes,
don't
100%.
see where you're getting. It's a semantic argument that
Very
you're
simple.
making.
It's very simple. You believe that gravity is what holds the surface water, and you think down is inwards, but actually the surface water is flat. And so if gravity is holding the surface water down and it's flat, then that means that gravity is acting in a manner which is forcing the water to be flat. So gravity proves the Earth is flat.
No, It's
Yes.
proving that. I mean, if you're just arguing down is one direction, you know that.
It is,
But you
dude.
already.
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I'm showing you how it is. And every example you give me is just renaming inwards as down. So you're borrowing a token, the term DOWN, as just letters, and you're taking that token and you're applying it to the term inwards. So you're playing semantical games. I'm not. It's your worldview that plays the games. See, in my worldview, horizontal is level and it's perpendicular to vertical all the time, everywhere. Okay, so it's very congruent and coherent. Down is always down, level's always level, plum's always plumb. In your worldview, those things are all over the place like a big gobbledygook spaghetti mess.
It's just the direction that gravity is, the vector of gravity, I would say.
Right,
Down,
which is inwards, right. So you're confessing to me that you concede what I said is the case. That down is what I mean, and I told you what I mean. And what you're telling me is that when you say down, you mean inwards. Now I can prove my down, you can't prove yours.
This is not
Now,
going anywhere with me.
exactly. So here's how it is. Here's how it is, brother. Go ahead and prove. Listen to me, friend. Do this. It's very simple. Prove that when I drop my pen and it's falling down perpendicular to horizontal to the flat ground, that it's actually traveling inwards to a giant ball. Go ahead, prove it.
That's not the same thing as you proving that gravity means the Earth is flat. You're just turning it back on me now.
No, I already just told you. Listen, I already told you why it proves the Earth is flat. Because down is down, and it's perpendicular to horizontal, of which the Earth's water is horizontal and level and flat, dude.
We're just talking about the two different models. Yeah, down in your model that where the Earth is flat is one direction that
It's a true down. It's a true down. Yep.
But
and in your view, down is radials. Okay.
Yes, I'm saying that it's wherever the.
Okay, that's a cool claim. Hey, listen, cool claim. Where's your proof?
Right.
Hey, just get to the part where you prove it. Anyway, you're breaking up again. Mic check, 1, 2, fippity boppity boo.
Yeah, bro, you're loud and clear. I'm kind of curious, Dylan. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but you mentioned that about the sun being down. You could refer to the sun as being down. I'd like to know, when have you ever pointed down towards the sun?
You'd have to be on the sun, wouldn't you?
You'd have to.
Yeah, that brings up another question.
Technically, like anything below the horizontal is a reference of down, although it's not. It's not completely vertical. It's below your eye line, so therefore it's a reference of down.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to know when you've seen this, when you've pointed down towards the sun.
When I've pointed down towards the sun.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. It's relative. If you consider the
Whatever,
Earth is
dude.
orbiting the sun, down is
okay. Okay, friend. Let's agree.
Down would
Let's agree,
be
bro.
the center of the galaxy.
Dude.
It's all relative.
No, dude. It's not, dude. It's only relative if you're on the sun and you experience when you drop something go towards the sun. Now, this has never been experienced. See, my worldview, I can experience it directly. Yours, you have to consider. You have to imagine. So can you get to the part where you prove anything that you claim, bro?
You're making it complicated for him.
It's a very consistent model. You can simulate.
Could care less, dude. I could care less how consistent a model that doesn't exist is.
Okay, here's a question. The sun is supposedly bigger than the Earth, right? And that's where supposedly the gravity comes from. That's holding the planet in place, right? Why is it that during daytime... Okay, so in the daytime, when I throw something up, why does it come back down towards the Earth, which has a smaller mass, instead of going right upwards towards the sun, which is downwards according to you?
Because
It's
it's
supposed to
much
go towards
closer
the
to
sun.
you. It's much closer to the Earth. It's an
But,
inverse square
but the
law. So as
supposed
you,
force of gravity is higher, right, towards the sun.
the force of gravity is higher towards the sun. No, it's higher towards the Earth. The sun and the moon both influence the tide because of their gravity, but
Oh, bro. Listen, if you want to get into religion, you got to wait to Speculation Sunday.
you don't think the moon influences the tide? Why is the tide on the same cycle as the moon
Oh,
goes
why?
around?
Hey, check this out, bro.
You have the
It's
spring
not the
tide
case
and
everywhere. It's not the case everywhere. And by the way, correlation doesn't equal causation, correct?
well, we have a mechanism. So if you have correlation
No.
and a
You have an alleged mechanism. You don't have a mechanism.
well, let's try to be respectful here. It's the model that I believe in, and I'm here to discuss it with you guys. And
All
I
right,
think
that's
that's
fair.
why you guys are here to. I
Okay,
think
that's
to
fair. So how about this? How about when you speak? And I'm not going to bust your balls on this every time, but I just want to point this out. When you speak, parse out what you say as, in the model or things like this. That way you're not just making claims like you know what you're talking about. Because if you say it is the case, well, then you have to back that claim up with proof, bro. Follow?
okay.
Right. So in your model or your worldview or your paradigm, whatever you want to call it, you have a claim of a cause for the tides, and that is the sun and the moon. So let's just agree that the sun and the moon affect the tides in some way, and the Earth is flat. Problem solved.
And the Earth is flat. Problem solved.
Yeah. How would the Earth being flat preclude the sun and the moon from affecting things on the Earth? Think about it. Makes no sense. Of course, the sun could still affect the Earth if the Earth was flat. Now, keep in mind, I told you gravity proves the Earth is flat. I didn't say. Go ahead.
Down. You're saying gravity is only acting downward, whereas in order for the sun and the moon to be influencing the tides through their gravitational effect,
I never actually said that. I never actually said that, did I?
I think that's what you were implying, right?
Nope. No, I said gravity proves the Earth is flat because the experience on the Earth is that the down vector on the Earth is perpendicular to horizontal, just like the surface is flat and covered in level water. Now, that doesn't mean that the rest of objects couldn't have, quote unquote, an attractive pull that pulls the Earth's water towards them, but that wouldn't make the Earth's water being pulled towards the moon down. No, down is towards the Earth. That's how it is. So if the moon is pulling the water towards itself, it would be pulling the water up from the Earth. It wouldn't be pulling the water down towards itself. Okay, so gravity doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, and it certainly doesn't mean that the Earth can't be flat.
You're invoking a whole nother force then. So gravity is always acting downward in the way you
I
described
didn't
it.
say that. I didn't say that, dude.
You didn't say gravity is always acting downward?
I said that everything that falls on the Earth falls down, vertical, perpendicular to horizontal.
Right. And the
Okay?
moon is
That would not preclude, even if you wanted to imagine the sun has its own gravity and it's pulling on the water, that wouldn't preclude the sun from pulling the water up towards itself, just because the Earth is pulling everything down to it, because the distribution of the field lines on the Earth result in verticals that are perpendicular to horizontal, which matches the horizontal lines which all the surface water of the Earth is between, which means the Earth is flat.
You're describing I'm trying to understand here what you're describing
Yeah,
It
what I'm
seems like
describing is that gravity can exist just fine in any conception you have. And you have down on the earth, which is perpendicular to horizontal. And then you, on other things, you can have a different form of it taking place. So in other words, a gravity model doesn't preclude the earth itself from being flat. Okay.
it's more consistent in the spherical model for sure
No, it
because you're
ain't.
just
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why it's not. It's very simple. Why it's not is because the earth is actually flat and not curved. So your model doesn't comport with reality.
you're just repeating. You're not proving anything or even convincing me, or there's not. That's not. You're just repeating the same statement there. You're saying because the Earth is flat, then gravity is down. But
No. See, everywhere we go, down is vertical, perpendicular to horizontal. Dude. That's the fact.
right, you said everything falls down, right? But
Right. That's
if
also a
if
fact.
the
You
moon
hey, well, hold on, bro. Is there any
pulls,
place where you've seen something fall that's not down?
I'm saying down is semantically like
No,
not.
down is not semantically equivalent to inwards, dude. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, we're not getting anywhere if we're just kind of repeating our position.
How about you
No, I
demonstrate
didn't
your
just
down
repeat
to
my
us?
position. I made the claim that the water is flat, which can be measured. You're still talking in storyland. And I don't disagree with you that if you had a globe and it worked in the manner in which you said that it may work that way, the problem is you don't have a globe.
The problem is I don't have a globe. But then let's try to get back to that point where we're describing gravity as being as being down, and then there's you said it could be that the moon is causing the tides, right? But that it has some other force. Is that not gravity then? That it's using
No,
what is
I
the
told you,
mechanism?
listen, I told you the moon or the sun could have their own quote unquote gravity that's pulling the Earth's water towards them, but it would be pulling it up from the surface of the Earth.
Isn't that equivalent to falling? If it's pulling the water,
No, it's not
that's
equivalent to
the same.
falling.
You're saying it, so it's gravity, but it's somehow different. I don't understand how you're putting that
Because
together.
you think that if something's being pulled towards something, right, then you can describe that as down. And that would be a radial. But see, on the Earth, we don't experience radials. We experience up and down. That's it. So the common experience is that the Earth is a flat, level, horizontal, stationary plane where all the benchmark of sea level is between two horizontal planes, and every altitude is measured from those horizontal planes, meaning that it's arranged in a line. It's not arranged in a giant curve that comes back around on itself. So all I'm trying to tell you is that gravity, like, cool. I do understand that you need gravity in your model. I'm just saying that gravity doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Okay, it just don't.
It's just that it describes these observable
Cool story.
effects, right?
So that's great,
Like
no, but it doesn't. Listen, there is no such thing as an observable effect of something falling inwards to the Earth. Okay.
why doesn't the moon fall to the Earth?
Why doesn't
So
it?
gravity pushes away now. Say gravity, I dare you.
Why doesn't the moon fall to the Earth? Why should it fall to the Earth?
In your model, everything's falling down in your model. Why is the moon not falling?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, dude. I said everything that does fall falls down.
Everything that does fall falls down, but the moon doesn't fall because it's somehow different from everything else.
Well,
Right?
isn't it? Have you ever seen a moon in your backyard?
When I look up, sometimes, yeah.
No, you've seen a moon in the sky, bro, not in your backyard, Holmes.
Well, I see it from my backyard. Yeah, I mean,
There
what are
you
we
go.
talking
That's
about?
different. So the moon is unique, correct? It's not like anything. It's not like a ball you hold in your hand that when you let go, it travels towards the Earth.
But do you see how
I've
that's
got
less consistent? That's less consistent than
no. It's perfectly consistent, dude. Because I don't need. See. Here's the problem, friend. I don't need gravity to explain everything in the universe. Because see, the problem is you're trying to synergize everything as if everything has to be under the same order. What if the things in the cosmos behave differently than the things in the terrestrial realm? Do you ever think of that?
That would make
Well,
it
no,
less
because
consistent.
you were programmed to believe that everything has to work together.
It makes sense to me that the physics
Okay,
are,
cool. So that makes sense to you. That's great. Now prove it.
we call them natural laws, and they're pretty good at describing orbit mechanics pretty well. So when I say like gravity explains very well how you could have a body like a moon orbiting a globe Earth, and the Earth
Well, yeah,
orbiting.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that you may have a quote unquote explanation. Okay. But what you don't have is actually a description of an orbit. You don't have a description of an orbit. You do have an explanation, but you don't even have a description in the first instance. You don't have a description of what's seen that could be validated to be an orbit. You don't even have a witness of an orbit. Nowhere in the history of anything. There's no orbit recorded ever. Did you know that?
We see the moon orbiting the Earth. I mean, that's
No,
what it
you
appears
don't.
to me.
No, you do not. Why don't you try this? This is an example. Now, this I used to have to. We used to have to teach kids, and you learn this in the arts. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. So when you actually see the moon, what do you see?
I see a circle in the sky.
What does it do?
It appears to rise in the east and set in the west.
Okay, true. Anything else that it does during the day or the night? Because it does do a few other things.
Well, it goes through its phases that
True.
in
Yep.
my paradigm are caused by the
No, I don't care. I don't care. Stop saying caused by. Just describe what you're actually seeing. That's the
see
exercise.
various phases of the moon. In about a 28-day cycle.
Yep. And there's one more thing which you may not get. It cartwheels through the sky. So as it goes through the day, it kind of rotates on itself. So that's pretty good. Those are pretty good descriptions. Now, which one of those descriptions is an orbit?
The rising and setting are the orbit part, where you see it.
Oh, excellent. So
change.
seeing something travel over your limited field of view is synonymous with seeing an orbit. The answer is no, it's not. So you don't see an orbit. You do not see an orbit. I want you to agree with me that in order for you to say there's an orbit, you have to pull it up to an inference or something, but you cannot say that you see an orbit. Can you agree?
I can agree to that.
All right, perfect.
We're using the observations and constructing a model that's consistent with the observations.
Correct. That's the best case scenario, correct?
That's all we could ever do.
Well, I mean, unless you went from it. Well, listen. Hypothetically, you could go away from the Earth, turn around, and go perpendicular to the plane of the alleged orbit, and then you could witness the entire orbit. Correct? At least hypothetically.
Yes, if you were far. Yes, you could go out away from the Earth and see the moon orbiting the Earth. Yeah, if you were far enough away, you would be able to directly observe that.
Hypothetically, right?
Hypothetically.
Right.
But from the Earth, all you see is the circle in the sky in different positions.
And then from the Earth, all as you see is flat, level, stationary Earth as far as the eye can see, and everywhere that you measure.
I'm surprised that you won't concede.
So you have a model. Well, hold on, friend. You have a model. You have a model. I have a model. I can prove my model. You can't prove your model.
What we're talking about is trying to prove or at least.
No, well, not really. I mean, you're not actually trying to prove it. You're trying to synergize the flat Earth into your cosmological preferences. You're not
What?
trying to actually prove whether the no. Just pay attention. Just listen. Just follow along. So far, when you've been talking to me about the Earth, you're always talking about synergizing the Earth with sky phenomena in relationship to how you don't quote unquote believe that the Earth could be flat based on the sky phenomenon, but you're not just addressing the Earth itself. So I'm just submitting to you that you're not actually after the truth of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. You're after what can I fit into my preferential bias towards a cosmological paradigm.
I think there's one truth, right? Either the Earth, the Earth has a particular shape, and I'm interested in knowing what the truth is. And to me, the sum of evidence is still
Don't matter.
pointing towards a globe
No,
Earth.
there's no.
That's
Yeah, okay. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Categorically, when it comes to the form of a physical object itself, remove everything else, but the form of the object itself is the only thing in contention. What is the way to determine that? The best way.
this is where you're talking about describing the direct observations and not mixing
Well, no,
in
not even maybe, but more to the
describe what you
let's
see.
say, yeah, fair enough, but let's say you were looking at the object from a distance, right? You may not actually be able to tell what it really is. So you go up to it, right? And then you really hold it in your hand, or you really measure it, or you really do something tangible to the object itself. So the moral of that story is that the form of the object is the form of the object, and the best way to know what it is to directly measure the object itself. There's no other way that trumps that. That's like on the hierarchy of truth. That is the best. So we get a lot of people come in here, friend, that they've got all these ideas about how the Earth is a globe based on things that aren't the Earth. And don't get me wrong, some people have it based on things that are the Earth. But more often than not, it's about the sky. It's about how does flat Earth fit into my interpretation of what the sky is.
Yeah, that's how humans originally came up with that idea. Is probably observing sky phenomenon.
No. The first recorded history of people thinking that the Earth was a globe was religion, thinking that the Creator is perfect and the divine shapes are either a testicle, an egg, or a sphere. And therefore, if the Creator is perfect, he would have designed the home for his perfect creatures, which are the apple of his eye, to be either a sphere, a testicle, or an egg. Had nothing to do with any quote unquote science, dude. It was pure religious philosophy.
Well, that's not what I'm relying on, so it seems irrelevant. If that's
Well, I mean,
even
hey, bro. Listen, let's be clear. A lot of what you think you know about the globe paradigm is, and you think it's science, it's actually religion.
well, the story they tell us is Copernicus and Galileo, and I mean there's a story about these observations that people make and explanations for how things work. Whether it was
You know what? Yeah, but
a
you know what's cool about those guys?
Earth-centric model, you have to have like these elaborate orbits if it was an Earth-centered model, because you have retrograde it appears that these planets move backwards at
Yeah,
certain
I
points.
hear you. I hear you about all that. But guess what, dude? There's this book. Okay, it's called on the controversy between the two great world systems. It's actually like a written debate between these types of guys, Galileo, Copernicus, stuff like that. And the forward of that book says, quite frankly, that these men are just, they're expressing models based on kinematic displays and interpretations of the celestials that do not need to be correct or even represent reality. They just need to account for the motions. So even the guys back then were intelligent. Hold on, friend. Even the guys back then were intelligent enough to understand that just because I make a model that describes the kinematics doesn't mean I've modeled reality one for one. And then fast forward to today, and now everyone thinks, oh, models are real.
Well, the difference is,
that they were
it's developed to the point where you have like we were talking about with gravity, you have equations, right? You have
Oh wow,
mathematics
equations.
that we can
Gag me with a spoon.
in order to describe consistently like these patterns, right? So it's
Right,
not
and
just
guess what? Guess what? An equation is just another form of model, dude.
right, but what is the alternative model that you guys have?
Here's the flat Earth model, friend. It's very simple. There's two facts. Fact one: the Earth is not the sky. Fact two: the Earth is flat. So, that being said, since I know that's true, I don't need to explain the Earth in any cosmological sense where the Earth and observations of the celestials from the Earth are synergized in a three-dimensional matrix in which the Earth exists as an object relative to those other objects. I don't need to do that. If the Earth is flat, then whatever is, hold on, brother. If the Earth is flat, then whatever's going on in the sky is going on above a flat Earth. There you go.
Do you see how that's not as consistent as the
No,
other model?
it's perfectly consistent. It's not satisfactory to you. That doesn't mean it's inconsistent, dude. There's no inconsistencies there at all. Zero.
I'm trying to
You're
point them
still
out to you,
stuck.
but you won't
No, there's no
acknowledge.
inconsistencies, dude. There's zero inconsistencies. Zero. So if you want to give me one, just give me one. One
We were
only.
talking about the moon. How is the moon not falling towards the Earth? You're saying,
That's
well, it
not an
doesn't have to fall.
inconsistency. Okay, apply. Listen, friend,
But in
let's apply.
relativism,
Hey,
you
friend,
have
stop. We can't fight for the mic, dude. Because here's how it works. I overblare you, and you come through as a muddled mess. So just listen to me right now. This is what you sound like whenever you try to talk through me. That's what your mic sounds like. You don't have enough bandwidth to outcompete me, bro. So,
I mean,
but
to
anyway,
me, your
so
thinking is
here,
like
check this out.
You know, it's like circular reasoning.
No, check this out. No, it's not, dude. No, check it out. I'll tell. Listen, pay attention. You said it's inconsistent. Here, it's very simple. Fact one: things in the sky are not the Earth. The moon is in the sky. See fact one: it's not the Earth. Fact two: the Earth is flat. Since the moon is not the sky and the Earth is flat, it can't change the shape of the Earth, so it's not inconsistent at all. What the moon is doing has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude. No inconsistency.
That is exactly what I mean by inconsistent. You're saying there's a whole
Right.
other set of rules for this other object that we can't describe.
No, dude. I'm not talking about rules. I'm talking about the material fact that the moon is not the Earth and the Earth is flat. So if you ask me a question, well, then how is the moon doing this or that? Well, see fact one: the moon is not the Earth. See fact two: the Earth is flat.
Right,
It's
but
not my fault
in
you
my
don't understand what inconsistencies are, dude.
I'm the
It's not
same
my
form.
fault you're demanding a cosmological model that applies to all phenomenon. All as I know is the Earth is clearly flat and the sky is not the Earth.
You're talking over me a lot here. I'm trying to respond to you. You know,
Well, then wait when I say go ahead. There you go. Go ahead.
So in the paradigm that I'm in the globe paradigm, the standard model, the same physics that causes us to be attached to the Earth for things to fall down, as you say, is exactly the same equation that we can use to describe the orbit of the moon around the Earth, or the Earth around the sun, or planets around Jupiter, or
Well,
moons around Jupiter.
of course. You're correct. You're
So in
correct. But
that
the
way,
reason you're correct, hold on, Dylan, real quick. The reason you're correct is because those equations were derived from the kinematics of the sky in the first instance. So, of course, they're going to explain the sky. Holy crap.
but we can test them on the Earth.
All that you're going to do is apply the equations to the Earth with the assumptions taken from the kinematics of the sky. The values are actually irrelevant. So it would be, listen, it would be inconsistent in your model if the moon was operating in a different way than the physics of the Earth. However, in the flat Earth model, it's not, because the flat Earth model doesn't make a claim about the cosmos. It's not a cosmological model. The flat Earth model is very simple, and I'll explain it to you. It's so simple, it's childlike simple. Okay, flat. All points on the surface, the extent of the width, much greater than the extent of the height, lie between two parallel planes. There it is. The entire flat Earth model, friend.
I guess give it
Notice
to me one more
how.
time.
Okay. All points on the surface. Okay. The extent of the width being much greater than the extent of the height lie between two parallel planes. There you go. That's it. Has nothing to do with the sky whatsoever. Has nothing to do with forces whatsoever. Has nothing to do with creation stories whatsoever. It has nothing to do with whether aliens exist whatsoever.
And that's why I think it's just less explanatory. You're saying we don't have to explain anything in the cosmos because it
Right.
doesn't count.
You're right,
Not
dude. You're right. Listen, all that you're telling me is that you don't like it. Good job.
well, it does describe both things. So in that way, it's more consistent. And you're saying it doesn't make it
No,
more consistent
listen, friend. I'm going to help you out.
because you say, well, the sky is not there. We don't have to describe that. We don't have to
Listen, there's
explain.
no obligation. There's no obligation to have a universal applied standard across the cosmos and then have it retroactively apply to the terras. Now, let me explain to you. It's very simple. You said that your worldview is consistent because it explains the cosmos and it synergizes it with a globe-centered observer. There's one huge glaring inconsistency with your model. Okay, it's so glaring that it's a fatal flaw, that it's a rate-limiting step that destroys the entire thing completely, immediately, and in totality. And that is the fact that the surface of the Earth is actually not curved. So your model is 1 jillion, quadrillion % inconsistent. It all relies on a claim that is false.
You're just repeating your statement that the Earth is flat and so it can't be round.
No, dude, pay attention. You're trying to divine that the Earth, being a globe, fits in a consistent model. What I'm telling you
Yes.
is that's a cool story, and it would be true if the Earth was a globe, but I'm telling you the Earth itself is not a globe. And no amount of internal consistency of a model that imagines the Earth as a globe is going to actually make the surface of the Earth curved. So I accept that your quote unquote hypothetical is consistent, but it's not consistent with reality.
It doesn't seem like a reasonable argument to me. You're saying this model is wrong because
It doesn't seem, hold on, Fred, it doesn't seem like a reasonable argument that the globe you claim fits so well in a model doesn't actually exist.
You're starting with the fact that the Earth is round. You're saying you're claiming it's a fact that the Earth is round, and so I mean that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, you might be flat.
You're claiming the fact that the Earth is flat.
Nope.
And that is not evidence to say that the Earth is flat.
That's not what I'm doing, friend. That's not what I'm doing. Okay, what I told you before. Okay, if you remember, and what Stone was talking to you, if you remember, we were talking to you about measurements of the surface, direct geometric consequences of the surface. One being a laser transit over 25 miles, debunking the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And then Stone's example of the location of the plane being a particular concrete place in free space that debunks the globe. So we've demonstrated, at least in part, you may not agree with it, but we've demonstrated reasons why the Earth is flat. And from those reasons, which means the Earth must be flat, we can then make our other claims. What you're just telling me is there's this model I imagine exists that's congruent with the Earth being a globe. And we're saying that's great if the Earth was a globe. The problem is that it's not.
So it sounds like you're jumping back to the other evidence that you provided instead of arguing with any kind of cosmological. So when it comes to creating,
dude. Let me dude. I'm gonna cut you off right there because I'm sick and tired of hearing this, dude. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Okay.
Here,
so I'm gonna have to strong arm you here.
I'll take
let
a
me
crack
finish
at
my
him.
sentence. Let me finish
Oh, I
my
thought you were
sentence.
done.
I just want to say the reason I'm sick of it is because I keep telling you that it has nothing to do with the cosmos, and you keep trying to pigeonhole me in that the only thing you'll accept is a cosmological explanation. So I rest my case. Go ahead.
Yeah, for a moment. Let's take it back to what he was just saying and how we measure things, and the closer we can get to it, the more accurate that's going to be. Correct? Are you still with us?
Yeah, the closer we can measure something, the more accurate it's going to be.
Right. So like a surveyor who's got no axe to grind. You hire a surveyor to survey a plot of land. Like that guy is going to be way more accurate than say maybe a satellite image or something of that nature. Like the closer to the actual object we can measure, the more accurate it will be. Right? So
if you take a picture of something, that's pretty accurate. I mean, humans are fallible. That was a point we already raised. Like a surveyor
and
could
so
be
are
a
cameras.
but if I wanted an accurate measurement, using a photograph seems like I mean, besides the resolution issues maybe with the photograph, that seems like a pretty concrete way to take some measurements.
Yeah, I don't.
How are you going to validate the scale? How are you going to prove the scale if you haven't measured the item directly in the first place? So you've got your photograph. I agree. I've got no problem with your photograph. But at some stage, you are going to have to measure the initial item that you've got in the photograph to validate the scale of your photograph so you can pass that information on to me. So let's just say you've walked into a room, you hand me this excellent photograph, and you say to me, I've measured the photograph and this is what size it is. What scale is it, bro?
Okay.
So if you haven't measured the item in the first place to verify the scale, your photograph means nothing.
Okay.
Okay, so we're in agreement then. Like if I measure something, even something small, in person, that's going to be more accurate than even a photograph. I did it with my bare hands.
Okay.
Right? Okay. All right, so walk with me. So we have surveyors all over the world with no axe to grind. They don't know anything about this debate. They just simply do their elevation. They do, they survey the plot of land, rise over run, right? And when you butt those surveys up together, you don't see curvature. And that's the real problem. And so they created something called geodetic surveying. And they created a government agency called the NOAA, where they force surveyors to send their measurements in so they can manipulate their measurements to put curvature on their actual measurements that don't have curvature. And I'll even go a step further. So when a developer is looking at this survey, they don't go to the NOAA to see what they actually need to do. They want to see the actual land survey in the raw before it gets to the NOAA, because that's the accurate data. So we actually have measurements on the ground that don't show curvature. And that's a problem. Otherwise, there would be no need for geodetic surveying at all. Actually, the debate would not even be a debate. It would be over. It would be done. There it is. You have all these surveyors. They got no axe to grind. They're independent people. They go do their surveyors. We butt them all up. We see curvature. No problem. But that's not what happens. Something to look into.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this geodetic versus raw survey data issue that you're bringing up.
Yeah,
It seems
they have a specific formula. So basically, when I go out and do a survey, I do like rise over run. So I'm basing it off of basically like 90-degree angles, right? And then I have to give those coordinates to the NOAA, and then they basically slighten through a formula the bottom coordinates to impose curvature that actually doesn't exist in the real world. So it's things like that, amongst all the other things that these folks are bringing up. Like I say, there's so many things that would end this debate. And then, of course, like your common sense, your senses, like, do you think like right now, me and you are both traveling at 2.5 million miles per hour? Like right now, as we speak, you and me, we're traveling 2.5 million miles per hour.
I believe the model. Yes,
Right, but my point is like you have to start taking some extreme leaps of faith to get there.
Why is that a leap of faith? Like if
Does
you're
it
on an
feel
airplane,
like you're traveling?
if you're on an airplane and you're walking down the aisle, it doesn't feel like you're flying hundreds of miles an hour.
Yeah, well, the difference between that and this is you're next to an atmosphere that a space vacuum that's sucking air, and you're not going in a straight line. But we don't feel a single thing. So you know when you start thinking about these things like with a rational,
Force equals mass times acceleration, right? So if you're not changing your velocity, then you're not going to feel a force, you know?
Excellent, but you're changing direction, which is equal to changing velocity.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
You are changing direction, which is equal to changing velocity.
It takes
yeah,
a
you're
whole
not
day.
only spinning.
So the
You're
problem is,
spinning.
Dylan, in the little equation there's an and or. A change in acceleration and or.
Yeah, dude.
You seem to have forgot that bit for whatever reason.
Constant angular
The
velocity
gravity
is
gravity is opposing that centrifugal acceleration. So yeah, we would be thrown off of the Earth if it weren't for gravity because of the spinning.
So this imaginary force that's just a mathematical equation to describe things going down at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared is stopping me from flying off of an imaginary balltard which you're yet to prove. I love these stories, bro. Please tell us more.
It makes sense to me. I'm
Well, you're
not seeing
also
what's wrong with it.
you're not just spinning, but you're going in an elliptical pattern around the sun, and that's going in an elliptical pattern around the Milky Way, and that's going in. So you're going in several different elliptical patterns in addition to the spinning. And not to mention, you're up against a space vacuum.
Well, we have an
And you're
atmosphere.
going and you're going 2.5 million miles per hour, supposedly. So like when
It
we
doesn't
hear
matter
these
how fast
things,
you're
you
going.
can.
If you're not accelerating or decelerating, you're not going to feel it. And
Well, once again, you are
even though
accelerating.
It's turning.
You're
it's turning,
turning
right?
in several different directions.
You feel yourself getting pulled down, right?
Wrong. I don't feel myself getting pulled down.
Pardon me?
No one
I
here
don't feel that
feels
either.
themselves getting pulled down.
You don't feel pressure on your feet when you stand up?
I mean,
Why would I
yes,
feel
but
pressure?
not that I'm
Other
being
than the fact
pulled.
of my feet are against the ground. If I push my hand against the wall, I will feel pressure on my hand. Does that prove gravity going sideways now? You seem to be hung up on gravity. You don't even know what gravity is, other than the textbook explanation of blah, 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 mass attracts mass. Therefore, use this formula.
Actually,
You know,
I have a different
Dylan, you
for it.
do know that science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is? You do know that, don't you?
I have an explanation.
Yes or no will suffice. Yes or no will suffice. You do know that science to date does not know the causational mechanism of down.
There's a river model, and that's probably
Yeah, that's
closest
great. I'm not interested in other models. I'm interested in your yes or no to what I just asked you. It was a close-ended question.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
There's no
Hold on, I gotta
consensus.
pause
There's
you for a
no
second.
consensus on the mechanism.
Gotta pause. I think we have an impasse here. See, we actually have a server that wants to talk about reality, and so far Dylan's only wanted to talk about models. Maybe we're confused, and we just need to talk about models together, and then we can talk about reality maybe next year. So all I've been hearing is Dylan supporting his model by faith in the model, and that he's comfortable with the model, and he doesn't like other people's models because they're not as good as his model. I haven't heard any like real reality claims or proofs. Go ahead, bro.
Me?
Yeah. Tie your
There was a
model to
claim
reality.
that there's not a mechanism for gravity. I can offer that, but that's
No, we don't want your cool stories. I informed you that science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. You do know that, don't you?
I have an explanation for that.
I didn't ask if you had an explanation. I'm informing you of a piece of information. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is, aka gravity. You do know that, don't you?
There's not a consensus on it. I don't agree that there's been no mechanism provided, and I think that there is a clear
Well, there
mechanism for
isn't
it.
one. So you claiming you know what it is just you kidding yourself, son.
Well, let's change that. Let's change that, guys. Let's change it because we got to be equitable. There's no proven. Okay, there's plenty of claims out there. There's plenty of models out there, but there's no decisive proof of what's the cause. That's where we are. Okay, go ahead.
But your argument was that you don't have to describe everything. You don't have to explain all these other phenomena. Like the rules for the moon are different than the
Hey
rules.
Dylan, check this out. I've got no problem with your explanations to whatever you like. Just back them up with some data for us.
If you want to delve into the gravity issue mechanism, that's one of there are problems that I find with the standard explanation for things. Like one of the biggest ones is related to gravity, like you're saying, the mechanism for gravity, and I have an explanation for that. There's dark energy, dark matter.
There's the explanation. Now back it up.
Let me ask you this. Do you think light is a photon or a wave?
Let's go back to your gravity thing. Now back it up your claim. You've made a claim, now back it up. It's as simple as that, bro.
I've made a claim about the mechanism for gravity?
Yeah. Make your claim and back it up.
Okay. I think that space is like a fluid, and it can flow. In the standard, special relativity, they talk about fabric of space being deformed by gravity, and that's a workable explanation for a lot of the phenomena. But it still it fails the test of is it an actual mechanism? It would still be some arbitrary, or was it spooky action at a distance. It's been described as, but I'm saying it's the same thing as a drag force, that all mass is absorbing space, and so like what you're experiencing this down, I'm saying, is kind of like being in a waterfall where space is flowing around you and through your particles, and providing a drag force, because W equals mg, right? That's the equation we have for weight. Mass times gravity is weight. And F equals ma, because gravity is an acceleration. So those are equivalent equations that when you're
So your theory of gravity is to fall back onto Newtonian gravity. So you've got no evidence
it's not
to
Newtonian
verify
gravity,
the causational mechanism.
Newtonian.
So you've fallen straight back onto it.
No, it's just
I'm
fluid
saying
dynamics, dude.
fluid.
This is actually very congruent with the Earth being flat, by the way. So go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, remember I told you no matter what you say about gravity, the Earth's flat. So keep going. Tell me all about gravity that proves the Earth's flat.
That's sort of out of scope because now I'm going away from the standard model and just telling you what I think is the mechanism for
No, I'm
gravity.
happy. I'm happier. Listen, dude, I'm happier with that because those are your own thoughts rather than just parroting somebody else's thoughts. So I'm more than happy to listen to what you have to say. I prefer it,
Well,
actually.
there are problems with the explanation of physics in a standard way, and I think another big one is the explanation for light being a photon or a wave. It's definitely a wave. There's no such thing as a photon. It's an electromagnetic wave. Like we have Maxwell's equations.
Well,
You can
what is
solve
it?
them.
Well, real quick, what is a photon for the slow kids that don't know?
It's the description of light as a particle.
What's a particle?
A particle is like an object.
Right. So a photon is not described as an object. Okay. A photon is a discrete amount of energy. It's just a quantized chunk of the light energy. So it's saying light is a photon is not the same thing as saying it's a particle.
It is describing it like a particle. They have ray
No.
tracing. People when they describe
No.
light with photons, they imagine that photons are like little dots that are
Okay, that's great.
traveling in.
That's great and all. That's great and all that they imagine it as little dots, but that's not what a photon means. Okay,
That is
so for you, you're thinking that light is a wave, right? It's obviously going to have a point intersect at some point in space where you could measure that light being present. And the amount of measurement in that particular area, right, that they quantize to a certain degree, that's called a photon. So a photon works just as well with the idea of light being a wave or a particle. It doesn't exclude it from being a particle. So a particle and a photon are not synonymous. But I do get your point what you're trying to say. Okay? I just wanted to point that out. So it's not so much that you're saying light isn't a photon as much as you're saying light isn't a particularized object that's self-contained, like a BB or a dot or an atom, right?
I'm not arguing that light isn't quantized. I'm saying that it's not a particle and that photon is often passed off as a particle. That's the way
Yeah, by
people.
people who don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Okay, yeah. So if you're just using photon as a definition of the quantization of light energy, then that's not inconsistent, and it is a useful simplification in order to describe certain effects like optics. It's easy to consider light like a some object traveling in a straight line, but that's not
Yeah,
what's
and you can
happening.
make models. You can make models of light that are particulate in nature, and you can make models of light that are wave-like in nature, depending on which phenomena you're trying to explain. But to reify
Right,
the
but not
models,
everything
say I have a model, therefore I have reality. That's not
No, I'm
always
saying
true, correct?
that's what's wrong with it. There's cognitive dissonance when
Right.
they teach in high school, like that there's a dual nature of light. It's like sometimes a particle and sometimes a wave. That's just confusing to people. It's only a wave, but it's the nature of space itself that allows that wave to propagate. For example, like a magnetic field will induce an electric field. An electric field will induce a magnetic field, and that's how the wave propagates. But
Over the flat Earth,
it's
yeah,
the
good point.
nature of space itself that is what's allowing that to happen and providing the energy when light hits something that we describe as a photon. So it's all to do with the properties of space, not some imaginary objects like sound traveling through the air or a wave traveling in the ocean. The water is not moving at the velocity of the wave. The energy is passing through the particle, right? So I'm saying
this photon is not traveling at the speed of light. It's waves propagating at the speed of light. The energy that you're measuring when the photon hits something was right there at the surface, just like the air that you're, when you hear a sound, the air that is impinging on your eardrum was already at the surface of your eardrum. It wasn't some particle of air that traveled that distance at the speed of sound.
Action of one molecule affecting the next, affecting the next, affecting the next, so finally the molecule that's touching your eardrum is affected, and then you hear it. And that happens at a rate.
Yes.
Known as the speed of sound.
Known as the speed of sound. And that has to do with the properties of air. Its springiness and its mass. Its compressibility and its inertia.
Right, but that's a mechanical chain of events, right? One mechanism affects the next mechanism, affects the next mechanism.
Yeah, and that's what light is. It cannot be also a particle.
I wouldn't say so much that it's a mechanical chain, but there's different things other than that. But we don't have to get into it too deep. Because it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, it actually proves the Earth's flat.
How does light?
Yeah. Let me help you out, bro. So you're wondering how does that work? So I'll tell you, light proves the Earth's flat. It's very simple. I'll explain. So what you do is you measure via laser transit, which uses light, over a 25-mile body of water, and you measure the water to be flat, and then you extrapolate that with the physics of water, using the principles and physics of how we know water to behave, and the benchmark standard that everything is benchmarked to sea level, which is between two horizontal parallel planes, and it covers 70% of the Earth's surface. Therefore, the Earth, just like I mentioned earlier, according to the flat Earth model, all the points on the surface, the extent of the width being much greater than the extent of the height, lie between two parallel planes. So there you go. Light proves the Earth's flat. Good job. Man, I love where this convo's going, bro. You'll be a flat earther in no time.
I don't think I got the chain of logic there. I still don't understand how
light is how you get a laser, and you use the laser to measure the Earth's water. And since the Earth's water is flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, then the Earth is flat. Shabam, shaboom. That's a very logical progression, dude. Don't even try to hide or deny it, okay?
You said
Don't be
light is
lying.
prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
So
light is how you get a laser. A laser's made of light, in case you didn't know. You use the laser to measure the Earth's water. You extrapolate the Earth's water surface level across 70% of the known territory. Then you benchmark the sea level standard, which all elevation profiles are benchmarked from, and you end up with the entire surface of the Earth is between two horizontal parallel planes. Ergo, it's flat.
I think that's
Do you think that's absolutely logically sound? That's right, because it is.
I don't, but
I know you don't, because you don't know logic, bro. So why don't you try to debunk anything I just said using any form of logical critique? Go ahead.
well, your original position was that light proves like the existence of light. This is what I assumed your proposition was, that light, the existence of light, the fact that light exists.
Oh my God, dude. I said light proves the Earth is flat because you use light in the form of a laser to measure the Earth, dude. Why go
Right, that was
backwards,
your
bro?
position, but
Right, so it's not my fault that you don't understand how rhetoric works, okay? I clearly was progressing a story, triggering on the point of light as the convergence to the other part I wanted to talk about. So light was a segue, and I then used light to prove the Earth was flat. So let's just focus on that.
But we already talked about the lasers over the water thing. We
Yeah,
already
exactly. So you already conceded the Earth was flat. Like I said, bro, you don't know it yet, but you'll be a flat earther in no time, brother. Because pretty soon you're going to realize that all you have to hope on about the globe being a globe is models, and everything we're presenting to you is reality. And then one of these days it's going to click for you because your brain is going to work even when you're not thinking about flat Earth. It's going to cognize on this problem, be like, why do I believe models are reality, but reality that's actually reality shows the Earth to be flat?
He does seem to be questioning some of the paradigm, aren't you?
No, he's
I,
not.
I question a lot of the paradigm, but I don't. I'm still pretty solid on
Of
the Earth being
course.
around because
Of
of this,
course you
like,
are. There's nothing. I know.
He
this
questions
stuff
everything we put forward, but doesn't question any of the crap that he's already claims to believe in.
like I said, I have a problem with their description of light. I have a problem with the gravity
Okay, so
issue.
somebody's description of light, please enlighten me on how that changes the shape of the Earth.
No,
Well,
I'm
he's
just
not
saying
there
that
yet.
we don't agree with everything that they teach you in school, kind of thing.
Excellent, so non sequitur, basically.
We don't
Unless
think
you're
that
using a laser.
How long have you been in this debate, Dylan? How long have you been?
About 8 minutes.
Are you new here, or have you been watching these debates online and stuff for a while?
Yeah, my sort of history with it is just I just was aware of it, and to me it's kind of mind-blowing that there's so many people that believe that the earth is flat when it seems so obviously round. And
Hey, well, check this
Well,
out,
we
bro.
think it's
Dylan,
obviously flat.
Dylan, let me stop
How
you right there.
long, Dylan?
I
Yeah, fair
always tell
enough, but I
people,
gotta stop you. Hold on, Dylan.
why would you finish with my
I
point?
gotta stop you there. Here's why. It's very simple. You've encountered many people, to your astonishment, that believe the earth is flat. But you've also encountered people, even in this call tonight, that have told you they know the earth is flat. So you've encountered two groups of people, not just one. Okay?
I would like an answer to that, Dylan. How long? Year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? How long?
Well, I've never been in a debate with it. Well, that's not true. I've met a couple of people, maybe two people
Why are you
in maybe
evading? You're evading the question, brother. How long you been actively looking into this? Years, right? Yes.
consistently for years, but yeah, when I was first
Right.
introduced to it was probably years ago.
Right.
Yes.
So
I'm
we're
trying to
not
give you
changing your
the
mind.
next
We're not
thing.
changing your mind tonight, are we? That's not going to happen here.
I've never talked to people that were as intelligent as you guys about this
Oh, well, thank
subject
you.
in person.
Well, that's good to hear.
I've heard some very intelligent. That was what attracted me to it, was how intelligent some of the arguments that were being made about it were, and how, the discord with what seems obvious to me. So I think that there's a lot of lies out there in the world. I think that the earth is probably got huge hollow cavities. People talk about hollow earth theory. I'm not sure it's completely hollow, but I think that there's huge cavities, at least, inside the earth. I think that the government is lying to us about a lot of things. I think there's a lot of lies out there for sure, but I don't think that they're lying about the earth being round. I think that that's kind of a psyop, and that it's trying to distract people from the real conspiracies. I do think there's elaborate
So why do you
conspiracies,
think it's a psyop?
because there's just so many intelligent people that it must be
Okay, so
some
people are
people.
smart, so therefore psyop. Your logic is insane, bro.
Let me finish that point. The reason I think it's a psyop is because, or the reason I think it's a psyop is because it doesn't make sense to me that people so intelligent could believe that the earth was flat.
They don't believe it's flat. That's where you're coming unstuck.
No, we don't even need to go past that. That didn't even make sense, brother. Dylan.
Does that not make sense?
All right, so Dylan, are you trying to say that flat earthers themselves are faking it?
I think some people are. I think there were shills that were that.
Well,
that,
yeah, I
that
don't disagree. So let's take those people and put them to the side.
You guys are
Now
faking
you've
it
got
at all.
people. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Take those people, put them to the side. Now I want you to take Mr. Stone, who you met tonight. Mr. Stone presented to you what appeared to him to be rock solid evidence of physical reality where the stakes are very high and the accounting for the quote unquote curvature would be absolutely necessary. And when he calculated it, he found out that no, This calculates exactly if the Earth was flat and no globe curve to be seen. And his conclusion from that is, I know the Earth is flat and there's no curve there. So now is he faking it?
No, I think he believes it.
Okay, so then whether the flat Earth being a psyop or not, because guess what? True things can also be psyops, right? The way in which they deal with it in the public. Some of it's called gray ops. There's all kinds of different things you can talk about. But whether or not the government or the powers that be intended to use flat Earth for whatever purposes wouldn't change the fact that the Earth is flat. It wouldn't change the fact that Mr. Stone went out with his own mind and discovered the truth for himself. And now he claims to you, I know the Earth is flat. I know through my own tests that there's no way it's curved. It can't be curved.
People can be very convinced of different things. From his evidence that he provided with the airplane landing mechanisms, like I think that those devices are well suited to landing a plane safely, but they're not proof that the Earth is flat. I think that there's
Dude, what was his claim? What was his claim about that instrument that showed him that the Earth was flat and not curved? What about it?
What about his claim proved the Earth was flat?
To him,
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
To him was that he didn't notice any of the height difference that would have been necessary if the Earth was curved.
Yeah, the plane must be at a particular altitude when it intersects those beams. It's a geometric consequence of the altitude of the plane, the approach distance to the airport, and the angles at which the beams are being cast towards the plane. And that is an intersection point in free space. And he said that this intersection point in free space of the plane's altitude and the beams and a 3-degree pitch angle to glide slope can only occur at this location in space. And if the Earth was a globe, it would be here. And if the Earth was flat, it would be here. It is where the Earth is flat is supposed to be, and it's nowhere near by hundreds of feet where if the Earth was a globe. Okay, that's what he said.
Yeah, I think that these are just devices that they're using to land the plane. I don't think that they're. I don't.
I
think
know,
that
dude. I know you keep saying that, dude. But the fact that you just throwing out these vague generalities, oh, these are just devices that land the plane. Well, that's a cool story and all. He got into the meat and potatoes of how it worked. I mean, do you not understand? Do you not understand, dude? Like just how adept he was at presenting his information. But with you, it's always just models and I believes. It's like, do you not understand the rigorous difference in how he came to his conclusion versus how you're coming to yours?
No, I think that my method of coming to a conclusion is more rigorous because I'm taking into account all of these other things, like this cosmological model that seems so consistent to me. I think that measurements
You're
are
taking
only
into account non-particulars that can't arbitrate the situation proper and disregarding first order measurements of the thing itself. So yeah, if you think that's rigorous, good for you.
I would have to look in. He presented it very well, but I would have to look into it, of course, a lot closer in order to.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Would you at least agree, and I hope for the love of God you agree after all this conversation, that if I have a 2x4 in front of me and I want to know how long it is, I just measure the damn thing. I don't pontificate about Home Depot ceiling. Right?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. He says he knows it's flat because he measured it's flat with this mechanism, with this method, and so everything else doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's how it works, dude. If you measure something directly and it measures to be contrary to somebody else's story, then you've measured it directly and proven them wrong. Yes, it's that simple, dude. I know it's hard to grasp. I know it's so elegantly simple that most Globers find it befuddling that the key is just a simple fact. But yeah, that's the way it works, bro.
So I will have to, in order to refute that claim or come up with a reason why he's come to that conclusion. I'm not prepared so quickly to refute it. I haven't looked into it closely enough.
No, I agree with you. I
think
agree with you. You should put it through scrutiny. But if you see, the problem is you're still so reticent to accept the fact that first order measurements of the thing itself is greater in the hierarchy of truth than a bunch of stories about other things that aren't the thing itself. And you're
No,
still struggling with it.
as a logical preposition, that obviously that makes sense. Like if you know something is one way as a fact, then you have to hold on to what you know that you know. So I understand why if he feels that he knows that the Earth is flat, then everything else goes out the window.
Because it's measured. The only way you're going to contradict that measurement is to provide other measurements that are different to his.
No, that's not true. He can debunk what he did and find out that Stone is actually talking out his ass. If he researches and says, "Oh no, look, Stone was incorrect because of A, B, and C," so he doesn't have to provide counterexamples if he
Yeah, he
can
could do that.
disprove Stone's
that
example.
ABC right now, but I think that but that's I think there's some flaw, and that's where I'm because to me
Hey, well,
the Earth
listen,
being
Fred. I agree with you. I agree with you that in order for your worldview to stay correct, there must be a flaw. And greater flat earthers have actually started that same way, with that same thought. There must be a flaw because I believe the Earth is a globe, and they started going down the track of trying to find the flaw, and they ended up finding out there was no flaw. The actual flaw is the globe. Go ahead.
yeah, I think we understand.
I feel like you need to get over the hump that the lie could actually be this big. I still feel like you're appealing to authority. Is that true? Like, are you holding on to that? Like, how could they all be lying about this type thing?
No, I think that lies can be very big. I think
This
that
big.
like the moon landing, the first moon landing was probably faked. Things like that. I
Okay.
think that could be pretty big lies.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. I was wrong.
To me, it's really the cosmological model that is lacking on the alternative side. You guys are kind of saying, well, the rules can
I
be
get it.
different.
You want a model. You want something that you can hang your hat on, but you got to understand our side doesn't come from that place. Our side says, what can we observe? And then it goes counter to those models. So our side doesn't like make up models. That's not what we do. We just go, what do we observe here?
Eventually, you want to know the truth, right?
Of course.
So
I would love a model. I've looked
like,
at all the flat Earth maps. Man, it'd be wonderful if I could hang my hat on one of those. And I get it
do
that like your side wants that.
you think that there are other planets? Like,
Holy freaking crap, dude!
Wow, that's
No, we think that no, dude. We think that when you look up, there's nothing actually there. It's all a mental projection. I mean, come on, dude.
No, what seriously? That's a big stopping point for me. Is like I don't understand what you think these things are in the sky then, or like I kind of
Well,
need some.
we're okay with not 100% knowing that.
Yeah, that's oh, hey, let's focus right there, guys, for a second.
What about any percentage? Like, what do you?
Just hold on. No, just hold on, brother. We're gonna focus there for a second. There's a certain truth that sometimes you have to come to grips with in your life, and that is that regardless of what stories you've been told, the people who told you they don't actually know, and they are just stories. And as much as you're missing out on the narrative force of the story, once you find out it's fake, like Santa Claus or any other story, you don't need to replace it with anything. You just need to accept the fact that you were told something by people who claim they know, but they didn't know. And then you have to be honest with yourself and say, I don't. It's that simple. You have to be safe in your own mental space to be able to say, I don't know, and I may never know, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah, if I knew that the Earth was flat, the way that Mr. Stone was describing, or the way that you guys obviously feel that the Earth is flat, then the implications would be that that the whole model is off and needs to be and yeah, not having a model is a bit of a crisis. But
No, it's
I've
not a
got to find
crisis,
out.
dude. Listen, no.
no,
Nobody go any further than this.
to
It is
say,
not a
for example,
crisis. No, stop,
the
Dylan. Stop. Dylan. A crisis is my mother is bleeding out and I only have so much gas left. It's further for the ambulance to get to me than for me to get to the hospital. I'm having a hard time unlocking my phone. I'm in a crisis. There's serious consequences going to happen. Now, if you just stop believing in fancy things in space that are stories, there's no crisis, brother. Nobody's going to die. Nobody's going to
yeah,
get hurt.
I don't mean crisis like that, but that's an interesting point. It's funny too, and a
I
little
get what you're saying,
morbid.
like an intellectual crisis, but don't you have an intellectual crisis with all kinds of things you can't explain in this world we live in? Or do you
The
feel
world.
like you have everything figured out? Like what? I mean, don't
I mean,
God
that's
and Big Bang and I mean, we have intellectual crisis about everything, right? We don't need models for that. We just accept we don't actually really know.
There are things that we know that we don't know. Yes.
Just like those little flickering things up in the that we see up above our heads at night.
I think that there are
We
problems
don't
with.
know what those are. We don't know what those are. And I get it,
You don't.
like your
You think that
propensity
the
to
stars are something?
like
The
I get
stars
it
are
when
different.
when an authority figure gives you a comprehensive answer about that, that is very comforting. I get that. And that goes for anything, like religion or anything. When somebody you feel like has authority gives you a comprehensive answer, that is very comforting on things we don't actually know.
And it's a delusion that there's a necessity to even know, which aids in the delusion that you think you do know when you actually don't. It's
Precisely.
Dunning-Kruger at its finest.
Brother, everybody stop and give him credit for inventing a new term, please. So let it be written, so let it be done, entered into the annals of history. Stunning Kruger. Amazing.
I love it.
It's a good one. You guys do this every Saturday night? What do you? I mean, just
Yeah, we do
to
this
put the
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Holmes.
No way, really?
Yeah, dude, we're on
They do
3
it all
different
the time,
servers.
yeah.
That's right, brother. Well,
Well,
listen, not each one of us personally. Obviously, we come and go.
I haven't been here for like like a year. This, it's been a while since I've been back. Personal shit.
We're on politics server. We're also on English Hub server. We're also working on another server, which is 1 million people. Politics is like 100,000. English Hub is
So you don't
300,000.
you discuss other issues besides the Earth model?
Periodically, but most of the time we keep it on Flat Earth, dude. But yes, Flat Earth touches a lot of different topics. Sometimes we talk about childhood psychology. Sometimes we talk about financial issues. But it's all in relation to segues about Flat Earth and obviously world systems, because there's a lot of world systems involved, like education systems, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's maybe a good direction to go. Like I said, I think that the moon landing could have been faked, but that fake seems like a lot easier to pull off than having, because you'd have to have people invested in the lie. You'd have to have so many
Yeah,
people invested.
they are, dude. Check this out. The reason why most people are invested in the globe is because it was given to them during a childhood's developmental psychological stage in which their brains and minds are in tune to identify who they are, where their home is, and what their safety is. much like your
Like a
love
rela-
language. Yeah. Well, no, more like a language. So for example, when you're a child, you very quickly realize who your parents are. You very quickly realize, certain facts at certain stages of development. And so at each stage of development, your brain and mind just open up like a sponge and just take in info. So for example, language is the best example of this. You don't have to teach a kid language. You just have to sit them at a certain age and expose them to the tokens, and their mind just naturally works with it. And then all of a sudden they can learn how to talk. Okay. And much like that, how it's imprinted on your identity, the globe is given at a psychological developmental stage where it's imprinted as part of your identity. And so people actually, whether they know it or not, intrinsically defend the globe just like they defend themselves because it's part of who they are.
Well said.
It still would require quite a bit. Like, there's supposedly satellites orbiting the Earth. Like, is all of that fake?
Yeah, we believe it's a big lie, dude.
There's plenty of high altitude
Like, you got to get over
objects,
that.
dude. Yeah, that and he's correct that there's a lot of
That's
grand
just
deceptions
the
there. But the average person, listen, the average person that works in a satellite company, they have no idea what's really going on. They're so far removed from actual implementation of the device. For example, we had a guy, check this out, brother. We had a guy, specifically a satellite guy for Amazon. He'd been hanging out with us for like the past year. And he's all into their I forget the name of it. What is it called? Amazon Leo. What he ended up, being part of that. And when we grill him on it, he doesn't know anything, nothing. And he's legit. Like you can check his credentials publicly. He's absolutely the guy that
No,
works with
I
Amazon on that
understand that.
project.
I'm working on jet engine control systems, and I don't really like. I work with variables, and I don't know what.
Yeah, you get it. Look, it's like
It
this,
could be for
bro.
something.
It's
It
like
could be
this.
code. I don't even know if it's for an airplane.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just code.
Well, it's like this, brother. It's like this. Check this out. Christianity. There's like 2 to 3 billion Christians in the world. They believe in Christianity. Does that mean it's true because they believe it? There's like 2 billion Muslims in the world. There's like a million, or 2 billion Hindus in the world, right? So they all are billions of people believing one thing. They believe it's true. They believe that's the universe and the metaphysics that they exist in. And by the same token, just because most people believe in the globe, right? They believe it's true. They're operating as if it's true.
There are people that have like circumnavigated. You can sail around Antarctica. I don't. What is that? Is that all lie too? You guys believe in an ice wall?
Dude,
Unfortunately, it all turns out to be a lie when you really look into it, dude.
Yeah, none of the courses of circumnavigation have ever been charted in a manner which would definitively prove the Earth is a globe. They're all skirting around. They're all doing circles around
Did I lose you?
Polaris. Nothing's going north to south circumnavigation, dude, to prove the Earth's a globe. Never happened, never will.
Honestly, you sound just like we did, dude, in the beginning. And there were so many things. You're like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? And then when you look into it, it's like, well, that doesn't actually say anything. It doesn't there is no smoking gun here, man. We wouldn't exist if there were. As a matter of fact, it's actually opposite to the smoking gun. Unfortunately. I'd love for the debate to be over.
Dude, it's like the gun. Or
Hello?
yeah, he made a gun out of soap, and then he pointed it in somebody's face, and it looked like a gun until they walked up close, and then all of a sudden the barrel started to bend down. It's a paper tiger. It
You
just
guys cut out.
looks
I think I got.
convincing. Man, you better reconnect, bro. Just disconnect and come back.
I got a what?
Here, let me help you out. Boom. All right. Hopefully he'll come back. I got a what?
Give him some time. He might come over. He might cross the line.
Nah. This
Hey,
one's got
shut
him
up,
like the
pessimist.
Alabama tick.
No pessimists allowed.
That's why I asked him how long he's been doing this. I wanted to ask him too, like where he's getting his information, because if he's getting it from Professor Dave or some other shit like that, then
So, dude,
we know we're just
yeah,
fighting
fair
it.
enough, but holy crap, dude. I just got ripped off. Dude, I just bought
Bloody
a set of
Globers.
brad nails. I just bought a set of brad nails, and the container's an 1.5 inches thick. And from the front, it looks like it's full. But when you open it, the back half is filled with foam. It's only half full of nails, bro. What the heck,
Whoa.
you little jerks.
Capitalism, brother. I'm just kidding.
Well, it does say 1,000 nails, so they can't be held
Yeah,
liable.
there you go.
Listen, they
That's
can't be held liable for you looking at the sock bulge and thinking you've picked a winner.
Yeah, but they did spend extra effort to make it look bigger than it was, didn't they?
That's what she said.
Uh-huh. We all do that. We got our boy Dylan back, it looks like.
So where were we?
Flat Earth,
I gotta
bro.
put a hard stop, I think, at 3.
Hey, no worries, brother. I'm having a blast. I think you're a fun guy, bro.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking ago, was that you guys all seem like nice guys, and when it comes to like what there's good and evil, and that's the biggest distinction I try to be on, is on the side of good.
Yeah, that's good, bro.
Yeah, we're with you. You're roboting again, though, unfortunately.
I can hear you guys pretty well. So I was moving
whatever
before
you
my
did,
phone.
it's working better.
Right.
Hey, so what year were you born, or how old are you?
40.
Yeah, you're roboting on me. Yeah. I don't
I'm
know if it's my phone or his phone.
Hello? Big 40.
Okay, so if you're 40, I'm 43, so we probably grew up in about the same, where like we wanted to go to space camp when we were kids, right? Things like that.
Yeah, I definitely considered it at one point, but yeah, it's, I don't know, it was like too scary for me. I was like, just like worse than being in a submarine. I'd be too claustrophobic. I would not want to do that. I mean, maybe like for just a trip, but I won't come back. I like the Earth. I like plants and going for a swim. Being in the space shuttle, it just seems so sterile and claustrophobic.
Okay, so what
But yeah,
about
I
like
was
Star
inspired by
Wars?
astronauts. I remember going to the
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I was a big Star Wars
We're
fan.
80s kids, yeah. It was a big deal back then. Apparently it's supposedly a big deal right now, but
Yes.
am I the only one getting
But
a
you believe
robot
that
voice?
these movies are there just to... I can hear you guys pretty well.
It might be my phone. I'm going silent.
Are you not hearing her?
I think Star Wars was just fiction.
Get so many...
Star Wars was just innocent fiction.
Like, you don't think there's a James Webb
telescope. You don't think there's satellites. You don't think there's like, how do we get GPS without satellites? You think it's just balloons in the
And
atmosphere or
there
something?
could be telescopes at high altitude. They used to have Sophia, which was a telescope built into a large aircraft. I can't remember the type of aircraft it was. It was a jet.
747.
And 747. There you go. And it operated essentially like Hubble, right? They'd get it to high altitude, so it wasn't suffering so much atmospheric distortion, and take similar imagery to what they claim Hubble takes. But they're not seeing what like with a lot of those telescope imagery, right? That you see the raw imagery, and it's nothing like what you then see what they publish in like National Geographic or anything like that. That's all like post-production imagery.
You know, I did get to work for Blue Origin for like 2 years. I got to go up to Cape Canaveral and got access to all of their facilities, and they're not a very
Okay, so
promising space program, but
you're heavily invested though in this mindset then, which is fine. I'm not judging you on that. I'm just pointing it out as, a matter of fact.
yeah, it's my worldview, as you can say. It's
Right, and if
and
you were to
without
it would
a
it would indeed be an intellectual crisis for you if you were to start to go, what if they really are all lying? That would be an intellectual crisis for you because once again, you're an 80s baby, you want to go to space camp, you work for Blue Origin, you have all these things that,
I believe in I have an open mind to things that I would not consider mainstream at all. I've seen things that were paranormal. I've seen things that were just people would consider you a crazy person.
I think you've demonstrated that through some of the things you've said here and the fact that you're in the room at all and having the discussion. And, many of the things you said. Yeah, no, I get that.
I think that
but I'm just
conspiracies. There's very
Yeah, I'm
big,
just
elaborate conspiracies.
yeah, you have to you do have to get that's the hardest hurdle for most folks to get over because you when you start looking into this, you start to realize like nothing's adding up and all of this. But the hardest hurdle that at least for myself, was like, man, can they? There would have to be so many people, not necessarily lying. Well, there would have to be quite a few people lying, but also like just buying into it. There are so many people that believe it. So yeah, you have to get over the hurdle of like, yeah, you talked about a psyop. Like we do believe this is a psyop on the other side. In the same way that you believe that flat earth's a psyop, we believe this is a psyop.
What is the motivation for the psyop?
Well, the best way I've
what is the
ever
goal?
yeah, so here's the best way that I can explain it. And I've done this. I'll explain it in the way that the best way, because I was writing a like a movie script, and basically this is how the movie script went. We end up the ball model is real, space is real. We end up going and we find another like Earth, okay, and we go and we discover that Earth, and we find on this island of that Earth there is resources and a whole tribe of people. Well, what we would do to them is we would tell them that they live on a flat Earth, and we would confine them and exploit their resources. Now, that's just me speculating, and this isn't. They have some day for speculation. I think it's Sunday. So we're getting into territory of like the why that we don't really like to get into because we don't know why. Nobody
But that
knows the
forgive me,
why.
but you just said that you go to another planet in the story, and it's a round planet in the story. It's a globe in
Yes,
the story.
in the movie, the way that I was
Rever-
writing it, it's a reverse psychology thing, right? So we go in and tell them they live on a the same way you
Yeah, it's
probably
great.
maybe think that they.
I
You
get it. I
remember
get
back
it.
in the day they told that everybody they lived on a flat Earth so they wouldn't go explore, basically.
Right, but why? What was it about the flat Earth that meant you couldn't explore? It's because there was a boundary you'd fall off of. Now, the
That's
globe
right.
Earth has a boundary that you can't fall off of, but a boundary that means there's no extra land. Now, interestingly enough, you were trying to trap people and you told them they lived on a flat Earth. They might think, wait a minute, if I live on a flat Earth, I could just keep going outwards. But if you live in a ball, you're trapped in a permanent sized prison. So the reverse
Yeah.
psychology is for people to realize, wait a minute, if I'm on a flat Earth, there could be more land. If I'm on a globe Earth, there's definitely not more land.
No reason to explore. None at all. Nothing out there.
And
Just stay
the only
home.
hope of exploration, becomes the sky, which you're never going to go to.
Which only the government can do.
So the motivation is to confine people from exploring.
Yes, that, and I mean, there's obviously, like I say, we're getting into territory because a lot of folks on our side, we like to stick to facts. So, like, I'm kind of going beyond the bounds here to like try to explain to you one potential reason amongst many potential reasons of the why. I'm trying to like explain to you that there are many reasons that possibly could be the why, and it would make sense like if we found a tribe somewhere that we felt like we could exploit, we would want them to stay there and be as productive as possible and pay their duties and pay their taxes and keep the system running. We wouldn't want them looking to bigger things, trying to get out of the system, trying to break the chains, there's nowhere to go for you, buddy. You're here, you need to go to work, pay your taxes, be a good little boy, maybe have a couple kids and they can do the same.
Don't talk back.
And don't talk back because there's nothing else, there ain't nowhere for you to go, bud. Now, once again, we don't really know the why. It could be so much something bigger or something we're not even thinking about. Well, like I said, most of our ilk, if you will, don't like to explore into those territories. I will, but I don't know. All I know is it feels like something's off.
It is
Nothing's
Sunday.
adding up. Oh
To be
yeah, it
clear,
is.
it's not so much that we don't like to explore into those territories. It's that we never present any knowledge or speculation about those territories to be evidence of why the Earth is flat. Because whether people are lying about it or there's a conspiracy or a motive is irrelevant to the material fact that the Earth is present and can be directly measured and demonstrated to be flat.
Precisely. The same reason why we don't want to get into models and stuff like that. Okay, we can do that, but we don't know. We like to stick to what we can actually measure, what we actually know, what we can actually observe as human beings.
Well, at some point you want to know the truth of like what are these things in the sky, what is the motivation? Like there's got to be some curiosity beyond just the shape.
Check it out, bro. In my worldview, I already know the answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a Christian in the classical sense. And the Bible is very clear that Satan has designs on the world to be worshipped as God, and that Satan is responsible for deceiving all of mankind. So Satan has propped himself up in a cosmological paradigm that dethrones the real God and places himself in place of the real God to be worshipped. Now, that's not all happening at any given time. It's all an overarching goal. So yes, there are non-human actors that have designs on humanity for their own ends, and their ends are self-serving. And whether you agree with their motives or not doesn't matter. Whether it's even true or not doesn't matter, because there are other people who believe it's true and they're acting on that behalf. So, for example, there are alleged elites who are evil, but from the elites' perspective, they're doing a good thing. They think that it's their job to deceive humanity and to herd humanity like a bunch of stupid cattle. Because without them, we'd all die.
Without them, the cattle, they would die as the elites, you mean, right?
No. Without them, we would die. Now, they do use us, and it's like a parasitic, symbiotic relationship, sure. But they think
Why would
they
we
think they're
die?
noble. They think that lying to humanity about the nature of the metaphysical is their duty, because we're too dumb and we have to be
to
controlled.
to get people away
What?
from the Bible and to get people away from Christianity and the Bible, you're saying, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
A lot of it is bringing people towards the Bible with a perverse version of interpretation, so that they're so close to the truth, but they're actually so far away at the same time.
I mean, if you think about it, like if you are in the power structure, humans are fickle, man. Things can go south real quick. I mean, we know that all through history. Rebellion, stock market can crash in an instant, and it's just based on emotion, right? So like humans are fickle. So like if you're in
Civilization
the
has
power
collapsed
structure,
in the past.
yeah, if you're in the power structure, your whole job is to keep the system going because you're in the upper echelon. You're getting paid. So you want to keep the peace. You don't want people asking questions. You don't want them exploring. You don't want rebellion. You don't want them questioning the system. That's when you're up. When you're the upper, who has
And
the
now
power.
people
That's
have
why
been. Go ahead.
I think it's noble to question the assumptions that we've been given and the narratives that we've been given. I do think that that's a noble thing. I do think that it is a good versus evil type of situation. I do think there's elites trying to take advantage and all of that. I'm not sure what you meant by we would die without them.
No, he's saying
What are you
they
talking
believe
about?
that.
Yeah, they think that
They
about themselves.
they think that we would die without them.
Yeah.
Yes, like every CEO of every company thinks if I weren't here,
Yeah.
this company would be done. I'm the
And
man.
depending on where you are in history, there's different facts. But just imagine this. I'll lay this out from the perspective of a military attack. So recently, and I mean recently, like within 5 years, there was a threat against the United States homeland, supposedly of a nuclear attack that was going to be an EMP-based weapon. And so a colonel was commissioned to write up a report about the devastation that this single weapon would cause to the United States homeland. And part of his job was well, let me explain the weapon. So the weapon would get into Venezuela, it would get on a container ship, it would come up towards Cuba and towards the East Coast, the Gulf, and it wouldn't even have to get certain range, and then it would fire its weapon into the upper atmosphere, where it would ignite, and then it would lay out an EMP that would cover the entire United States homeland and render our electronics useless that aren't shielded. And so then he had to do like a casualty report, like what would this cause? So his projections were 30 million people would die immediately because they were presently relying on some form of technology to stay alive, whether it be a car, a train, in a hospital, all of these things. Like that was his numbers that he got. He then said that over the next 3 months, 70 million more people would die from poop and pee. Literally, this is in the report. Because people are so stupid, they don't even understand how to keep their water clean and how to manage their fecal matter and urine, that they would end up overflowing with poop and pee. You know, they'd be eating their stores, they'd be eating the food, and obviously their fridges would go bad, but they'd have canned goods, they'd have all the stuff, and they'd just be defecating and peeing everywhere because sewers wouldn't work anymore. Now, don't get me wrong, if you have a leach field, a septic tank, you'd be okay, right? But you still wouldn't necessarily have running water because the water plants, a lot of them run electricity, right? So many people would not have proper sanitation, and they would be essentially retarded in dealing with their own waste, and they would all die. So in the
Yeah,
first 4 months, you have a
and
third of the population killed.
yeah, that's not
So when
surprising to me. I think that
yeah, so that's what I mean by like certain people think like, well, without management on a higher level, like humans can't even take care of themselves. Like they can't even deal with their poop and pee. They're literally just gonna die. Or when it comes to, storing food or, being prepared for the weather or anything, it's
Yeah,
like most of the time the
famine.
average person, yeah, famine too. Most of the time the average person you meet, if everything went to crap, they'd be dead in 30 days.
if that long, people were like eating dead bodies after 3 days in Katrina. They didn't want
Yeah.
the body
People
to
look for
rot any further.
governance and guidance, right? Because they know that they don't know how to run things and how to survive and provide and all that stuff. So it's natural like that, like it's kind of natural that that a community will structure themselves in such a way, right? And they have usually a patriarchy, right? It's how it used to
Well,
be.
it's always a fun hypothetical to imagine what would happen if all your power went out, all your water went out, and all your internet went out one day. Like within 5 days, like I'm in Texas, so we've got guns. So basically, I would band with my neighbors with our guns, and within a week, we would be with those guns going through our other neighbors' houses to see what kind of rations they have, right?
Yeah, brother. Yeah. And then you know
Collecting
what you
those
do?
rations.
You know what you do? You'd go up to them and be like, dude, there's a crisis. There's a crisis. I don't know what the stars are. It's a crisis. Let's go. Get your guns.
Well, in this case, like you're on survival mode, right? You got your family, you only have, so much rations in your own home, and very quickly you're going to realize, I don't know when this is coming back. You don't know what's going on. So if you go through that like example, like that hypothetical, like very quickly people are going to start killing each other. You're going to go straight to socialism. You're going to go straight to, all of it, right? You're going to start to build an army. So
Yeah, so it'd
yeah,
be
I
kind of a
mean,
Mad
humans are
Max
fickle.
type of situation.
Humans are
even a
fickle.
step above that, right? You guys are talking about rations and
You're
water
saying
and shit
all
like
of
that.
this? What
I
is
mean,
that?
you guys are talking about rations and water and stuff. Even before that, think about how many people hold cash to be able to like barter or buy shit that they don't have. You know what I mean? The grid down and shit. Everyone's got credit cards. That shit ain't gonna
Well,
work.
the cash when that
It's going to be
happens
pretty
are
useless too.
bullets. Yeah, bullets, water, food.
Food.
Like that's what people are going to use.
Yeah, but
Hey,
that's
Brand,
only,
Right.
yeah, but hold on, brother. Hold
Brand,
on. That's only
Toilet
for
paper.
smart people. Real quick. Real quick. What you just said is only for smart people because most of the people are going to be too stupid to realize that their cash is not worthless. And you're going to be able to give them cash for their food and their water until they finally get it.
well, see, that's the point. I mean,
That'll
all of
that'll
the
go for like a week. Yeah,
yeah, I
week
mean,
or
it
two.
serves as a buffer, right? It's just a buffer. The bare necessities are absolute essential, right? But to get to a stage where you can be set up, you have that time frame where you can at least quote unquote operate in the quote unquote the system, right? Because there's going to be a period where people they won't know what's going on, and they'll have maybe a bit of faith. Okay, the power's out. It'll be back tomorrow. Oh shit, I can't go buy, my eggs and milk with my card. Oh, but the store, it'll take my 20. Shit like that, right? It gives you a brief period.
Yeah, so fast forward into like where you're at a month now, where everybody's running out. And that's when, or even like 2 weeks, probably.
Of course.
2-3 weeks, and that's when shit gets real, and now we're in survival mode.
Yeah, you want to have your fucking dried food storage and shit like that. Up here, it's hard to get,
what you want to have is the bigger gun, because who cares about your dried food storage? Because I'm gonna walk in your house and say, "What you got, brother?"
Yeah,
we need to add this to the collective.
I get that. Yeah, being ready for that is also something. Up here is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but
but it is feasible.
I think that there's I could be a doomsday prepper and still believe in the globe, though. Is there
Sure.
Is there a connection?
No, there's no connection there.
Okay.
So bottom line, invest in 9mm bullets.
Yeah, just cover all your bases.
Yeah, I would start with the food, but
well, the guy with the 9mm bullets are going to take your food, brother. After 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, you got to protect what you have. I just wouldn't want to be.
And you better hope he doesn't have an eyeball for your daughter. Just saying. Because there ain't no law anymore.
No, dude, that's a trick. That's the oldest trick in the book, dude. You tell your daughter ahead of time, all right, they're going to come, they're going to have guns. And what you're going to do is act all sexy like. And then when they put their guard down, I'm going to take the guns, blast them.
Yeah. It's just, it's a good hypothetical to realize like how quickly shit can hit the fan in like a very real way. Anyway. Yeah, get you thinking like, what would I do? What, you start thinking about, would I hide my food in my attic somewhere? Would I do something like that? Yeah, you would. You would start hiding your shit. It'd become a very cutthroat world very quickly.
Well, I certainly agree with that.
Well, I'll tell you this, having gone through many hurricanes and stuff, like, honestly, just having access to the internet is so crucial now, because it allows you obviously to communicate and see what's going on, but it also, like, man, I remember back in the day when we would get hit by a hurricane here in Houston, and before pre-internet, and you would just sit in the house sweating your fucking nuts off, trying to play card games. It's like, to me now, when it happens, like when Hurricane Beryl came through, which was an incredible hurricane. Like I watched that hurricane in my backyard pull out 100-foot pine trees in front of my face. It was crazy, dude. It was almost a spiritual experience, to be honest with you. I was pretty drunk too, but regardless, having my phone where I still felt connected, it was kind of like, you know what, this ain't that bad, to be honest with you.
Anyway, the moral of that whole story was people in charge have their own reasons for why they do what they do. And you don't even need to agree with their reasons. The fact that they do what they do because they feel like it's a good enough reason for them.
Yeah, we really don't know. But once again, we're okay. Like, we all know that there is an elite that acts in their own self-interest. So there are fundamental truths.
Their reason. You might think their reason's stupid, and you would never do anything for those reasons, but guess what? Who cares?
And if you were in their position, you would do the same thing.
Maybe. It always boils down to the motives for a cause of a fact don't change the fact. The motives are irrelevant. The Earth is flat because it's flat, not because some dickheaded elite is worshiping Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the debate at hand.
Yeah, just
And
another
honest,
angle, the conspiracy side of it, which was, the motivation question and like the how to create such a large conspiracy where it's just such a massive. It would
yeah,
be
no,
too.
It's not a large. It's not large, dude. Let's say there's 6 billion people on the planet, and there's 6,000 people who actually know the truth. Would that be a large conspiracy, relatively? No, wouldn't. Would it?
I don't think you could get away with 6,000 people being like liars about it. I think you'd need a lot
Okay, go
more
ahead. Go
evidence.
ahead and start. Go ahead and start thinking about who would actually have to know.
well, it's large in that so many people think it. So I'll give you that, but there aren't. You really don't even need 6,000 people to know it. It could be
I just want
1,000.
anybody. I just want anybody to start thinking it through and start, naming roles that these people have where they have to. There's no way they can exist without knowing the truth.
Right, like the ones that are truly in on it. It could be.
Yep.
It could be way less than 1,000. It could be.
Could be zero.
Do
I
you
mean,
think?
it.
Yeah. Do you
Well,
think? Do you think Trump knows?
No, because
no, I don't.
if
Do
there
you think he
aren't
would need to
actual.
know?
Well, Trump didn't
Because
even
we.
know that they were fighting a war in Syria his first term.
Well, to be
Seriously,
fair, we
Google it.
all know that presidents of the United States have advisors who tell them what's going on, and the president makes his decisions. Like the president doesn't have to know every topic, right? He has experts come in and inform him, and then from there he makes his decisions.
Or
Right. So
Yeah,
easy
even the
of
test. What
president
course.
of
about?
the United States,
Oh, sorry.
right? So even the president of the United States doesn't need to know. So who needs to know? Does anybody know who needs to know?
I would
What
almost
about Buzz
assert that
Aldrin?
the president doesn't know.
Certainly anybody involved with these satellite companies, and like there certainly need to be some people at the top. You could have
A
people at the
Oh,
handful.
bottom.
like,
A
hold
handful.
on, hold on. Let's
No
use
such
real world
thing.
examples. How about Elon Musk? Do you think Elon Musk knows?
Yeah, he would have.
Not necessarily.
No. Elon Musk doesn't even have a sufficient security clearance to access all areas of SpaceX company. There's actually a woman that's a liaison for the government that has the clearance. So he doesn't know jack squat, bro.
But
Sorry.
what do you mean by no? No what?
Know
Know
the
that the Earth is
conspiracy.
flat, or
Ah,
know that the Earth
right.
is like that. There's no satellites. There's no way to put something in orbit.
But that could be the case without their knowledge of the Earth's shape or form.
Like you have the Starlink satellite. I've seen the Starlink satellites. I didn't know what
Right.
to believe. I saw a
But
giant
is
line of lights in the sky, and I'm like, "What the hell?" I thought it was a UFOs or something, and then I looked it
right.
up, and it was
Right, but can you conceive of a situation where they're pretending, they're telling the public that these things operate in a certain manner, right? But they actually don't, right? Without them necessarily knowing that the Earth is flat. Could they still believe themselves that, yeah, of course we live on a giant ball, but we can't actually put things into orbit, so we're going to pretend we do, but we're not actually.
there would have to be a significant, like there, especially with anything to do with satellites for sure. And I would say also with astronomy, there's got to be some issues there. I would think maybe not as bad because, like you
Astronomy's
said,
simple because the stars and the moon and the sun do the same thing every year. That's all we know. We look up, they do that every year. That's what they do. They have very specific pattern. It slightly changes courses, but that's a non sequitur. That's a sunk cost. That's not even a
Yeah,
debatable issue.
astronomy is all called astronomy, which is essentially means astro stars, nomi naming or making stories about. So an astronomer's job is to make stories about what they see from their observation points on the Earth. And just like we described earlier with the kinematic interpretations, it's like you're all just doing observer centric stuff from the surface of the Earth and then interpreting it through a model. So they see reality through the lens of a model. So they don't know jack squat either.
Admittedly so. What do they say? We're 96% dumb?
I mean, we have all this data coming from like Mars rovers and things like that. There's got to be elaborate conspiracy there in order to.
Right, but that still doesn't necessarily have to involve knowledge of the Earth's shape and form.
Yes, but that does mean there are certain people at NASA that are providing this fake information. But once again, that could be just a simple handful or less. I mean, frankly.
A handful?
Sure.
Look, the Earth
Okay,
could,
at NASA, more than a handful, but whatever, you get the point. Not to be hyperbolic here.
the Earth
Not a lot.
could be a ball in space, right? And everything that they think is true, right? And them still faking all that stuff.
That's true.
Why does this involve flat Earth?
Right, because I, for example, I think that they were faking the moon landing, and you could be involved with faking the moon landing and still think the Earth is round.
Right.
If you
Well,
wanted to get over on the Russians or something.
Step one is to realize they're lying about space. Like when you realize that's step one. And then step two is to realize that everything measures flat, everything aligns with flat Earth, really. But yes, once you get to the point where it's like they're not telling us the truth, obviously.
Right. For all we know, we could have, like right now, we might be, this movement might be putting so much pressure on them. They're sitting around their round tables going, hey, we better actually start going to space. Right? Like, let's figure this out because they're on to us. But they're still sitting there thinking that it's all real and they can do it. Like if they figure it out, they could potentially go there and do all that stuff, right?
What about like hurricanes and the Coriolis force? Like you wouldn't have a Coriolis force if it weren't a round Earth that's spinning. And what about like ballistics? They have to include that Coriolis force when you're doing
So tell us all
intercontinental.
about this Coriolis force and ballistics. The Guinness Book of World Records currently standing long distance sniper shot didn't account for curvature and didn't account for Coriolis. So how did he hit something from that far away?
Yeah, dude, therein lies the problem, man. When you look, because dude, we all said these things. When you start to look into them, you realize they don't actually exist. Not in the way that you're told. Like once you do the deep dive, and you realize like snipers don't actually account for Coriolis effect.
What is the Coriolis effect?
I mean, supposedly, so they say, when a sniper shoots a bullet, he needs to take into account the actual movement of the Earth. But none of them actually do it, as they say themselves.
Right. So that would be the Coriolis force as opposed to the Coriolis effect, which is just a visual effect, right? It's the apparent deflection of an object's motion within an inertial reference frame as observed from a non-inertial reference frame. So that's just an illusion, right? That's just the Coriolis effect is just the illusion of the motion of an object seeming to
I get what
deflect
you're
when it's
saying,
not actually. Yeah, right. So no sniper's going, I don't want anybody to see my bullet appear to curve when it's not actually, so I better do it this way. Like no. So that's actual, like that'd be more akin to the Coriolis force, right? Which is a fictitious force, which isn't a force at all, right?
So they say.
Yeah.
They literally call it a fictitious
our
force.
friend dropped out. Damn it.
We lose him? Well,
He might
that's
have
too
had
bad.
connection troubles again, or he just got bored.
He's a good lad. He might come around. He might come around. Hey, though, now that we're on that topic, though, once again, we go into speculation on this, but when we talk about the hurricanes and stuff, I'll tell you what I think happens there. Hold on, we got him back, so we don't need to go there.
Sorry, I got dropped again. But yeah, the Coriolis force is what explains these weather patterns and why hurricanes don't cross the equator.
Is it though? Does it explain?
So how does it explain anticyclones?
Because they're in the southern hemisphere.
Anticyclones.
Yeah. Yeah, are you aware of them?
Maybe I'm not. I'm thinking about like typhoons in the southern hemisphere.
Okay. According to you, weather patterns turn in a very particular direction dependent upon which hemisphere they are in. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. An anticyclone is that weather pattern turning the wrong way. So, for example, the one in the south should be turning anti-clockwise, yeah? An anticyclone, it would be turning clockwise. Oh, doesn't matter. It's going the opposite way in the wrong place.
That's right. Yep. In the southern hemisphere, it should be going clockwise or anti-clockwise, and in the northern hemisphere, it'll be going clockwise, looking down.
Well, according to your ideal, it should be operating that way because of Coriolis, and all of a sudden we get these ones going the complete opposite direction. So it breaks the Coriolis idea. So you've got to look at cause and effect relationships. The cause, you believe, is Coriolis.
Right, but anytime you have a gradient in the flow, you can that's
a gradient.
That's going to be the
what's a gradient got to do with Coriolis?
It's just different mechanisms to create vorticity. So, like, if you have water flowing across let's say a pillar in the water.
We're talking about air patterns too.
Oh no! Everybody stop! Everybody stop! So what you just said, friend, is that the cause of this thing is air movement. Nothing about the Earth moving.
Well, no, the Earth moving does sort of explain it. Like, why do the predominant winds come from the east? It's like the Earth is almost spinning under the atmosphere in a way, right?
So the Earth is the atmosphere is standing still while the Earth spins underneath it. That don't make any sense, bro.
Predominantly east.
Oh, so there goes all the claims about sticky air spinning in lockstep.
It's not that the Earth is spinning under the atmosphere. I'm saying it seems that way, but it's because of differential heating. Like the sun is heating.
Right. What's causing it? Oh, okay. So stop for a second. So check this out. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Listen, I'm gonna give you a hint, friend. If I ever say stop for a second, just stop. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep saying it, and then I'm just going to mute you and then say what I want to say.
That's not a point either, man. That's not really fair either.
Yeah, but I'm the boss, so I win. All right. So anyway, just point it out. You first said the wind is causing it. Now you said the sun's causing it. So if the sun is moving, then you're going to have differential heating, and the sun moves in a particular direction around the Earth. What is it? It always rises in the east and sets in the west. So there's always this east to west motion of the heat source. And so when you know anything about heat and convection is when you have the heat source move, that creates a pocket that's now changing and the cold can come in. So yeah, there's going to be winds following the sun around. So I haven't heard anything about the earth moving yet. Go ahead.
Well, I suppose yeah. If you think the sun is going over the earth, actually rising and or not necessarily rising, but traveling across the earth instead of the earth rotating in the face of the sun, you could maybe explain the differential heating part of it. But the Coriolis force requires there to be rotating earth and a globe earth in order to get.
Yeah, well, that'd be true if you can conclude that it is the result of that, right? Like,
well, let him finish. Let him finish because he's going to wreck himself. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, that's the main point. We don't have to get into the deep physics. You guys are aware of this Coriolis force, right?
Yeah, I know.
To.
Listen, I know for a fact you have no idea what causes it. But I also know that you're assuming that because there's an anti-pattern of the rotations on the left and right side, let's just say it, of the path of the sun around the equator, that this is only because the Earth is a globe. Now, here's the problem. We already described that the differential heating could be caused by the sun moving around. There's another effect when it comes to fluid
You
dynamics,
can't
is that
explain
if
the
you
Coriolis force that way, though. You can't explain the Coriolis force
just
without.
listen, hey, listen, dude, I'm talking, okay? I'm making a point and I'm getting there. I don't need you to
Okay.
interrupt me that I can't do something that I'm in the middle of doing. Okay, so the sun is clearly moving between the tropics around the equator, right? Throughout the year. It's varying a little bit to one tropic, varying a little bit to the other, but generally following this easterly to westerly circuit. Now, on one side of that is the northern hemisphere, on the other side of that is the southern hemisphere, so called, or the interior and exterior of the sun's circuit. Now, if you take a spoon or you take any other type of object, and you go put it in a fluid and you trace it through that fluid, you can see that it creates vortex patterns on either side of its path through the fluid. And those vortexes rotate counter to each other. So all you need is a differential energy that's traveling around the Earth that's roughly in the center, and you'd get similar patterns. It's not entirely unexplainable. So now you're going to tell me how that doesn't explain it in some manner. So hopefully you got a good point. Go ahead.
I mean, you accept that there are complete anomalies, right?
Well, he
I
needs
feel
to
like we
respond to
lost
what I
him.
said. Yeah, but he needs to respond to what I said.
Yeah, and yes, he does.
So I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out. When I ask a question or when anybody asks a pointed, direct question to a guest, the next person to speak should be the guest. Don't you agree?
Well, he got very quiet.
He might be suffering
Okay,
connection
okay.
problems
One more
again.
time. One more time. Let me help you out. I asked a question. The answer to that question is, yeah, the next person to speak should be the guest, right?
Okay, we'll wait.
Sometimes a pregnant pause is needed. Pregnant pauses aren't cues for other people to jump in. Sometimes, yes, but it's an art, not a science. So no harm, no foul. Yeah, but most, see, he kind of described the Coriolis as essentially being the Earth rotating out from under things, but that has not. This is not the impartation of the forces on the winds at all. He has no idea what causes it at all. In the model, I mean. Does anybody? Well, we're clearly waiting on him, so we can engage amongst ourselves. So does anybody know what would actually cause the differential in the flow of the air to impart a torsion force on it to cause it to rotate if the Earth is rotating? Anybody at all? Anybody at all? All right. No takers?
What was
Timbo,
the
do you
question
know?
again? Sorry, I just got back.
Or T-Dub? T-Dub, let's see who's here. T-Dub, Matrix. Yeah, Matrix, what is the cause? So supposedly there's a Coriolis force, right, that affects the winds in the northern versus the southern that imparts a force on them which causes them to rotate. Let's just describe that as a torsion force. So what actually imparts that force onto the wind in their claim?
That might help. Yeah. What imparts it onto the wind? Allegedly, it's the rotation of the Earth. So the only way to impart that on the wind would be friction of wind being next to the Earth, fluid dynamics.
Okay, so you think it's friction?
Well, it's some way we have to get the wind to be moved by the Earth.
Heat.
So unless there's some... This is from the Baltard believer's perspective, not from mine. I'm sorry, I missed the very start of it. Yeah. So from the
we're just
Ball
filling
believer's
time
perspective...
to see if Dylan was coming back, but go ahead and finish.
I'm back.
Yeah, from the ball believer's perspective, to be fluid dynamics based off of the Earth's alleged rotation. From my perspective, it's heat from the sun. Sun heats up the ground. That air heats up that's next to the ground, causes movement, and as the sun moves away, so does the hot spot from the air. Therefore, what's the right word? It basically changes where it's highest energy level is, so that's where it's going to be the predominantly most movement. I know it's weird to explain, but yeah. They say Earth moves. I say sun causing energy, yeah.
Yeah, which is what I described earlier before Dylan left, and we don't know how much he heard, so we'll have to ask him where he left off.
You're just saying that this differential heating describes or can explain the vortices that we see, but the Coriolis force is supposed to affect flight paths, planes, and ballistic.
Okay, so fair. So how is it operating? Like, what's the mechanism that's causing it to affect these things?
The mechanism is a rotating Earth that has a globe shape. Literally, like the exact model is necessary.
So that's not a mechanism, dude.
So like I said, gears. The best way I think of it is like gears. You know, the Earth is rotating at a particular velocity, but at the equator is the maximum, and at the poles it's practically zero.
Minimum. Right. So each concentric ring that gets smaller as you approach the North Pole is rotating at a lower velocity overall, right?
Right, and that difference.
So a plane starts at 1,000 miles per hour on the equator, and as it's going north, it's going to go into a zone of 999, then go into a zone of 998, then go into a zone of 997, and so on until it reaches zero at the North Pole. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the plane is going 1,000 miles an hour, and when it reaches halfway between the equator and the North Pole, it now is only going 500 miles per hour, right?
It's like a deflection that objects become they curve when they're trying to
It's not about
they're
curve, dude.
going to
It's not
become
about curve. It's about there's no curve, dude. It's not that they're curving. It's that they're going that they have to be in a different ring that's going at different speeds. So they have to either gain speed to match an increasing ring, or they have to lose speed to match a decreasing ring, much like a gearbox, like you described. So what's causing it to slow down when it changes rings, and what's causing it to speed up when it changes rings? How's it getting the extra velocity or losing the extra velocity?
Goes for your air too.
Now, listen, New Perspectives has a very good argument on this, and I just can't think of it because it's 3 a.m. But yeah, you have to describe how a plane can lose 500 miles an hour or gain 500 miles an hour after having only traveled from the equator to halfway to the North Pole.
Which would be an eighth of the circumference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to think of it like, imagine there's the plane's traveling due north from the equator. And so since it's traveling due north from the equator, it starts out with a velocity equal to the ground velocity rotating underneath it, right? It's in the same inertial framework when it took off. But then as it travels north, the velocity of the ground underneath it is decreasing.
Right. So is the plane attached to the ground?
No, obviously it's a plane.
Okay, then how is the ground changing speed affecting the plane? Yeah, what mechanism, dude? What mechanism is causing it to decrease its velocity, dude? Certainly ain't the ground.
Sideways.
Because you already said it's not connected to the ground.
You can't say it's the air because you've already claimed that that's moving independently.
And it's actually decreasing sideways, not forwards, like planes normally fly.
I'm saying all other things being equal, let's say the velocity to the north is constant, and that means that the velocity towards the east starts out with, let's say, 1,000 an hour. As it's traveling,
we already agreed with all that, dude. We already agreed. We're asking you what is imparting the force on the vehicle, dude, to cause it to decelerate.
It's not the vehicle changing velocity; it's the ground underneath it.
We understand that, dude.
So when the plane first took off, it had a sideways imparted motion upon the plane of 1,038 miles per hour. The plane is pointing north, flying north, but it's still moving sideways as per the given energy from the Earth when it left the ground. This you agree with. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Now, as you fly further north, right, so the plane has got its own energy to move forwards. How is the plane slowing down sideways in order to slow down with the Earth's rotation?
It's not slowing down with the Earth's rotation.
It needs to.
No, it just appears to curve across. I mean, it does curve. It's a deflection.
Holy
across
crap,
the surface.
dude! No, dude, it's not an apparent deviation, dude.
It's not
the plane has to actually. The plane has to physically arrive, dude.
Let's call it a ball. Let's call it a cannonball. Okay, because then it's not self-propelled.
Listen, friend. You don't seem to understand that if it's going into these different rings, there truly is a difference. But keep in mind that you think the plane is going to stay above the Earth where it is, right? Because you don't think that you don't think a helicopter could hover and the Earth just rotates out from underneath it, and then 24 hours later you're in Australia, do you? Do you? The answer is no, you don't.
No.
He should.
So you guys think the force is
He
just made up
should.
too?
He thinks that's how the storms work.
Yeah, dude. Well, you're just describing as a model anyway. You're just describing what things might do if the Earth was this way. So it's funny how
No,
everything you have to talk about when it comes to the Earth is models, bro.
that's what I'm saying though. If you fire a cannonball from the equator
No,
straight north,
wrong.
is it
No,
gonna
dude.
deflect
I
to the
don't
right?
care, dude, because you're giving a bogus example, dude.
It deflects to the right because of the Coriolis force, unless
Yeah,
there's some
where's the
other.
evidence of that? Yeah, cool story. Where's the evidence?
I've never
So,
directly
so
observed it.
Dylan, if you're going to use your
Hold on,
cannonball,
real quick. Not only have you never observed it, you've never even seen an example of it being done. This is a story you've been told. That's all you know about it. Go ahead, Matrix.
I was just going to say, if you're going to use your cannonball trick to prove Coriolis, you'd set up 4 cannons. One would shoot north, one would shoot south, one would shoot to the east, and one would shoot to the west. You'd apply the same amount of energy to every single cannon, the same weight projectile, and you'd shoot them all. And then you'd measure the distance. Now, if your Coriolis effect is truly the claim, the one shooting west, being that we're rotating from west to east, would have a longer travel time or travel distance. The one getting shot to the east would have a shorter distance.
To the west.
North would deflect to the left and south would deflect to the right. That's a very simple test that you can go and do.
That's true.
Have you done this?
I have not done that experiment. I haven't been trying to prove.
Do you know of anyone that has done it?
No, I'm just.
Nope.
Hypotheticals. Yeah.
I was told the story that it's true, and it makes
You're
sense.
told a cool story, and it makes sense because it was backed up by the Earth rotates. You were told the Earth rotates, and here's a cool story. And you believe the cool story because you were told the Earth rotates. Interesting.
Let me see if I can find some. Well, I would have to try to find some direct something you guys would accept as evidence for the Coriolis force being real. But yeah, that's.
Have a look
that's
up the
basically-
definition of it. The
Looking at the
apparent.
difference- Your hypothesis was off when you said that you'd get a difference in the east and west cannonballs, though. Like,
Well, isn't the Earth allegedly rotating?
Their initial velocity.
Is the Earth not allegedly rotating?
The Earth is allegedly rotating.
Excellent. Which direction is it rotating allegedly? From where to where?
Towards the east.
From the west to the east. So if your cannon is pointing to the west, the ball goes up in the air. The Coriolis force, instead of deflecting left or right, it's dead in line with the rotation. So it would appear to have a longer travel distance, as the Earth has rotated underneath said cannonball. And also the inverse, the one to the east, would have a shorter time.
Yeah, but that's not called Coriolis. That's called a Eötvös effect.
What is it
called?
called?
Yeah, you're right. Eötvös effect. EOTVOS.
Due to thing moving underneath it.
Yeah, but they claim it's for different reasons. Because it's the Earth is rotating to meet it rather than it's being, the sideways variable path deflection.
So whilst you're out looking for your tests there, Dylan, be cautious of some of the firearms have rifling, and watch out for the Magnus effect. Pro tip.
Hmm. Well, I think I gotta call it a night at some point, but this has all been very fun. I'll do some more
We got an
research.
extra hour. We got an extra hour out of you.
You sure did.
That's right. We can't resist, brother.
You got to go to sleep at some point. I don't know if you guys still sleep anymore, but I still try to get some of that in.
Oh, yeah, but before you go, let's just have another chat.
Yeah, before
Let's
you
see.
go,
What do
don't
we?
forget, there's always Danny Faulkner's book in case you ever feel in doubt of the globe model and you need to hug the globe model. You can read Danny Faulkner's book and it'll tell you all about how we're stupid, liars and deceivers and immoral. You know, even never apologize to the community for making such an accusation, but whatever. You know, read his book and then you can feel comfortable about being on the globe again.
Whose book? What?
Danny Faulkner, bro, he's in the chat right now. He's one of the poobahs from Answers in Genesis. He wrote a book called Falling Flat, which is criticizing flat Earth. And he writes blog articles and he does all kinds of work for the Answers in Genesis ministry in regards to astronomy and stuff like that. I think.
If he's here in the chat, maybe he could speak for himself about it.
A lot of times he's just listening. You know, we've already
Hmm.
grilled him to the umpteenth degree in the past, and he still has a standing invitation for me to mute everyone so he can apologize to the flat Earth community for scandalizing them with such insults.
Oh, is it really? Is it really kind of insulting his stuff?
Yeah, he sent one of his articles. He basically wrote that flat earthers are essentially disingenuous liars at heart. Basically, and that's the reason why they believe flat Earth.
While he does
I think there's
presentations
some
with the black
shills
swan image super cropped.
like I said, I think there's some shills out there. I'm not. I don't think most flat earthers are dishonest about their beliefs. They seem pretty genuine. You guys seem pretty. I don't think.
Excuse me.
Fake. But what's the name of the book? Should I? You honestly want me to check it out? Was that some sort of?
You could just go to Answers in Genesis.
Yeah. He's writing a second book too, which I don't know if it's written yet. But hey, there's already another flat Earth book added to the list of flat Earth. There's tons of flat Earth books, by the way, in case you didn't know. They've been out for hundreds of years.
Flat Earth
People
books
used to
that have
go
been
around the
out.
United States. Yeah, people used to go around the United States doing flat Earth talks at colleges. Like this isn't as isolated and a pariah of a topic as you might like to think. Not that you're doing it intentionally, but I just mean like the modern era, they make flat earthers out to be like some stone edged, cavemen who are stuck in the past and flat earth hasn't been thought about. No, flat earth has always been being thought about. You know, the Chinese were flat earthers up until the 19th century.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Well, now you know. That doesn't mean the earth is flat or not. It's just to show that certain cultures didn't necessarily just immediately adopt the idea that it's not like somebody came out one day and said, "Oh, look, I have proof the earth is a globe," and everyone was like, "Yeah, we agree."
Hmm.
Yeah, there was pushback.
Well,
It
it seems
continued on
like
until today.
if anybody is engaging in the dialogue and publishing material, then in some ways it gives you more visibility. In this day and age, it's like people are attracted to controversy, and if people weren't engaging with you guys in debates about it, then it'd be more dismissive. So I think people trying to, like me, trying to talk to you guys about it. I try to be open. Like there's me trying to offer the reasons why I think the way I think, I don't think I've been insulting to anybody about it. You guys use the term ball tard and things like that, so you're being very dismissive, like, oh, there was a woman saying, like, oh, my physics background is this and that, and I don't know. There's a little bit.
Physics
It was a little.
background. Well, let's be clear, dude. Your physics background is pretty flaccid, bro. Okay, come on. Let's be honest with each other.
It's my skills became pretty niche. I'm published in the Journal of Electrical Engineering, and I'm cited.
Ooh.
So that's physics, but
Dude, you've
it's
probably
not
been
really.
cited. Listen. You've probably been cited more times than Danny. No, I'm just kidding.
I was surprised to
Danny's
find out how.
actually pretty well cited. What? Go ahead.
But yeah, it's all respectful. Like I said, I think people need to question everything, you know, and makes for a healthier society. I think that the more pressing issues are sort of good and evil stuff, the economy and these other, like you said, the elites kind of taking advantage of us. That war and violence and cannibalistic pedophile reptilians running the world. Who knows? But that's the shit we got to figure out and handle, I suppose. But the shape of the earth is sort of an important issue too. So yeah, I commend people just investing themselves in intellectual pursuits, I suppose, closer to the truth. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight, guys. I appreciate it though. Have a good one.
Peace. What's up, Rich?
Oh, he's
What?
gone.
Yeah, he had to go to bed. All right. Now that I think about it, I don't think Danny's ever been in our other. I don't know if he's been in politics or English.
I thought I saw him over in
Maybe he.
politics once.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
No, might have. Hey Danny, here's an idea for you. Why don't you write a letter to QE and become friends with him, and then you can both hate on AI together?
Shot, who cares, man? I don't think Danny hates me that much.
I'm just wondering why
I just thought it was
Danny's trying to
funny.
rip. I'm just trying to figure out why Danny's ripping off Car's profile picture. Like, that style's already taken, bro. he's just giving us the cold shoulder, just like he did to Nathan Thompson. Oh, we're joined by Piombas. Piombas. Hello. Oh, no rolls. Hang on, we'll fix that up. Give him a unmute. There you go. I think you should be able to speak now, Piombas.
Probably related to Danny.
Well, I've unmuted Piombas, but if he doesn't take the opportunity now to speak, so we can kind of vet him, then now, yeah, he comes back and he's still muted. Never mind.
He'll work it out. Where's Denny, devil worshipper Faulkner? Denny, have you got any proof of curvature? We'll take that as a no. That was easy.
Come on, don't leave us hanging. Do you want to have a religio debate? We can talk about the comparison of, the Genesis creation account versus modern cosmogony.
Well, I don't
mean,
think
the answers are all in Genesis, right? Sorry,
yeah, I think Danny falls in the young Earth creationist camp, so I don't think he adheres to any of the heliocentric cosmogony.
Well, really? Like, but well, he may think that the process is correct, just the timescale's wrong. I mean, he's an astronomer, right? So he believes the sun is 93 million miles away and so much larger than the Earth, and it's a solar system, and probably believes how all that was formed, but just by God's hand, right? And not over such a large time scale, just a shorter time scale. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let us know, Danny. He's probably thinking, well, if you'd read any of my books. Fair play, fair play.
I don't believe the Big Bang model.
Right. What about the mainstream version of the creation of the solar system?
I don't believe that either.
Okay, fair. Do you take the Genesis creation account literally?
I take a grammatical historical approach to it.
Where the Earth was created before the sun?
Yes.
Right. So it just wasn't orbiting the sun yet?
That's correct.
And there was life on it?
There was plant life on the Earth before the sun.
That's interesting. Were they photosynthesizing from like the light of God or something?
Well, we don't know the source of light on day 1 or day 3. Yes, there was light.
Interesting. What about as far as like sizes and distances and composition of the of things in the universe? You agree with all that?
Yes, it's basically correct.
And the vacuum of space?
Yes, there's not much material between the Earth and other objects, but it's not entirely empty either.
And you solve the thermodynamic problem with gravity?
There's no thermodynamic problem with gravity.
No, what I mean, like the suggestion that if the Earth was a ball and it was surrounded by a layer of gases and it had a volume, essentially empty, near perfect vacuum volume, ever expanding, it almost infinite, surrounding it, that the gas would escape into that. You solve that problem with gravity?
It's not a problem. You have to understand that thermodynamics is about energy.
Correct. Energy is the driving force of gas motion.
And there is gravitational potential energy. And if you attempt to argue the second law of thermodynamics without considering the gravitational potential energy, then you've left off a very important part of the calculation.
So gravity can prevent entropic effect?
In order, no, I'm not going to prevent it. It's just you've left off half the discussion. In order for a particle of air to escape from the Earth, it has to do work against gravity. And where's that work going to come from?
So gravity's cooling the gas down?
Well, it's pulling down on the air around us. And in order to move up against gravity, work must be done. That's where the energy comes in. It's because energy and work are equivalent things. Lord Kelvin, I believe it was, worked out the dynamics of the atmosphere 150 years ago, I guess. It's discussed in some university level calculus-based physics classes and the chapters on thermodynamics. It's been in textbooks that I've used teaching physics.
Does the gas ever run out of energy? Kinetic energy?
Well, that's not possible. You're still, unless you have 0 Kelvin temperature, which is a long way from the temperature of the air.
So you're saying that the potential gravitational energy is greater than the gas's kinetic energy?
They're in equilibrium. The kinetic energy with the particles colliding with one another, that's what drives the expansion term. But then there's also the other term due to gravity. If there were no gravity, then of course the air would escape from the Earth. But there is gravity. And if you want to properly apply the second law of thermodynamics to the situation, you must include gravity. If you do not, then you are, by making that argument, you're asserting a straw man argument for the globe.
No, it's not. Tell us about what gas law's got gravity inserted into it.
If you want to properly make the argument with the Earth's...
No. Don't straw man me. I'm not making that argument. I asked you to tell us what gas law has gravity inserted into it.
If you want to argue...
PV equals nRT.
And that does not include gravity. However, gravity is there.
Yeah, great. So gravity's not affecting gases. Because if it was, all the gas laws would have that inserted into it quite clearly.
If you're going to interrupt me...
So please stop strawmanning us.
If you are going to continually interrupt me, then we have nothing to talk about.
Oh, do you want a cookie and a cuddle? Come on, Danny.
No, I started to answer you, and every time I did, you interrupted me. You need to be civil, and you need to be polite. That's one reason why I often sit here and listen, but I don't interact, because people...
Yes, Matt's up crying. Do you want a cuddle or not? I'll even hold your hand. Like, seriously.
Frickety who.
Listen, hold on, buddy. Hold on. Matrix, listen. Danny has formally submitted an IEP. That means we, by law, are required to accommodate his disability. Therefore, you have to be nice to him.
I offered him a cuddle and a cookie. How much nicer do I got to get?
Well, we want to elicit a conversation with him. So if you have the rebuttals for his claims, let him finish his sentence, then rebut him. He's not capable of withstanding contemporaneous, exciting rhetoric, okay? Go easy. Or it's just going to be you escalate, and then he stops talking, and then we're back to talking about him rather than talking with him. You know what I mean?
There you go, TW. You can talk with him. He's going to suck if I do.
Well, I'm just sort of like confused about, because temperature. You said it's about heat, right? Energy. So that the heat, the energy, is the driving force of the gas's motion, right? And we know that if it reached zero, then it would no longer be a gas. It would probably stop, behaving like one, and you could no longer describe its motion in that way, right? But this is the thing. Like, okay, so it never loses its kinetic energy, right? Which means if it's going in one direction and it doesn't collide with anything, it's just going to keep going. But you're saying that there's this potential, which you're calling a potential gravitational energy, right? Which is impeding its ability to do that. Correct or not correct?
Saying that a proper treatment of this situation requires gravity be included in most situations, in most lab situations, for instance. Gravity's effect is negligible, and so it's not included. But if you're going to talk about the atmosphere and why gases don't expand upward and dissipate into space, you have to take into consideration the potential energy of gravity in the situation. That's how you properly handle gravity if you want to talk about thermodynamics in the atmosphere and why the atmosphere stays where it is.
Yeah, I understand that. That's your position, right? Okay, but see, there's gases, right? They start off at surface level, and nothing prevented it from reaching a meter above the surface. And then it continues on, and nothing prevented it from reaching 10 meters. Nothing prevented it from reaching 100 meters, so forth and so on. But for some reason, at some arbitrary point, you're saying now that's when it's prevented.
No, I'm saying that as a gas particle goes upward, it does work against gravity, and so it loses kinetic energy. It's going to move more slowly. You can see that with any object, if you throw a rock or a ball up in the air, it slows down as it goes up, and the reason why it does that is it's doing work against gravity. And so the same thing happens with gas particles. Meanwhile, they're still colliding with one another, which complicates the issue quite a bit. But again, the particles are going to slow down as they move upward because of the effect of
But they won't stop, right?
Depends on their speed. It depends on how fast they're going. If they're not moving at escape velocity, they will, of course, stop. The escape velocity
while retaining their kinetic energy.
Well, their kinetic energy is going to decrease because they're doing work against gravity. Keep in mind the escape velocity from the surface of the Earth is 25,000 miles per hour. That's 7 miles per second. And the gas particles in the air around us are moving far slower than that.
So let's say a single gas molecule was to bounce off the Earth's surface perfectly perpendicular, right? So that its vector is, perfect to vertical, right? And it's going straight up, and it doesn't meet any resistance, right? Any physical resistance, no other gas particles, nothing in the way, right? Are you saying that it would eventually be stopped?
It will slow down. If it's not moving fast enough to escape, then it will stop.
It will stop. At that point, it can't be considered a gas anymore. And it would have lost all its kinetic energy.
Then it's going to fall back down again. Again, take any kind of particle, take a ball, a baseball, and toss it upward. It goes up, it slows down, it then falls back down again. If you had a simple one particle atmosphere and you imparted upward motion to that particle, it's no different from a baseball. It will go up so high and will fall back down unless its speed at the surface is greater than the escape velocity. Then it will escape.
And where's its energy going?
It does work against gravity. That's how potential energy works.
Mm. And it's being expended to where?
It's going into potential energy. If you take an object, you take a baseball.
No, it needs to transfer to something. It can't not be there anymore.
No, it is there. It's just in a different form. Again, think of a single, instead of focusing on a gas particle, let's look at a macroscopic thing like a baseball. If you fire a baseball upward, or a bullet, any object like that, you give it an initial velocity at the surface vertically or directed upward, it will immediately start to slow down. Isn't that correct? As it moves upward?
Yeah, but its kinetic energy is its temperature.
In the case of a particle, that's what we would say that it is. It's related to the temperature. But again, any particle that you fire vertically upward on the Earth is going to slow down and eventually will stop.
Let me posit an idea real quick. You both can hit on this idea. I'm going to posit an idea which you both can comment on. Temperature isn't equivalent to thrust. Just think about that idea. Temperature isn't equivalent to thrust. So if something is excited via temperature, that doesn't mean it has any particular direction in itself, right?
Right, but we're using an example of a particle moving upward. Again, a particle, right. a single gas particle, molecule or atom moving vertically upward without any collisions with other particles is not really any different from throwing a rock or a bullet, shooting a bullet.
Well, it is different. It is different because you left out a stage. And I'm just saying this just to help out your conversation with the other guys, that the particle of gas has to get a direction in the first instance. So in the other example, you said someone threw a ball. So that's the initial energy being inputted. So with the particle of gas, a lot of people would think, well, a gas under temperature is just going to go in a direction. Well, what's causing it to go in the direction in the first instance, if that makes sense?
I don't know how to answer that question because we're talking about a one particle atmosphere at this point because there's no collisions. Again, I want to get back to the physics. When the physics doesn't matter the size or the mass.
Yeah, the one particle has to start moving, correct?
Right.
So what's causing it to start moving in a direction? I think that's important.
I didn't propose this, so you should ask the person who proposed it then.
Well, you proposed a single particle that's going upwards, and I'm just asking, well, you have a single particle, what's making it go upwards? Like the baseball is obvious, somebody threw it.
The gas molecule was previously in motion before its collision with the surface, and in the manner that it collided with the surface, it was a result. Its trajectory is the result.
Let me help you out. Yeah,
let me help you out. Bounced off the surface.
Right. So you're saying the initial thing about the gas particle is it's undergoing a collision, and it's essentially going in the opposite direction of the collision indefinitely till it runs out of energy, right?
Which would be never.
Okay, so you say never, and so now Danny gets to reply to your never. All right, Danny, what do you think about that?
Okay, again, as far as physics is concerned, it doesn't matter if it's a gas molecule, a baseball, a rock. If it's, don't ask the question about why it's moving upward, to say that it is moving upward. As it moves upward, it slows down. So where did its kinetic energy go? Kinetic energy was converted to gravitational potential energy. When it reaches its maximum height, then its kinetic energy is zero. Its potential energy is the largest possible value, and then it begins to fall. Why does it fall? Well, gravity pulling it downward. As it does, it converts gravitational potential energy back into kinetic energy, and it falls back to the ground. That is how you would look at a baseball being thrown up in the air vertically, and why it falls back down again. And again, a single gas particle moving up unimpeded would do the same thing.
Okay, so in this example, once the baseball is released from the hand, it doesn't have any ability to add thrust on that direction, right?
Correct.
And so similarly, you're saying that the gas particle, once it has its collision and starts off in its direction upwards, it has no way to increase its directional acceleration. Like it's just going to keep losing speed over time, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, T-Dub, is that satisfactory?
Well, no. I mean, you're just
Why not? I
stating
mean,
that.
do you think?
That
Well, let me ask you this
you
question,
just
T-Dub. Do you
yeah.
think that the gas has a way to increase thrust in a particular direction, interacting with nothing else?
No, there.
Now we do agree.
There
We
is
do
no
agree that
interaction.
unimpeded. Well, fair enough. But we would agree, I think, that unimpeded, the gas would just continue in the direction that it's going. Likewise, a baseball, if you threw it with no other forces involved, it would just keep going in that direction, right?
Right.
Right. So what Danny's positing is that the baseball, just like the gas, has an impartation of energy at a particular point in time. It then goes in a direction. That impartation of energy stopped, and now it's fighting against a different form of energy, and it's losing its speed over time due to that energy it's fighting against, which is causing it to expend work and lose energy. Danny, do you agree with that, or am I wrong?
Well, I would simply say that it's converting kinetic energy into gravitational potential energy as it moves upward.
Which means it's losing temperature.
Yes, it would be in that sense, I guess.
And if it stopped, it would get to zero, which is impossible. That never happens.
Well,
that depends. I think that depends, guys, on. Hold on. I gotta reconnect.
Typically, a temperature in this situation you're talking about with gases is a collective sort of thing. It's the average kinetic energy of the particles involved. When you start parsing it down to a single particle, a single gas molecule or atom, then it is possible for that particle, at least briefly, to have zero kinetic energy, because it's possible to have zero kinetic energy. It's not going to stay there very long in that state in a collision situation with a lot of other gas particles. This is statistical mechanics, which is a part of thermodynamics.
Right. Let me add this that I was going to add before I had to leave. So, is it possible? Let's just call it a particle. Is it possible that a particle is oscillating around an axis that is one? Let's just call it big terms, 1 inch. So it's vibrating back and forth between the maximum of negative ½ inch and positive ½ inch. And it's vibrating so fast that if it touched something, it would send the other thing flying off. And then that little circle of 1 inch itself is sent, because it bumped a different gas particle, for thousands of feet, right? And so the sending force that sent it 1,000 feet to the right, that slows down over time, but the little 1 inch vibration doesn't slow down. So it's actually maintaining its 1 inch vibration, which you could describe as temperature. But the velocity that sent it off to the right decreases. And so it actually maintains being a gas, but slows down. Is that possible?
What do you mean by vibration?
Well, like a motion. Like a lot of people think of temperature as a motion, like a vibrational. And then when it's cold, it's not moving, it's not vibrating.
Well, in a solid
so it's
state,
possible. It's possible. What I'm trying to get at is it's possible to maintain a particle being excited around its own little axis versus saying that it has zero temperature because it's no longer being affected by something that shot it 1,000 feet. Does that make sense?
I think what you're describing would be, best example would be a polyatomic molecule. They have vibrational and rotational states. So you can put temperature into those two modes, causing the polyatomic molecules to vibrate and rotate.
Yeah, so a single particle could have temperature in itself while it's not moving laterally, or it could be sent 1,000 miles an hour laterally if there was nothing else affecting it and still maintain the same temperature.
I think something like that's true. Yeah.
Right. So just because a gas particle is shot out and then all this and then it's doing something to resist the force that shot it out originally, so that vector slows down. That wouldn't necessarily change the temperature of the gas particle, right?
Yeah, because with a polyatomic particle, at least you have two other places you can stick energy, and so that is a form of temperature.
Right. But then if another particle came close to that thing, because it has that in itself, when those two come in contact with each other, there'd be a violent collision, which would send the particles off in different directions again, right?
Yeah, and since we've introduced internal states of rotation and vibration in polyatomics, it can affect those states as well. It gets pretty complicated. In statistical mechanics, those kind of things are considered. It's important to include those when predicting specific heats of different gases. And as far as the vibrational state, that is what's going on in solids. The particles are not free to move about, but they do vibrate within the crystal lattice. And the more you heat it up, the more they vibrate. And interestingly enough, this is really, really cool. I used to show my physics students this when we talk about thermodynamics. You can treat a solid the same way as you treat a gas, and you can predict the specific heats of solids. And we did that. We would calculate those in the class and then compare them to measured values. And they were amazingly close to the predicted values, which is good confirmation of the theory of statistical mechanics.
Okay, so T-Dub, what do you know about the kinetic theory of gases?
Kinetic theory of gases states that gas particles move in straight lines. Their collisions are elastic, meaning that there's no energy loss upon collision.
Okay. So in that sense, you said they move in straight lines, but they don't just spontaneously move, right? Or do they?
They're driven by their kinetic energy, which is dictated by the temperature.
Okay, so if you had it, let's say you had a particle of gas that you could suspend, and then you heated it up, which direction would it go?
Sorry, say that again.
So you just imagine you have one particle of gas, you could suspend it, right? Just like floating in midair. I mean, this is obviously hypothetical. And then you heat it up, which direction does it go?
Good question. I don't know.
Right. So this is the problem with this idea, T-Dub, is that it kind of requires an initial cause of the direction of the gas, which usually is described as the random interactions of the gas particles, which cause collisions, which then send the gas particles off. Right. And the collisions only occur when the gas particles touch each other. And so they have an imparted force from the prior collision. Right. Because unless you could come up with a thrust mechanism, I'm just using that term loosely, for the gas that would just cause it to go in a direction. So let's say I have gas particle A, it's just floating in front of me. I heat it up, and for some innate property, it decides to go that way. Like, why?
That kinetic theory says that the motion is random.
So, for example, let's say you had a frozen. I'm just going to use silly terms.
Sorry.
Let's say you had a frozen gas, right? A solid. So you had a solid that you thawed out and it became gas and then it started going everywhere. Well, what's causing the going everywhere? Well, maybe it's the energy of each molecule or each, atom or whatever you want to say that's bumping into each other. Because when they get excited, they have this vibration to them, and that vibration bumps into the other one. And it's such a fast vibration at such a scale that once it hits the other thing, it basically sends it shooting off, which is caused by heat.
And I'm not sure about other gases, but hydrogen has the inherent property of repelling one another. So molecules repel each other.
Right. So it's at least plausible in principle that if they get their force from the initial collision, and after the initial collision, if there's no increased impartation of, let's just call it thrust for lack of a better term, along the direction it's traveling, and if there's something else slowing it down, then eventually it's going to slow down. Right? That's not an unreasonable conclusion, right?
But not stop.
Maybe. Why not stop? I mean, think about it. There's a terminal velocity when something's falling to the earth, right? So it can't accelerate anymore because the wind is going up against it. But guess what? When it hits the ground, it stops.
Right, but if it's being like if there's this potential energy as is being suggested, that's gonna dictate its direction, then it's no longer a gas. It doesn't conform to the kinetic theory anymore.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, there could be a difference between a directional vector from a previous collision versus the inherent energy in the particle's vibration itself. So if the inherent energy in the particle's vibration is maintaining its single particle temperature, but it's being shot out, 1,000 miles, right? And then it just slows down and just stops going in that direction, but it still has its central vibrational temperature. It still would be a gas. It still would be in a gaseous state. Because in this example, there's nothing that takes away. There's nothing that takes away the energy of the particle proper in itself. It's just taking away the energy of the vector that it's been sent along. And I think we've already agreed that there's nothing inherent in the gas particle that gives it a directional vector. Like it needs other particles to bounce against, right? I mean, unless we have an experiment with a single gas particle, just instantiating from a non-moving state to a moving state, which we may not. It may not even be possible.
Right. It was my understanding though that temperature is what dictates the gas's speed. Maybe not its direction, but its speed.
But is that caused by the more temperature that it has when it hits something, the more of a recoil it has, because the vibrational energy is going so much faster that now when it does its little bounce, right, its little bouncy collision, it has way more force at the point of collision when it's at a higher temperature than it does if it's colder.
Right. Is this independent of some sort of like invisible potential force that's acting upon it, as is being suggested by Danny?
Well, that's the key, because I think we agree that it's possible, at least in part, that a gas particle can be slowed down if there's something working against it, because it doesn't have any energy in itself that would be defined as a thrust. So now that being said, I mean, you have to come up with a way in which either experimentally you can demonstrate that gravity is holding the gas down. Not just in principle, but actually in practicality.
Right. That there would be such a thing capable of
Now, me personally, I don't have any
controlling
qualms.
the motion of the gas.
Yeah, fair enough. But me personally, I don't have any qualms per se when it comes to gravity versus flat Earth, because in my opinion, gravity doesn't dictate the shape of the Earth. The Earth is what it is, regardless of gravity. And so gravity is
This
like,
isn't
for me,
about
it's
the shape of
neither
the
here
Earth.
nor there.
This is about the idea that there's an ever expanding volume available for the gas to fill, but it doesn't fill it because of this potential energy that he's suggesting exists.
Look, listen, Tito, I'll be honest with you. I'm completely okay with God just setting a metaphysical barrier where he says, I don't want the gas going any further than this. I don't need the entire world to be controlled by brute physics facts alone, because I believe in a greater agent that has will to interact in the world and design it the way he wants it to be. So, like, I don't need universal forces, because I already have a universal force, which is God himself.
That's fair. You mentioned kinetic theory, though. Kinetic theory also says that gravity's negligible, but that doesn't mean that it's saying, totally non-effective.
Yeah, so look, if there's no way for the gas to increase its thrust after it had its initial collision, and there's something working against it, then it's not unreasonable to say that it couldn't leave past the, let's just call it terminal velocity or whatever barrier. Like it has to breach that. Well, they would, in this instance, they would call it escape velocity, right? So if your line of inquiry was going to be, how do you get that to happen? I think you got to have practical demonstrations, really, because that's what's going to sway. So, for example, from like Danny's position to talking to flat earthers who would say gravity isn't real and it can't hold the gas down for these reasons, like it seems like he would have to have more practical examples rather than appealing to the Earth as a whole as the proof.
I'm assuming he'd appeal to the. I don't know if this is a straw man, Danny. You can correct me.
Well,
if
you
I'm
can
wrong,
ask him after. Yeah, exactly.
Right, he'd probably appeal to the pressure gradient as evidence that there's this potential energy, gravitational energy.
Well, let's find out. Let's see what he'll say.
Okay, cool. What say you, Danny? Am I correct, or have you got some other form of evidence?
Rephrase the question for me again. I was looking at something else.
We're just wondering what you would appeal to in order to demonstrate that there's this potential gravitational energy acting on gases.
When you ask with the decrease in density and pressure with altitude, the evidence of that, and I think it would be, that's, again, I said Lord Kelvin worked out this whole thing 150 or nearly 150 years ago, and that's the inevitable result that you get. It's that's what you can explain it by the use of gravitational potential energy in the atmosphere to do that. What you have basically, if you look at layers in the atmosphere of the Earth, there is a pressure gradient, which means there's less pressure vertically. Upward than there is below you. If you look in the vertical direction, there's more pressure pushing up and less pressure pushing down. So there's a pressure imbalance, and that would tend to push the air upwards. However, there is another force acting downward, the force of gravity, or call it whatever you want, but there's a downward force pushing down. So the two forces balance each other, and you get a situation what's called hydrostatic equilibrium. And that's something that hydrostatic equilibrium is well understood in physics. And it's just simply a balance between the upward force of gravity and the downward force of gravity. So upward force of pressure, downward force of gravity.
Right, but hydrostatic equilibrium would also tell us that, there's a study of it. Well, Pascal would tell us that the pressure at any point within a body of fluid at rest is equal in all directions.
At the same level.
At any point, at a single point, the pressure is equal in all directions. But if what you're saying is true, it'd be greater in the downward direction than any other direction.
That's the case. If you go into a tank of a pool of water, there is a pressure gradient there as well, and so there's a net upward force due to the pressure difference. When you talk about Pascal, you should be working in the horizontal direction. If you go vertically, the pressure does change. inside of a
No, but
inside
at any single point. So if there's this downward push or pull that you're talking about, then at any point, that pressure at that point would be greater in the downward direction. But Pascal said it's equal in all directions.
You misunderstand what Pascal said. He was saying that it's in the horizontal direction. If you
No, he said in all directions.
I think the context is important to understand. Certainly, you're aware that in a pool of water, there's a greater pressure at the greater depth, isn't there?
Yeah.
So there
I'm
is
not
a
saying
pressure
that. I'm not
gradient.
saying that at any point. I'm not saying that at any point within the entire body of fluid that the pressure will be equal. I'm saying that at any point, just at any point, just take a point and then measure the pressure in all directions, and it's equal.
That's false.
In all directions.
That's false.
Well, that's what they teach you. That's what they teach us in hydrostatics.
Well, then you were taught incorrectly, because there is a pressure gradient inside of fluids, liquids more specifically in this case.
You understand that I'm not saying that the pressure at the bottom of the pool is equal to the pressure at just near under the surface.
Yes, but
you understand
again, there is a. How do you if the pressure doesn't change or does change from one height to another, then there has to be a pressure gradient present. And otherwise, you have no way of understanding
There
how you
is.
get a pressure difference, a depth of different depth.
There is, but that's not to say it's the result of what you're talking about. Just like there's nothing to say that the reason for the pressure gradient in the atmosphere is the result of your potential gravitational energy.
Okay, but let's get back to a pool of water. You understand that there's a pressure gradient in the pool, correct?
Yes.
And so at any given point, there has to be more pressure lower than there is higher. There has to be, otherwise you wouldn't have a pressure gradient.
Yeah, it's kind of going beyond scope of my understanding, but I think that throws in problems with other factors that Pascal was suggesting, like is the reason why, like water seeks its level, liquid seeks its level, and the level will I don't know how to articulate this. Help me out, somebody. AI?
But
Do you know what I'm
listen,
talking about?
if you have a giant flat receptacle for water that's 1 inch thick and you pour it full of water, it's going to fill up, right, to its lowest possible equilibrium, right?
Right.
So that would be like, imagine it's like 1/8 of an inch thick. Like you might think, okay, that's all one lowest, like it's going the lowest pressure, right? But you already conceded that there's a vertical gradient, and so the pressure in the horizontal axis is equivalent. But if you go upwards, it's less, right? And if you go downwards, it's more.
That's once you go up, yeah. But Pascal's saying that at any particular point within the fluid, that the pressure is equal in all directions. Not that if you go higher than that or lower, that the pressure is going to remain the same. He still says it changes.
But that's
well, how would that be true?
Go ahead.
Well, maybe you're mistaking hydrostatic equilibrium for hydraulic pressure, because that has something to do with hydraulics.
Fluid statics. It's to do with fluid statics.
Here, I got something for you. See if you can pull up a section about it from Pascal, and then that might help us talk about it.
Let's do kind of think this through. If you had a pool and you dive down, say 5 meters, There's more pressure down at the bottom of the pool, 5 meters down, than there is at the surface. Let's say 1 meter down, correct?
Yeah. So yeah.
So instead of going down 5 meters, go down 1 meter instead. Is there going to be a pressure difference?
Yes, but I think I might see what T-Dub's saying. So imagine your pressure sensor is a point. Put it anywhere in the pool. So you, like you said, 5 meters down. So that pressure sensor, let's say it has an upward sensor, a left-right sensor, and a downward sensor. So that sensor at its location is going to experience every sensor reading the same pressure. Does that make sense?
And if you move it horizontally, that would be the case, but the moment you move it up vertically, the pressure will decrease.
Correct, but while it's static at that point in time, all the water that's above it is pushing down on the horizontal plane that it's on.
I see what you're
All the
saying.
water that's below it is pushing up on the horizontal plane that it's on, and likewise sideways.
But then when you move it vertically instead of horizontally, there is a pressure difference. So there is a pressure differential present in the pool. It has to be, otherwise.
Correct. But the sensor at any given point would read the same on all sides.
Yeah.
So both are true.
Yeah, but there is still a pressure differential in the water, vertically oriented.
Right. So basically, what T-Dub is saying, at any floating point, the pressure is equal in all directions towards the point, not away from the point.
Right.
All
right. Makes sense. I think we solved that one.
Whereas if well, that just seems intuitive to me that that wouldn't be the case if there was a downward pull. Like a constant pulling or pushing on that point.
Well, if there's a pressure difference vertically, then that would result in the fluid, in this case water, moving upward because the pressure below is greater than the pressure above. So there must be some sort of force counterbalancing that in the other direction. That is, there's a downward force acting on the water. Otherwise, the water would move up.
So a net value of 0.
That's right. I mean, otherwise things will move. That's Newton's first law.
So it's pushing up as much as it's pushing down on that point.
It's hydrostatic equilibrium.
Oh, on all sides.
If you have a neutrally buoyant object and you put it in any stratification of a pressure in water, it'll just stay right there.
Because it's in equilibrium.
That's pretty rare, though. I don't even know if I've ever seen an example of that in water.
Well, I have.
I've seen one in air where they float a balloon, but I haven't seen one in water.
Have you seen a Cartesian diver?
Yeah, divers when they drop their lead weights off.
No.
Yeah.
It's I got one
or an egg.
I got one out of a box of Frosted Flakes a long time ago. It was called Diving Tony. It's this little plastic tiger-shaped thing, kind of a cylinder. And there's a hole at the bottom. He's got a weight on the bottom end. And when you put it inside of a 2-liter plastic bottle, such as from Soda Pop Coca-Cola comes in, you fill the thing up complete with water. You drop him inside. It traps a little air inside of the Cartesian diver and the diving Tony, and he tends to float. You put the cap on it, seal it up good. You squeeze on the side of the plastic bottle. It has to be plastic, can't be glass, and it increases the pressure in the water inside the bottle, and that forces water up into that hole. And that causes the density of the diving Tony to increase because there's water up there now instead of air, and that causes them to sink. You can make them go to the bottom, you can make them rise again, and you can make them hover simply by squeezing the appropriate amount. So I've demonstrated that to students many, many times with diving, Tony.
Cool.
At any rate, I gotta go do some stuff. But I would propose to you that that there would need to be more. There'd have to be scientific evidence to suggest that, like, there's some sort of potential, invisible potential energy or force acting upon gases, and that that as we go higher, the temperature changes and reduces, and therefore will slow the motion of the gas down, right? Because that's what if you cool a gas down, its motion slows. It's not as excited, right? So it moves slower, and thus, that this is pretty much what we're seeing in nature, like in the air, right? I don't see any reason or necessity to introduce some sort of downward influence on any of the gases. Like what is the necessity to do that to explain why thermodynamics is not ruling and the gas is not expanding into the available volume? Is that a necessity for this downward influence?
Well, I'm saying that if you want to look at this thermodynamically, you have to consider all the energy involved. It's not just kinetic energy, there's also potential energy. And without that, then you're not really properly applying the cycle.
But what makes you think that applies to gases?
That what applies? That the downward force?
I think it's because T-Dub, I think it's as simple as Danny doesn't believe gas have their own thrusters.
No, it's because of the kinetic theory of gases, and I think was it T-Dub that actually described it pretty well. That these are small particles that have elastic collisions with one another. When you treat that, you're using basically classical physics, Newtonian physics, to describe them. So just because they're tiny particles, it doesn't mean that they're not pulled downward by some force any more than a baseball or rock is pulled downward by some force.
We don't know that that's the case, though. Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
Thank you. If I use the example of throwing a baseball upward, it will rise to a certain point and then it will fall back down again. Why does that happen? There has to be some sort of force pulling it downward to do that.
I say not necessarily.
What if?
Anyway,
what if the baseball, after you throw it, has a rocket turn on out its ass?
What would be the point of that?
No, that's a serious question, dude. Just if you threw a baseball and then it had a rocket just turn on and it kept going up, it would keep going up, right?
Until it ran out of fuel and slowed down again. Again, if you want to get an object to leave the Earth and never come back, it's going to have to be fired up at 7 miles per second to do that.
Okay, Danny, right there, exactly. So one of the contentions, this might, I'm just throwing this out there based on this conversation. One of the contentions is that many people who are against this idea that the gas can leave or whatever is, there basically seems to me that they're arguing that the gas, after its elastic collision, just has an infinite amount of energy to continue in a direction akin to a baseball having a rocket engine inside it. Does that make sense?
Where do they get that notion?
Well, think about it. They say that the gas is just going to keep going and it can't be slowed down because as long as it has temperature, it's going to keep going. So they're thinking of temperature as if it's a thruster.
Right, and it's not. When you have a collision with a gas particle undergoes a collision, it picks up kinetic energy, and it will continue moving until it has another collision, or otherwise loses that kinetic energy. And one way it can lose that kinetic energy is by moving upward. It's going to have to slow down because there's a downward force acting on it.
But that's the thing, though. Like, because I could just appeal to Newton: an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted on by another force.
Unless acted
You're
by
saying
outside force.
there is a force acting upon it, right? And that's the reason the baseball falls down, right? But what if that's not true? And what if what's happening to the baseball is independent of the nature of gas?
Well, then
Because
you've
it's a solid.
undermined the kinetic theory of gases.
How so?
Because kinetic theory of gases treats those gas particles as any other object in Newtonian physics. You don't suddenly get a violation, they're no longer pulled downward like a baseball would be just because it's small. It has to be pulled downward just like a baseball is.
Yeah, Danny's basically saying the exact same thing that happens to the baseball when it leaves your hand and there's no longer a thruster applied. Your hand was the thruster in the first instance. Now the baseball leaves and it's going to come back down. And the gas, after its collision, there's no longer a thruster applied. It's going to come back down just like the ball. That's basically it, right, Danny?
Yep.
And that's not even talking about forces at all. That's just talking about what we see. If I throw a ball up, it comes back. If the gas leaves the initial throw. So yeah, so the gas is basically has its initial throw, which is a lot, which is very much forceful, like Nolan Ryan throwing a heater, hundreds of miles an hour, perhaps thousands of miles an hour. But that still is just an initial throw, and that initial throw wears out eventually.
Right, but what if that doesn't apply to the gas? What if the same rule doesn't apply?
Well,
What if it's
you
a
need
state of
a concrete
what if it's
example, right?
exclusive? What if it's exclusive to a particular states of matter?
Well, fair. So now you have competing ideas that need to be validated through a direct demonstration or experiment.
Okay. Well, as far as I can tell, gas expands to fill available volume. That's just its inherent nature. It does this. It slows down due to temperature, but it doesn't stop.
Okay, so what you're saying is you need an example of a gas particle being sent on its way and then stopping.
Yeah, I mean, even if there was an influence on it in another direction, right? What's the evidence that it stops it completely?
Okay, well let's put it this way, T-Dub. If there is evidence it stops completely, or there is no evidence it stops completely, does that mean that the Earth is flat or not flat?
No, this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Right. So I could entertain this discussion, right, completely, and still maintain that the Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that being said, there will be at least 3 people who will accuse me of being a glober because I entertained this discussion with Danny.
Yeah, fair enough. No, look, there's flat earthers out there that that don't think that that the Earth's air particularly needs a container to maintain the pressure gradient that we have, right?
Right. So if I said the Earth requires a container, therefore it's flat, would that be correct?
No, it doesn't follow.
No,
It's nonsense.
Exactly.
No, this is just simply a dispute about the nature of gases, thermodynamics, and whether there is an invisible influence. I won't say force because, Einstein's out there, right? He's saying that's not a force, right? But an
Interestingly enough,
influence
T-Dub,
on the gases.
exactly. Interestingly enough, it'll take 3 hours to reach this point that we're speaking about right now. But anyway, let's move on. Sorry. But no, what I'm saying is, oh, sorry, you just say what you were going to say.
No, that's all right. Go.
No, I was done, dude. I made my point in spades, bro. So in short summation, since T-Dub didn't want to sum it up, the only thing that could prove the Earth is flat or a globe is the direct surface, not whether gas can or can't be withheld by forces or not forces, or whether it goes or comes or is cold or hot. Entirely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Right. Now, I don't know if I'm actually kind of a little biased about what is claimed to be the universe, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I'd never really thought about it before I'd even like come into the flat Earth arena. I'd just taken it for granted that the universe was as was presented to me in the education system. I'd never thought about it possibly being anything other than that. And now that I have thought about it, I maybe, you know, romantically and novelly like think about it differently now, you know. Yeah, it's a term which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with like romance between a man and woman.
Baby, when I think about you, I think about Neptune. Baby, when I think about you, I think about Uranus. All right, that was a little
Yeah.
vulgar. I'm sorry.
So maybe maybe I'm a little biased. Maybe I don't want the universe now to be what, you know, mainstream says it is. And maybe therefore I don't want gases to, you know, be able to be
Yeah.
prevented from
Good.
expanding into available volume without a container.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now I want to postulate just an idea. Okay. If people say outer space is fake, right? They've been corrected numerous times, right, by certain people saying it's not that outer space is fake, it's that the vacuum of space is fake. Why? Well, because gas pressure requires a container for various reasons. Okay, let's say that's true. Doesn't having a container to stop the available gas from entering into an area that it could otherwise enter into mean that the gas is not entering into that area? It means that the area is a vacuum? So wouldn't being inside a container beg the question of an outside, which could actually be a vacuum since the gas is contained on the inside?
Correct.
So in other words, in order to have an inside, you're begging the question of an outside. And if the inside is contained from the outside, then the outside can be a vacuum. So you actually can have the vacuum of space and gas pressure require a container and the earth be enclosed. That's logically possible.
Yeah.
Now, does it mean it's plausible? Does it mean it's certain? No, I'm just saying that the concept that you're in a contained environment doesn't preclude the fact of it being possible that the exterior of that container doesn't have any gas. Because even to create a vacuum chamber, you need a container. So you have an exclusion zone. You have an interior and an exterior. One could be pressurized and one could be not pressurized. The only argument here is if you have no barrier between the pressure and the non-pressure, that the pressure will fill the non-pressure. Well, if you have a barrier, which some flat earthers postulate, well, then the idea of the outer space being a vacuum is still on the table. And if you say it's not, then I'd have to ask you a question, then what's your container for? What do you need a container for?
Right. Well, some would say that because there is pressure, that means there is a container, because that's the definition that we're given in, you know, from academia, right? Of gas pressure.
Look, that may be the case, but it's also the case that definitions don't create realities, right?
And it's not, sorry, I should correct that, because it's not just simply because it's the academic definition. It's the academic definition through demonstration.
Okay. If gas has to fill a volume, if there's an available volume, right? What if there's just no more available volume? What if just the availability of free space for gas to move about just stops at a particular point? Would you need a container then? Because that would solve the equations. That would solve the equations that have a fixed volume in the equation, like PV equals nRT.
Right, but like there's just not a surface, but there's no more space. Like
and the no more space boundary acts identical to a surface physically. It's just like in a video game where you run up to an invisible wall and you can't go any further. And if you have it programmed to bounce you back, then it bounces you back. I mean, these things are not impossible logically. Now that you may
So
think,
the
oh, well, they
gas-
don't fit my view, but who cares if they fit your view?
but so the gas would just hit the nothing and bounce back like it was a surface? It'd essentially be a surface. I mean that would qualify it as a surface, but like are you saying it's not liquid, it's not solid,
Yeah, it's just the end.
not...
It's just the end. It's just the end of space, the end of available free space. The end. You have to solve that problem sometime. It's either there's an infinite amount of available free space that continues indefinitely, or there's a fixed amount, so a fixed volume. One or the other.
Well, there's a fixed volume for the gas. I don't think the globers disagree with that. It's just not dictated by what others argue. You know, it's not dictated by a physical enclosure. Oh, well, essentially they're saying that gravity's providing that end of space, like your end of space, but somehow they're able to go through that.
Like a force field, bro, like on Star Wars, where the spaceships can fly right into the Death Star through an open window, and they don't even go through a window. It's just like they go right through a force field, right in and right out. The atmosphere stays on the Death Star. That's what they imagine is happening, I guess. But you see, I don't have to answer this question, dude. It's not my responsibility. Because the flat Earth is completely unnecessary to have an answer for gas coming or going, staying or leaving. Because you can have a flat thing inside a spherical container. You can have a sphere inside a cube container. Like you can have an infinite permutations of shape and an infinite permutations of container shape, and be pressurized or not pressurized inside the container. But I think a lot of flat earthers have a knee-jerk response when it comes to gas or gravity or any of these things. Like they have to die on their sword of knowing exactly the answers to parrot when it comes to these things, and they completely miss the fact that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I think they feel like it does, though, that if they give them gravity and outer space, then they're giving them the ball.
Well, that's because they're stupid.
Well, I think it's because of it lends credence to the claims that they've gone beyond, they've gone into this region that they claim is an ever-expanding vacuum, and with cameras and photograph the Earth, right?
Right, so that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that if they concede, you can go to space. If they concede, you can get far enough away from the Earth. Then these pictures all of a sudden become real. Okay, so if you have a picture from outer space, is it more appropriate to say, I know this is false because the Earth isn't curved, or I know this is false because they were taken from an area that can't exist because gas pressure requires a container? Even though I can't prove whether you are or not still inside the container, I say needs to exist. See the problem?
Yeah.
So you're saying gas pressure requires a container, and therefore you can't travel far enough away from the Earth to take a photo of the entire Earth. Well, then I could just reply, well, I'm still within the container. Now I have a picture of the Earth as a globe within your container that you say I need. Oh, what now? You could go around in circles forever with that, dude. And so then you have to divide by 0, and the remainder is whether the surface is actually curved or not whether or not there's a vehicle a certain amount of miles away from the Earth or not. You see the difference?
Yeah.
The problem is we don't have any photographs of Earth. They've never given us a photograph of Earth. All they've given us is CGI bullshit.
Well, there's some that have been alleged to be photographs. Let's put that.
So you're basically saying that if this isn't to do, if it's not to do with the shape of the Earth, and you can't just refute it by, measurement of its geometry, then it's really irrelevant.
Yeah, it's only relevant enough to the discussion with the person you're having that convinced of its relevance, and for you to lead them down a trail that leads back to the direct surface. Because that's the thing that's going to really arbitrate whether the is or isn't actually is or isn't. For example, if somebody said gas pressure requires a container, you're like, wow, you're right. Earth must be flat. No, that would be a stupid conclusion to make. Now, there may be other reasons incorporated with your realization that gas pressure requires a container that may lead you to the conclusion Earth is flat. But if the conclusion is led Earth is flat because gas pressure requires a container, that is just straight up stupid. I wouldn't want any flat earther on my team that thinks that's the reason why Earth is flat. Fire that sucker real quick. Or Earth is flat because of the ether. The ether exists, therefore Earth is flat. I mean, come on now, bro. Or the Earth is flat because NASA's fake. I mean, go down the list. There's a very long list of things that could be true severally and do discredit certain claims that globers or people who proponents of the globe make, but they in themselves don't lead to the direct conclusion the Earth is flat. So what's some claims or arguments that you know of that we talk about that actually could lead to the conclusion the Earth is flat in themselves? It's not gas pressure. It's not the moon landing being a hoax. I don't know, bro. Floor's open. Anybody in the panel can answer.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be busy now. But yeah, just to answer your question, it would be the observations and the measurements and our practical usage of the Earth's surface as being planar.
I actually got to do some screwing right now, so I got to turn my mic on mute, or you'll hear my obscenely noisy impact wrench. Lats, fill in.
Oh, dude, I just barely woke up. I gotta get ready for work, man.
Hey, no work till Brooklyn.
I think I'm too young for that reference.
Get out.
No, I'm just giving a shit.
T-Dab, you were onto something. I think a lot of flat earthers argue their positions in rhetoric from a position of fear. They're afraid that if they concede certain points, that their belief in flat Earth will be shattered, or they'll have conceded to the glober that the Earth is a globe on things that have nothing to do with whether the Earth is a globe or not. And a lot of that is because they've been trained over the years through rhetoric that's promulgated by various flat earthers that this is the only way to argue and that you can't allow certain things to be ceded, even though they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. And so it may be like a projection from certain people when they do their rhetoric, where they're circling around these topics because they themselves are also afraid of them. That could be the case. Now, of course, that's speculation, but like you said, your intuition was some of them are afraid.
You know, I do think it is important sometimes that we do talk about stuff like outer space, though, and how fake it is, though, because some Glober's whole worldview rests on that being real, and they only think the Earth is a ball because of NASA or boats over the horizon or whatever it may be. A lot of people that wouldn't even look at the measurements of the Earth until outer space is destroyed.
That kid earlier today, it's like everything was about, oh, but cosmological models, cosmological models. I need to know how Uranus fits into your worldview.
Right. I mean, yeah, like I said, that's like there's this delusion that we need to know. There must be answers. You know, well, says who? If it's not immediately affecting your everyday life, well then no, that there's no necessity for an answer. It's just postulation. It's just unless it's like absolutely definitively demonstrated to be true, then you've really you can entertain it or not entertain it. It's just a personal preference, right?
Yep. For example, gas thrusters, man. Gas thrusters. What's not to love?
Gas thrusters, gases thrusters.
That's right. Gases have thrust. They're little spaceships.
Well, I just don't see any reason why they're going to stop. I mean, you know, if it can be demonstrated that there's an influence, you know, even if you don't know where the influence is like the source of it, if you can demonstrate that the influence exists, then I've got no reason to deny it, right?
What if Danny said the reason why they slow down is because of density and buoyancy? Hey, you know
I
what?
mean,
You
they
know how
can
many
slow
flat
down. I just don't
earthers? Check
see
this
them
out, bro.
stopping.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was
Okay,
just
that's
saying. Look,
fair.
yeah. Yes, go on.
No, I'm screwing things.
I mean, look, I've thought about it too. Like, you know, maybe they're onto something with their spectroscopy, right? Maybe, possibly. But does that mean that the things in the sky are like inanimate? I mean, they're moving, but I mean, does that mean that they're moving like without intention or without, you know?
I don't know, bro. Listen, and I think I don't know if it's Enoch, but it says that certain of the stars disobeyed their courses.
Right.
I think it said they did it to deceive mankind. So the wandering stars, which is what we've called them, the planets used to be called the wandering stars. Maybe they disobeyed their courses so they could deceive humanity. Now, that's just a speculation, sure. I'm sure Danny would argue, no, that's not true because they're acting under these certain types of forces, and it's not that they actually are sentient entities that can control how they move over thousands of years to deceive humanity, even though if they were spiritual entities that are in control of those things, and their motives are, much different than human motives.
And that's not even to say that this is legit scripture, because, maybe the Book of Enoch is a hot steaming pile of dog turd.
I don't think so. But yeah, and interestingly enough, I was just reading it very recently, like today. The sun and the moon, apparently too. Actually, was it the sun? I'm pretty sure it says something about the moon not keeping her course as well in one section. But yeah,
the moon. Good grief.
Yeah. But also, right? So,
what a
going back.
twerp.
What?
The moon. Freaking slut.
Well, but also like like with that whole thing, like with spectroscopy, and like like they're getting a correlation between spectra lines in the lab to do with this particular element, and then they point it at the sky and they get the same spectral lines. Like, right, fine, right, but does that mean that they also exist within this claimed vacuum of outer space? No. It really neither confirms or denies the existence of a vacuum of outer space, does it? Right? I mean, they could have that elemental structure, or substance, and still be, not what we think they are, right? Not what is being suggested they are, and not necessarily within the medium that they're claimed to be in either. And not necessarily the distances and sizes that they claim to be either. I mean, that's changing all the time. Didn't they just squish Jupiter and bring it a bit closer or something like that? It's flatter. It's flatter than they thought.
Carry a purple hardcover spectroscopy book in my glove compartment. Yeah, you never know when you might need to identify something. What if I get in an accident? He's like, "Was it a purple sedan?" And I was like, "Hold on, let me get my spectroscopy book."
Yeah.
I also carry around ergonomics, which is just a small pamphlet that's tells you all the dimensions of the male and female body in relationships to doors, desks, all the things you got to build, for construction things, countertop heights, all that kind of stuff. And I also carry around electrical wiring. 3 books you cannot leave home without, bro.
I could actually believe you carry around the ladder.
No, I got all three, bro. All three, all the time. Holmes. The spectroscopy book is only like 3/8 of an inch thick. The ergonomics is basically a pamphlet which can fit inside that book, and then the electric book is actually pretty thick. Oh, it'll tell you all kinds of stuff in there, like if you need to do a 3-way switch or all different kind of stuff like that. Dude, I've posted pictures of me opening up my glove compartment and showing those books before. It's legit, bro. I ain't making that stuff up, Holmes. Nice try. Accusing me. Are you part of the conspiracy?
Which conspiracy would that be?
Conspiracy to take me down.
No. But you think I might be undercover or something? I'm just a Dunning-Kruger melon head on the internet, man.
No, a stunning Kruger.
That's right. I forgot. I'm a stunning Kruger.
You just said a stunning cougar.
No, let's not let that develop any further.
This job probably could have took me 3 hours if I just got to it. But man, been dragging on. But I'm kind of slow because I don't feel good. I got bit by a spider, and it kind of took me for a loop.
You got bitten by a spider?
Yeah, dude. I didn't even get superpowers. Holy crap. Yep.
Damn. That's because your name's
Really?
not Parker.
Any pictures or it didn't happen?
Dude, right now it's at the stage where it's localizing, and the skin is starting to peel like I got a sunburn.
Damn.
I'll take a picture of the elbow, dude. My whole arm was swollen. Like from the elbow up a little bit, up towards the tricep, and then
What?
from the elbow all the way up to my wrist.
The worst thing you can do is like scratch it. It's irritating.
Yeah,
Or
I just been down and I just been like down in ibuprofens, bro.
It's a good thing you're not a soy boy. You would have called out already.
I just want to stab it and just like squeeze the crap out of my elbow so all the fluids in my arm leak out.
Which
That's
also
when I
he
went
does
to
not
Iraq.
recommend.
When I went to Iraq, I got a flesh-eating blood parasite.
Tough shit.
That was gnarly.
What fell off? Your toes fell off?
No, it's not that bad, but it's like it's localized like a zit, but like a very big zit, like an inch and a half radius with a massive
Bro.
head,
Holy,
like
that's
a
not a zit
volcano.
anymore, bro.
And it's hot. It's super hot. It gets really hot to the touch in the red area. And so then if you pierce it and squeeze it, just chunks of your body fall out like cottage cheese.
No, I'm glad you distinguished what kind of hot you're talking about. Damn,
It's
that
like
sounds like it's
cherry red, it's like cherry juice. Like your blood is like cherry juice with cottage cheese together.
oh shit, dude.
And then you squeeze it out, right? And then like an hour or two later, it's back again. Freaking
What keeps
nasty.
filling it up? Is it just the tissue in that area?
Yeah, it's like, well, obviously you're bleeding inside too, and they're eating you. So it's like they're it's not like the kind where it just is going to spread indefinitely. It's kind of localized to that little area, and your immune system's fighting it. So you get like a clot of white blood cells mixed with dead jerk masters, and that creates like a stop. And I had one in my I had it happening in my cheek, and I got so sick of
Oh
it
shit.
that I reached in there with a tweezer, and I was just fiddling around, and I grabbed something, and I just yoinked on it. And when I pulled it out, it looked like a little tentacled booger snot. And as soon as I pulled that thing out, dude, the cheek just drained out, and it felt so much relief. But I literally could take those tweezers, dude. Like a regular tweezer, how it has that
Yeah.
little end, right?
Okay.
I could take that tweezer almost to the end where you hold it and stick it right up my cheek, upwards, leftwards, downwards, and feel absolutely nothing, no pain at all. Like my cheek was literally hollow, like in between these
Yeah.
layers of skin. Like all the
No.
nerves were gone. And then I was like, how would this hurt so much? So it was like the pressure was hurting me because as soon as I pulled that thing out, pain went away and it healed up so fast, and all the like swollenness in my face was gone.
Damn, you had like a whole ass alien in your face.
Heck yeah, but it wasn't that the little thing was a creature. That was like the amass of like white blood cells and little dead dudes because they're like microscopic. You can't really see them.
I know a lot of those things too. They have like saliva or some other type of toxins that'll numb that area too, so you don't feel it. So you don't try to dig them out. Yeah, you guys ever seen videos of those bot fly removals?
Hey.
It sounds like what you had almost. Like these little larvae that like bury into your skin and just keep eating the flesh and stuff. It's gross.
Show. Can't remember what it was, but it was on TV back in the day. So way before I was into YouTube or anything. She was talking about the botfly, and she was like, "I was just asleep, and all I kept hearing was crunch, 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 crunch." And I was wondering what it was. Then I woke up and looked in the mirror, and there was this dude trying to get out of me.
What?
Yeah, the little botfly thing. Trying to
Was it
crunch
like
its
in
way
her
out.
ear?
No, it was like in her, somewhere up in her head.
I see, I see. Oh, he's scratching your dome.
Yeah, so like the vibrations were like going right through her ears. That's what's crazy to me, though, is the people that have the botflies that gestate completely and they never even knew it was there. I'm like,
Yeah,
what the heck, dude?
exactly.
How do you not know, man? What do you like? Not take a shower and scrub your whole body or something? You never like
Exactly.
run your hand with a bar of soap or a towel over your body or something? Like you don't know? Because like for me, the only place that I could imagine not knowing a botfly was in me, like on my lower back, in that one spot right between your lower and upper back that you can't reach. I mean, other than that, you could feel your whole body when you take a shower.
You know, maybe it was a Glober that had this botfly.
No, the botfly was a Glover.
Alrighty, well, I guess it's time for me to go to work. You boys have a good one. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, let me see when Home Depot opens. 8 a.m. What a ripoff. I guess it is Sunday. Well, that was a pretty good broadcasting day. What do you think?
Yeah, I probably managed to embarrass myself again.
No, not really.
I'm just downplaying it so that you'd say something like that and make me feel better.
But listen, all those questions that we talked about, now you'll be more activated to think about them when you hear about them in the future. Be like, oh, now I remember this. This
Yeah.
other explanation fits with what we were discussing that day, or whatever. But the main thing that, like, for me, I just want people to not be too invested in things that they're getting bent out of shape about if it has nothing to do with the argument that they're actually trying to argue about. So, like, if you're trying to, point out that the Earth is flat to someone, to get bogged down with for 3 hours into a gas pressure conversation, you haven't really, accomplished talking to the person about flat Earth or not. Now, I do understand a lot of Globers have a compunction that they think that, if we have a gas pressure gradient, then that means gas pressure gradient must be caused by gravity, and if gravity, then globe Earth. And I do understand that. It's like sometimes you can skip all that and just tell the person, okay, you think gas pressure is caused by gravity being held to a globe Earth. Well, what if gas pressure caused by gravity is being held to a flat Earth? Well, now we both can just divide gas pressure caused by gravity out and then just decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe. by direct measurements of the surface.
Right.
And that's not even
Thereby
saying that you
falsifying.
agree. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, thereby falsifying any claim of photography taken from the so-called, so claimed to be vacuum of outer space, which is, you know, whatever.
Now, keep in mind, you can be strict and be like, listen, I'm only going to debunk the mainstream globe paradigm. Like, I'm not going to go down your copes, trying to say that, oh, well, we're in a globe inside a giant container. And that's why we're not in the vacuum space. So your claim that I can't take these pictures is negated by you saying now I'm in a giant container. You'd be like, well, I don't care about your little fanciful ideas. I'm talking about the heliocentric model. You can go down that track too if you want. Because at that point, if they're starting to do those things, you could tell them, okay, so you concede you don't believe in the standard heliocentric paradigm anymore.
Right.
So you've grown. You've grown in this conversation. You've abandoned your previous heliocentric paradigm belief. Good job.
Yeah, I actually want to run something by you. It's totally off topic, but not here, not now. So another time in the back chat or something. I want you to tell me that I'm crazy.
All right.
Well, that was actually pretty good that we got Danny to talk though. Like, because yeah, many have tried, and he just won't.
Well, we just got to keep the Matrix muzzled. He's afraid of Matrix. Danny's like, "Are you Australian?" And Matrix is like, "Yep." He's like, "Therefore, the Earth is a globe." Australians don't exist unless they're globers. Isn't that so bigoted? Like people think about Australians and they're like, "Oh, how could you believe the Earth was flat if you're an Australian?" It's like, well, how does being in Australia mean I have to believe the Earth is a globe? It's like, what the heck, bro? Oh, TW, you do mudding?
Sorry, do I do what?
Mudding, joint compound.
No.
Taping. Plastering.
No, I've never done any plastering.
Good for you, dude. It's the way to go. I hate it. Well, I don't know. Some parts of it I hate, but it's definitely something I don't like doing. But I've gotten into the habit of always buying the 5-gallon bucket whenever I start something because you never know how much you need. And the 1-gallon little buckets are like $10, $12, and the big bucket's like $24. And then you don't have to worry about making another trip. So it's like just get a whole bucket, but you always end up with a lot extra that you have to haul off somewhere, and it doesn't keep well for a long period of time once you open it. So I don't like to use old mud because it's all crusty and got flakes in it. Constantly digging out crust. rather than just working.
Sounds fun.
All right, based on the physics of water and the benchmark standard of sea level from which all elevation profiles are taken, and that the known surface territory is covered in 70% water, and water is flat and level on the surface. Therefore, the known territory's benchmarks are between two horizontal parallel planes that's horizontal with the plane of sea level. And does that mean that you can then say the entire Earth is flat? So which statement would be more correct? The known territory is benchmarked to sea level and therefore lies between two horizontal parallel planes. Or the entire surface of the Earth, which I have no idea how big it is, where it goes or what it's doing after the extent of the explored territory is flat. Which one would be more correct?
Yeah, someone tried that earlier on me, and I was like, well, I'm not insinuating a whole Earth. You know what I mean? I'm not. It's not really because they have a picture in their head already, a preconceived notion about a finite area, right? Like,
right.
Well, I'm not claiming that.
Right. So from your position, you wouldn't make a claim beyond the known territory, right?
That's correct.
So for all
I
you
would.
know,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, like I said to this other guy, I said I think it's safe to assume that the physics that we experience would apply. If there's nothing immediately different about the environment that we just discover, if we were to discover new area, I doubt that physics is going to operate any differently than it does where we've already explored.
Right, that's fair. So if that's true, would that preclude, let's say you travel 1,000,000 miles to the right, and then the Earth is roughly, within a swing, of let's just say 15 miles, right? So no appreciable depth change for a long period of time. But then after that, the Earth just dives down physically. Like you'd have no way of knowing that, right? But that wouldn't mean that the physics changed. So,
No.
for example, if you got to that portion and you had water, it would just roll off down the slope that you're experiencing after that range, right?
Right.
Right. So if you were atop a structure that had a 1,000,000 miles to the left and right, so we're in the center of a 2,000,000 mile circle on top of a structure that dives off after the 1,000,000th mile extent from the surface, right? And then continues down and down and down and down and down, just keeps going down, 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 right? And then it then turns back around and comes back under, and then is supported by, let's just say, 4 pillars. So essentially a gargantuan potato with the top slice of the potato sliced off, and all the surface water on the top is where we live. And you would have no way of knowing that, right?
Absolutely not.
And your claim that the physics seems reasonable, that the physics would continue, would warrant that if you had water on the surface and it went past the boundary that was facing upwards that could contain the water, that the water would just run down and keep running down until it reached the pillars, right?
Yep.
Right. So then, since saying that, if I asked you, and keep in mind, you could caveat what I'm saying after the fact, but if I then asked you, do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? And I asked you to say that, and you had to say it in order to be considered a real flat earther. Could you say it?
Only with the caveat.
Exactly. So you wouldn't make a universal claim about the whole Earth, right? Except what you know of.
No.
And you'd have good reasons why the rest of the
Exactly.
Earth would probably be the same, but you wouldn't say, I know the rest of the Earth is this way without any doubts.
Right. And I think
Because
at
you'd be
that point
making a universal claim about an unknown, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think at that point I'd be like speaking about the entirety of the realm, or like you say, universal, like the universe, the structure of it. It's and I don't have that knowledge.
How could it be possible to even have such knowledge? Well, some flat earthers posit the idea that they're described the Earth from the Scripture, and so they're being told from God, who would have the knowledge. But I don't think that God's speaking in the Bible ever specifically talks about the extent of the Earth. In fact, he actually challenges someone who makes a claim about the Earth. Hey, bro, where were you when I made the Earth? Have you ever stretched a line across the Earth to tell me how wide it is? And of course, it's a rhetorical question because the answer is no. You, the man, have never stretched a line across the Earth to then tell God how big his Earth he made is. Except some flat earthers seem to think they have. And in doing so, they want to denigrate other flat earthers who hold a reserved position that they're not going to make a universal claim about the extent of what the Earth does ad infinitum to the left, right, down, etc. So yeah, just because you've become a flat earther, right, that doesn't mean you've been freed from people who want to prey on you and get you to parrot some dogma or position to which if you don't parrot it in the way that they describe, then you're excluded. Even though it's about things that you could never possibly know. Kind of weird like that, isn't it? From one call into the next. From one dogma into the next.
Right. And it is easy. It can be easy to get caught up in rhetoric, because you feel it supports your case, and then it kind of does slide towards cultish behavior and mindset.
Yeah, it even creates these religious tests. You know, it's like, speak the name, or else be burnt at the stake.
Right. I mean, like, I just keep trying to remind myself that, like, and others that all I can do is just examine and investigate my immediate physical experience. I can't speak for someone else. I can't, and I can't speak for that which I do not know of. You know, so the flat Earth for me is my direct experience of reality as experienced through my eyes and my other senses, and that's where it begins. And if there's anything built up on top of that, it will be based immediately on that, right? Not on what I can't, you know, with any certainty say is true. Like, I can describe what I see the sun do from my vantage point, from any location that I may inhabit on the surface of the earth, and that's all I can do. I can't say with any certainty what it's doing once it's no longer in my sight.
One thing it's not doing is deciding whether the Earth is flat or a globe when you're not looking at it. It's not like T-Dub ain't looking. Now it's a globe.
Hey, if the Earth was moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second square, does that mean everything else is too, like the sun and the moon and the stars? So they might as well just say the universe is rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
What, did you hear my theory about that?
No.
All right, check this out. It's called Spaceship Earth. Somebody already had this idea for Spaceship Earth, but they had a different concept. So here's the idea. So from our timeline now, just imagine that what I've said hasn't yet come to pass. So we are now in you know, the time we're in. We're facing certain crises in the climate and all this. And we've been searching the cosmos for a new world to live in. and we have to build a spaceship to get there. But it's going to take forever to do, so we have to live during the trip. So what we end up doing, because we have to live and we have to survive and we have to thrive and we have to arrive at the location. So rather than do some cryosleep or something, we make this giant spaceship, which is essentially a simulatory globe Earth, but it's a flat Earth, right? With a giant screen that's got super holographic technology to mimic the cosmos, right? And we send it with a super accelerator that makes it accelerate 9.8 meters per second towards a new world. So we're essentially in a giant simulation of a globe Earth on a flat disk that's being shot through the cosmos towards the new home. And that's why the Earth is flat, but the Earth we left was actually a globe. And the new home we're going to is going to be a globe.
Right. And it's going to take generations, and throughout the generations,
no.
they'll just no.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is the simulation is designed to teach us, because it's going to take forever to get there. It's designed to teach us about why we need to leave Earth and make it to this new world. So the simulation eventually is going to show us the new world, and then we're going to be like, hey, we need to travel there. Let's build a spaceship. But then the AI is going to come online. Aha, you're already in the spaceship heading towards this world. And since it happened, since we already got shot out 50 jillion years ago, we're already there now. So just come on out. You're at your new home already.
It's like an M. Night Shyamalan twist.
Exactly. This is the way to make the trip without having this, this huge time shift. And in order to actually send a craft to any of these distant worlds, you need a craft that basically has the energy of an entire galaxy anyway. So
Oh yeah, that's what class is that? Class 4, class 5. Michio Kaku's advanced civilization classification system. Or is it type 3? I can't remember now.
something like that. But then there was this one where, well, if you see a black hole, maybe the black hole is just that type 5 civilization because they've harnessed all the energy. So no energy is leaving. And that's why it looks black when you look at it.
Ah. Yeah. They got like a galactic Dyson sphere.
Exactly. Girls, don't let your kids grow up to be Glovers. For some reason I'm thinking of that song. What is it? Girls don't let your kids grow up to be cowboys. That's what it was.
Yeah, I wonder what inspired that. Someone had a bad time with cowboys or something.
No, I think the idea was to be a doctor or a lawyer or such. You know, something that easier work that makes more money. I think was the point of the song.
Oh, really? Become a doctor instead. Why
How
can't you
much?
be
How much
both?
is six? How much is a six-figure salary? 100 grand or more? How
Right?
many?
Yeah, I guess 6.
How many college graduates actually make six figures?
I wouldn't have a clue. I wouldn't. I would say it's not many. Like as a guess, like a low
I don't know.
percentage. It's a cutthroat world. Unless you generate that income yourself independently, I don't think there's enough jobs
It
out
says
there offering
here.
that sort of salary
Uh,
to accommodate for all the graduates.
right. Right. So it says here, according to LinkedIn statistics, only approximately 40% of bachelor's degree holders earn over 100K by mid-career. By mid-career, not once they are employed, but by the middle of their
Right.
career. Though only about 15.6% of 25 to 34-year olds with a 4-year degree hit this mark. So under 34, only 15% of people with a college degree make 100 grand before they're 34.
Dang.
Average starting salaries for graduates are 68,000. So you have to be like halfway through your career before you're going to hit the 100K. And the 100K salary range is usually only in specific fields, things like engineering, finance professionals, and economic professionals.
Right. And they've got to deal with house payments, car payments, getting kids, their schooling, because that's if they're not living a single life. But there's other pressures. They might have a gambling habit, like all that.
Oh, and don't forget that huge student loan that they have with collecting interest.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shona, I don't recognize your name, man. Like, have we talked before? See, we got 6 mutual servers, 4 mutual friends. So, like, yeah, you've been around, but like, I guess we just haven't crossed paths.
I used to go by Matt at Yahoo.
Right? Yeah, that's a little more familiar, but yeah. Are you're not usually VC active?
I listen more than I talk, but I usually hop on a couple times a day, see what's going on, what people are talking about.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
It's only the second time I've been in the voice chat in the flat 24-hour flat Discord, though. Usually this room is empty.
Yeah. Where do you usually hang out?
The worldwide debates and the ether cosmology, I believe it, Earth Awakenings are the two.
Right. Yep. Yeah. I haven't been in there for a long time. I think I left the server. Well, you said worldwide debates, or? Oh yeah, worldwide. Yeah, I'm part of that. I just joined that recently. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, as long as they're not fighting in there, I'll stick and listen if it's an interesting topic. But they fight a lot in those rooms, so I'll just bail.
Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't really hung out in there much. I only just joined it recently. Who was it? Riggs? Is that Riggs' server?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I haven't checked it out really yet. I should.
It's pretty active in that room, so there's usually something going on.
Yeah, it's good to see some activity in here again. It's been a while. Like too far between, sessions in here.
Yeah, I agree. This is the second time, and I haven't heard anyone fighting yet. Great.
So what you're saying is you just volunteered to start a session before next week? Gold plus, no excuses. Could start your own event. T-Dubs Hoedown or whatever. I mean, you make up your own name. T-Dubs Upside Down Hoedown. There you go.
Maybe leave the T-Dub out of it, so because I want people to show up.
The Am I Upside Down Globe Clown Hoedown.
Yeah.
Think about it. According to the other kid, every Glober's upside down from their point of view, because down, right, is any direction.
Yeah, it's relative. Well, if I'm upside down, if I'm literally like upside down, if I stand on my head and then let a helium balloon go, it's going down. I mean, yeah, like if I'm lying in my bed, I guess, are my feet down? Am I looking down at my feet? If I'm lying horizontally, and I tilt my head up.
All right. Who else is petering out? All right, I still gotta glue these baseboard flaps. Screw up these coat hooks. Mop the floor. Paint whatever else I gotta paint. And then clean up all my tools. Man, this night never ends.
I just parked at work. Just started my day.
All right, bros, I gotta get off so I can get cracking here. Get my headset out of my head. What should we do? Play a podcast?
We could. Otherwise, I'll probably scout the other channels, see what's going on. Nothing in politics. Nothing in English.
Yeah. Well, it's okay to have some time off.
Yeah, rest is good.
All right, I'm going over to YouTube. Peace out.
Cheers, mate. I'll talk to you later.
blessed day, and I will hopefully catch up with you later.
Yeah, no worries, Shoma. Yep. Cheers, man. So now, nothing. I don't know. 20 cups. Are you there? You awake? Man, I was going to comment earlier, but yeah, I was pretty busy. Man, your mic, I don't know what you did, but it's phenomenal. And you sound like a different person. I was like, at first I thought, who's this guy? And I realized it was you.
we listening to something?
Not currently. Well, Bill. Just things were. There was conversation happening earlier. It's kind of died off a bit. Some people have gone to do other things, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was just wondering if I wasn't hearing anything, just because it's quiet.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm just in the background. I'm doing a bit of cooking and also just doing a bit of a deep dive into something that's like been on my heart for a long time. It's biblical, but I'm not going to go into it right now. But I'm finally looking into this thing. I've had these thoughts on my mind for a long time, and finally have decided to see if there's anything to it. And man, I really got no words at the moment for it. It's quite profound and controversial, very, very controversial. And if I was to speak about it, I'm going to have Christians all over me and probably other religions jumping all over me.
Oh,
but
dang.
Yeah, like Hebraic and Judaic religions, because it's quite the claim that I'm almost willing to announce, but just not yet. I'm still looking into it.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that's heavy.
Yeah. It just as a teaser, as like a little clue, right? Are you a biblical man? You read the Bible?
Yep.
Do you recall the part where Jesus asks his disciple, "Who is it that people say the Son of Man is?"
Okay. Vaguely know what you mean.
Right. Did you know that he referred to himself as the Son of Man? Well, it's assumed that he was speaking about himself in the third person when he used the term. Right?
Yes.
He used that term, the Son of Man, about between 80 to 88 times. It could be disputed that it's there's not an exact number, that he, in some instances, he may not have been referring to himself. But at least, they think at least 82 times in the Bible.
Okay.
And that particular moment that he asked them that could have been a kind of trick question.
Okay.
Because he wasn't saying, "Who do people say that I am?" He didn't say that directly, did he? He just said, "Who's it people say the Son of Man is?"
Right.
Right. I'm gonna have to find. Hang on, wait. Let me get the exact verse.
Yeah, I'm also struggling to hear. For some reason in this room, I get a lot of roboting, but I'm trying to follow.
Yeah, you're roboting for me a little bit.
That's weird. It might be my signal.
Hang on, let me drop out and rejoin. Is that any better?
It sounds good right there.
Okay, yeah, probably just needed a refresh.
I have that trouble in here a lot though. Roboting over at English Hub, no problem. Some of the other channels I go to, no problem. Politics, I can't hear a word anybody's saying.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
So Jesus' question about the Son of Man, like to his disciples, it may have been intentionally double-edged.
Okay. I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it says, when Jesus came into the coasts of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say? Okay, it says, who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? Right, so that's a translation with the I in it, and it's from Matthew 16:13. So I'm going to have to look that up in the translations and
Okay.
see if others include the I there. Okay, no, because he follows up. All right, he follows up. So he is talking about himself because he says, if you want the immediate follow up, it's Matthew 16:15. Okay, then he says because they answer him, and then he says, but whom say ye that I am? And there's the I am again. There's the I am, right? Like,
right?
Yeah.
It's God.
It's kind of almost like he's like leaving clues there, but yeah, no, but I'm on another thing too, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check something.
Yeah. Morning, DJ. Sleepy Sunday morning. Yes, it is. this whole satellites before the satellites were created has been pretty interesting stuff. Hey, Flat Earth Judge.
Yeah, that's as I suspected. Some translations don't have the I in there.
Yeah, I kind of gathered where you were going with that. That they were saying who the Son of Man is. The question. Well, it sounded like a question without the I or the he.
Right. Yeah. Like he's just saying, who do men say the Son of Man or Adam is, right? Who do men say the Son of Man is? Right. And they just naturally assumed he was talking about himself. But, maybe it was a double-edged question where maybe he was or he wasn't. Like, I don't know. But, so they answered him. Like, some say, John the Baptist, others say Elijah, others say Jeremiah or one of the prophets, right?
Yeah.
And then he says to them, and who do you say I am?
Right.
But it could be, and you, who do you say I am? Like he's like asking them, okay, people are saying that about me, right? But what do you think? Like who do you say I am? Or it could be like, all right, they say that, he's like said, who do people say the Son of Man is, right? And they didn't mention him, did they?
That's
They
true.
didn't say, well, right? Like,
well, and the two different questions show that there's two different answers. Well, not necessarily, I guess.
Well, this is interesting thing because Peter then says, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." Right.
Okay.
So if Peter thought that he was asking about himself in the first question, right? Why didn't Jesus say, "Who do people say the Son of the living God is"? He's like, if he's referring to himself, he's calling himself the Son of Man, but then Peter calls him the Son of the living God.
Right.
Yeah. So he's both. But my investigation is more about who also was referred to as being the Son of Man.
Okay. I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Well, the title was already claimed and given to someone else. I guess it doesn't mean that it can't be applied to another person, right?
Who was the someone else?
That's where it gets controversial, man.
Ah, okay. Roger that.
Mm-hmm. Very controversial.
I have an idea, but I don't think I really know.
Well, it's not like the devil or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
it's just that everywhere I'm looking for a reason to think that I'm wrong about this, man. I really am, and everything is pointing to it being correct, and it's just so blatant and in your face, and it's so obvious. Like it could seem very obvious, right? Like I'm really struggling to tell myself I'm reading into something that isn't there, but it's there. It's right there, and he's explicitly, like, he's referred to himself in the Gospels. Well, probably across the entirety of the New Testament, he's referred to himself, maybe indirectly in the third person, mostly, but he has referred to himself as the Son of Man. He has blatantly, outright, just expressed to the world that he is the Son of Man, right? And that title already belonged to someone else, which means either that he took that title from that person, or those two people are one and the same.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Roger.
The first fruit. And that, like, and I'm just leaving clues out there, man, because I really don't want to go into it just yet. But like, and it's probably, I guess it's Sunday and everything, but it's kind of off topic. Too, but yeah. I think I should just leave it there until like I've done more. I really want to talk with people. I really want to talk with people about this in back chats, people that are interested, because I want people to find something to tell me that I'm wrong. That it looks like there's a connection there, but there probably isn't, and I want it to be unbiased. I don't want it to be based on anything like that. Just because it's, I don't want I don't want it to come from incredulity, the critique to come from incredulity.
Right.
Because this answers a lot of questions. It answers so many questions.
Hey, T-Dub.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got here. What can you give me just a 2-second not 2-second, but you know what I mean? What are you talking about?
So Jesus in the New Testament referred to himself as the Son of Man over 80 times. Right? It's basically his declaration to the world of who he is. He's identifying himself to the world as the Son of Man, and somebody already held that title. Now he's either stripping that title from that person, or those two people are one and the same person. And this is to do with my investigation into this. And this is just one element that just screams that he is who I think he is, who I'm suspecting he is. All the signs are pointing to it. Like and I want to be wrong, but also I don't want to be wrong, like, because it makes so much sense.
Have you revealed who this person is that you're talking about?
I kind of have to some people, and no, not Ezekiel.
Interesting.
Was he referred to as the son? Did God call him the Son of Man?
Why is Ezekiel called Son of Man if it's a title for Jesus?
Did God refer to Ezekiel as the Son of Man? Because it has been used, right, just as a general term for like a descendant of Adam, right? So like, or just a human being, right? So it has been used in that context.
All right. All I did was punched into Google. I'll read out the full thing. What I punched in there. In the Bible, who referred to themselves as the Son of Man? So I left it open. And very first thing, gotquestions.org popped up. And its answer. The term Son of Man is used variously in Scripture. Jesus is indeed referred to as the Son of Man in the New Testament 88 times, to be exact. The term Son of Man is also found in the Old Testament. The prophet Ezekiel is called Son of Man over 90 times. Thus, both Jesus and Ezekiel can rightly be called Son of Man. But there is something unique about the way the title is applied to Christ. In the Gospels, Jesus often refers to himself as the Son of Man, e.g. Matthew 16:27, Mark 14:21, Luke 7:34, John 3:13. Jesus' use of this title links him to Daniel 7:13-14, a passage describing the coming Messiah. There before me was one like a Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All peoples, nations, and men of every language worshipped him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed. The teachers of the law during Jesus' time on earth would have readily understood Jesus' meaning when he applied the title Son of Man to himself. Jesus' use of the phrase points to his exalted state as a person of the Godhead and the fact that he will fulfill Daniel's prophecy. Further, only in the Gospels do we find the term Son of Man associated with the definite article. Jesus always called himself the Son of Man, as in the only one there is. In using the definite article, Jesus contrasts himself with other personalities in the Bible associated with the same term. Ezekiel is never called the Son of Man. He is always just a Son of Man, as one among many. Son of Man is a rather common term in the Bible and simply means man. It emphasizes the humanity of a person.
Right. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that it has been used in that context. And what I'm referring to is actually not in the canon.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though.
So yeah. So another clue is transfiguration, right? On the Mount. So there was three there. There was Christ, and there was Elijah, and there was Moses. Now those three share something in common. They all fasted in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. Now, they also share something else similar, right? Except at that time, Jesus didn't share it with them. And some could argue that Moses didn't share it with either of them, right? But there is theological dispute about what actually happened to Moses, because it says that God buried him, right? But there's actually dispute that he didn't get buried, that he got taken, right? So just like Elijah. So if those three share that together, right? There's one other person that should have been there, like someone of significance and importance that should have been in amongst that group. If they all shared that trait of having ascended without experiencing the first death, right? And that's another clue to who I'm talking about. And I'm suggesting that that person wasn't absent at the transfiguration. He was there. And another clue is when he said, no man hath ascended into heaven except he who has come down from heaven, followed by the Son of Man.
Oh, that's making me think something totally different now.
When I first started, before I read that other stuff out, I was thinking Enoch.
Well, what's interesting, right, is the oral traditions and some later what is considered to be fictional um, fables, stories that they say was just pure poetic license and just fabrication, right, about that character. But it's just very strange that in those fictional accounts, he was granted sovereignty of heaven and earth. And then you've got in the book of Jasher, which is not really considered to be even. It's pseudo apocryphal. A lot of people argue it has no significance, and it's not really true scripture. And that the closest thing to it being, like one version of it being, of any significance is the fact that it may or may not be a lot of it, or some of it, or a little bit of it, based on oral tradition. But it fills in a lot of gaps, and it does talk a lot about that character that you mentioned. And some of the terminology that is lended to him in the book of Jasher is incredibly parallel with Jesus. But also his book alone it gives him that title, the Son of Man. And all secrets were made known to him. Nothing remained hidden from him anymore. It's quite explicit about that.
I think I have a solid idea. But I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Matrix nailed it. But like, you know, like, I just like, it's been on my mind for like a few years now, and I'd never really looked deeper into it. It was just like a fleeting thought. Yeah, that I thought, wouldn't that be interesting? And I never
my
really
phone,
looked for any confirmation of it.
my phone cut out. I didn't hear Matrix. Can I get the replay or the what was he saying?
What?
Enoch?
I think it was Ezekiel.
Ezekiel or Enoch. Yeah.
Ezekiel.
Enoch.
Oh, Enoch. Okay, gotcha.
Something that is interesting, sculptures of Enoch or statues showing with horns.
Really?
Yeah, it's to do with the translation. Radiant one or something like that. Horned and radiant translate from the same word. So, yeah, there's something weird, really super weird like that because of just a literal translation. Yeah, when they've done the statues, chuck some horns on him.
I've heard that about Moses as well.
So, which is yeah, very interesting stuff. Well, I think it is, anyways.
Yeah. That's a good Sunday morning topic.
Yeah, like it's been proposed before, but there's not really a lot about it. It doesn't have a lot of support, and it's kind of more of a. They say it's more of an early Gnostic idea too. But I mean, I just sort of naturally just like went towards this because of the little clues here and there, and I'd never thought to look for anything more to confirm it. And I could be just looking into it like biasedly, like looking for confirmation bias. but it's just astounding just how much, like sort of like confirms it for me. It's just weird. I mean, he was the first, right? He was the first of mankind. He was chosen. He was the first fruit. God took him. He walked with God, and then God took him.
Yep, good point.
There's a lot of parallel, and then some interpretation can also be built on top of it. I mean, like he was the scribe of righteousness, right? And Jesus was the Word, or is I should say, is the Word.
Well, I guess because he's dead, right? So then they don't. It's probably appropriate. I guess.
Well, risen and alive forevermore.
He's alive.
That's the belief. The only person to have conquered death, overcame it, and was given the keys to hell and death. Previously, if I'm correct, right, in what I'm talking about, previously he'd conquered the earthly realm, made it his bitch, and then was invited into the throne room of the Most High, where he was offered knowledge to all things, and basically gave him the keys to heaven. No one was allowed in that throne room, but he got to. And he said there was only one sitting there. He saw visions of another. Right? And then was told that that's him. Like the angel said, that's you that you saw, basically. Some say that that's a misinterpretation. There's other translations that they've translated it differently so that it doesn't sound like it's indicating that it's talking about him. Wouldn't that be a coinky dink?
Okay, so I'm gathering that he's God, but he was allowed he's the only person ever allowed in the throne room. I never heard that before. I didn't know that.
Nobody was allowed to face him. Nobody was worthy. Nobody would dare even look towards his face.
Him being himself?
The Most High. The Most High.
Oh.
Well, whomever he chose or created or whatever, to be at his right hand would essentially be him. That would be accepting the offer to represent him in full, as if he is that person. That's what an emissary does, right? When an emissary was sent out, right, to represent a king, he was the king. You were to consider him as the king. Every word that came out of his mouth was to be considered as if it came from the king himself.
Okay.
And the person I'm talking about was made appeal on behalf of mankind, right, to the Most High, and was also an emissary, not only between God and man, but also God and angel.
I'm concerned with what the Talmud says about Jesus, because I feel like it isn't very nice, but I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if anyone knew about that, because I think a lot of rabbis are trying to say that it doesn't mention Jesus and Wikipedia and stuff, but I have a Jewish friend who says, no, they are lying to you, trying to make it sound like they're not talking about Jesus, but they are. I guess the Bible doesn't say very flattering things about Jews either, or the New Testament or whatever. Maybe it's fair. Anybody got any comments on that? I'm gonna hurt myself if nobody comments on that. But only spiritually.
Comments on what? I missed it.
The Talmud mentioning Jesus or not?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I guess it says that he's boiling in shit.
Oh, that. Okay.
Because he spoke against the sages and led the Jewish people away from whatever. And also because he was killed. They said the Messiah, it's blasphemous to say that God can be killed because that goes against other scripture. It's like, if he was God, could we kill him? That does not make sense. I mean, kind of a good point, but, you know.
yeah, so I wasn't gonna just come out right and say it, just like here and now, but like I did. So since I did, please someone find something for me that tells me I'm wrong.
Is it going to make a mad difference if you're right or wrong?
It doesn't. Ultimately, it doesn't. Right?
Like from
Just
the perspective
why is
of someone who's a lot more religious than what I am.
well, some may say like it's blasphemy, or an evil doctrine. It's a devil's idea, like or something like that.
Why? Because you dared to read something that's not in the canon.
Well, that too, yeah. Yeah. Why is that? Why is that? Why did the Ethiopians accept it and the Romans didn't? Why is that character so enigmatic and taboo? Why that his part is of such important significance if the Book of Enoch is true, right? That he most definitely does not get enough mention, even if he's not who I think, I mean, it's really strange. But yeah, that's enough for now. And I'm gonna go. But yeah, I'll catch up in a bit.
Ah, cool. Catch you, man.
See you, D-Dub.
I didn't say he's going to drop out. He's probably he eats really late. I know that. He's probably having his dinner.
Oh yeah, dinner time.
Well, not normally for most people, but I know that he's known for having snacks and things at exceptionally late hours. Like it's 10 o'clock for us.
Where can I find that info on the satellites before satellites were built again? I didn't read it through it enough. I want to go back to it.
Gotta love old dude's form in that side chat, directing people to where shit is, eh? He's like a mad traffic cop. You go that way, you'll find your stuff over there. You go that way, here's what you're after, son. Nice form, old mate. I love it.
Morning, Dave.
Good morning, everybody. Got any spinning ball dwellers in here?
Nah, they wouldn't let me play with Danny when he was in here earlier.
What about dragon fruit? Do we know them?
Balls is all he's ever talking about.
I love the globe.
Why do you love the globe? What's so great about it?
Just all the things you can think about: light speed, black matter, all these things. Space travel. It's amazing.
All these imaginations is awesome, man.
What was that? Black holes matter.
Just the thought out there's another planet with me on it, exactly the same, but with ginger hair. Oh, helps me sleep at night.
You ever
With
ask
or
yourself
without?
why are you so attached to a story that you didn't come up with?
Yeah, I'm joking, bro. I've got the FE thing in my tag.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I'm just playing. It's quiet in here.
Fair enough. I mean, it was a good fantasy story. I got to give him props for the story.
I had to quickly improvise. I haven't thought about that stuff in many years.
I think black holes do matter, though. Right, Matrix?
Well, other things matter. Hey, Dragonfruit, did you hear my brutal ginger joke that I let out the other day?
No, I didn't hear it.
Go ahead.
What's the difference between a ginger and a pair of shoes?
No idea.
Shoes have got soul.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's cruel, isn't it? I've got a couple of ginger mates, though. They hate that kind of shit. They're actually pretty thick-skinned. I don't know how they put up with it all the time, because I'm not the only one that gives it to them.
Well, they're just a bit of a stain on society, aren't they? We don't really like them.
I'm curious what qualifies one to be a ginger. You have to be from a certain area or certain, what is it?
Hair color?
Just hair
Pasty
color?
white?
Okay. I think there's too many gingers around me then. I don't know. Could be.
Oh, don't worry, you could just be a throwback, Dave.
Most of them are probably in the land down under with y'all. So we have no globe enthusiasts at the moment. Hey, we are in the home base 24/7. Everybody's listening on YouTube. You think that you currently live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? This is the place to come in here and actually discuss that. You may find out a thing or two. Anyway.
DJ, was that you that posted the info on satellites before there were satellites built? I can't remember where to find that post.
Transients?
Transients, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I can try to find the link. I know I saved it in my server. So yeah, in just a minute I'll have time to find it. So basically,
go ahead.
Basically, they went through old telescope plates or something like that, and they found lights in the sky before satellites or anything like that existed, and that were moving. Basically, lights that they couldn't identify in the sky that were moving, and they called them transients. And it's a big mystery of what they actually were. So basically, things that behaved kind of like satellites, the satellites we see now, or the alleged satellites we see now, except except satellites didn't exist. So I think old dude's just posted something up about it now.
So you're raising the possibility that there's light phenomenon in the sky that was there already, and they just named them satellites. Is that what you're talking about?
Potentially, yeah. I guess I haven't looked into it enough to make any claims about it, but it seems like there were things that acted like what satellites, alleged satellites act like now, and they called them transients. So
Cool. Check it out. What years are we talking about? Like 1800s, late 1800s, somewhere in there?
I'll just bring up. There's a video about it that came out recently. Just give me a second. I'll find it. Yeah, I haven't looked into it much. Yoda knows more about that one. All right.
Satellites before there were satellites. That's interesting.
Yeah, so in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, observatories such as Harvard College Observatory and Mount Wilson Observatory used long exposure photographic glass plates to record the night sky. During these exposures, stars appeared as fixed points, while moving objects created streaks. Occasionally, astronomers found brief, unexplained streaks or point sources that appeared on the plate, but not on others. These were labeled transients because they were temporary and not catalogued. Before the space age, such a phenomena were later understood to be meteors captured mid-flight, previously unknown asteroids, variable stars undergoing brightness changes, cosmic ray impacts on the photographic emulsion, or simple plate defects such as scratches or dust. Although some of these early observations were puzzling at the time, there is no well-documented scientific evidence that any pre-satellite transients were artificial orbital objects. As photographic techniques and astronomical understanding improved, most of these anomalies were resolved as natural or instrumental effects rather than unknown technology. So I guess that's the mainstream rebuttal for what they were.
That last part there, the instrumental effects, they could always cast out there because they're saying it's something in the lens of the telescope or some other factor besides actually something in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? Does all that info come from one single observatory, or do you know?
I think that was what I just read out then. That was just I just asked AI to just give a basic rundown of what transients are. And then this is from earthsky.com. The 48-inch 1.2 meter Samuel Oschin telescope at Palomar Observatory. This telescope was used in the first Palomar Sky Survey POSS-1, which recorded the mysterious transient flashes in the 1950s. Transient flashes of light, unusual short-lived light bursts, were first noticed in 2016 in photographic plates from the early 1950s Palomar Sky Survey. The mysterious light sometimes appeared in straight lines or narrow bands. Data analysis suggests that the lights originated near Earth, possibly in high orbits or even geosynchronous orbits, but the first satellite, Sputnik, wasn't launched until 1947. That's from earthsky.org. And now I'll just post a video in the side chat. You'll probably recognize this lady, but she talks about them as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Whatever's going on in the sky, I mean, total speculation, but we seem to be in some kind of electromagnetic, for lack of a better word. So all this light phenomenon could be whatever, you know.
Yeah, man, it's like a big electromagnetic soup up there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and as far as trying to identify them and label them, and I mean, I'm not denying we can notice consistent patterns, especially annually and even monthly or whatever. You know, moon goes around every month, whatever. But you know what I'm getting
at. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, Dave. When I'm watching them at night with night vision, you can see way more than you can with the naked eye. And there's times of the month where I'll count, just looking at one region of the sky, I'll count like 10, 20 per minute. And then other times of the month where I might count one or two, well, that's exaggerating, maybe 5 or 6 every 10 minutes. So, it's really weird how they'll be packed, the sky will be packed with them one time of the month, and then there'll be very, very little traffic another time of the month.
Yeah, I've noticed that. In Australia, you don't see them. It's very, very rare to see one in Australia. I was always looking at the sky. I think I maybe saw one or two ever. But here in Poland, you can go out and you can just see them constantly. My wife and I would go out and just, you would see 20, 30 in just the space of an hour, moving all different directions all over the sky.
Holy shit, really?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you can go out and within a few minutes, you're looking up and you can spot 2 or 3 of them. And they all go different directions all across the sky. And
wow, that's mad. Like I've seen
it's crazy.
Like what I call satellites, just the light that'll just move in one direction. So it might be going east-west, for example, but it just keeps on its merry way in a straight line. And then once it's out of sight, that's it. Is that what you're talking about, or different things?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But they'll go
But
in,
just heaps of them.
heaps of them, and all going in completely different directions across the sky. And
Oh, wow.
and then all of a sudden, it was right around the time, I just remember this happened at the time, when NASA got defunded. And I'm not saying it's related, but I just remember it was about that time that NASA got defunded, and you'd go to nasa.gov. It said this website's no longer being updated due to lack of funding. When that happened, all of a sudden there was none of these things for months. Like we would go out, look for hours, not see one. They completely disappeared for months. And they just came back not that long ago, and now they're back again. And it was just weird. How could they all just disappear for months? We could go out and watch for hours on a perfectly clear night when we would usually see dozens of them, and we wouldn't see a single one. It was such a strange thing. And then sometimes you'll just see big flashes. The sky's way more active here than it is in Australia, right? When you're looking up, you'll see all sorts of crazy shit going on, right? You'll see a star, it'll be there, and then all of a sudden it'll just start to move, and then it'll disappear. Or you'll just be looking up at a spot in the sky between the stars where there's no star, and then you'll just see a big giant flash, right? Like a giant star explodes or something, like, I don't know, just a big flash of light. And sometimes it'll flash a few times over a few minutes in that spot, and then it'll stop. So much weird stuff.
Yeah, there's crazy stuff going on up there.
Yeah, if you look at stuff like the Northern Lights and other sky phenomenon, I mean, it's all crazy for sure. Hey, we might have been joined by a Globe Believer here. He can update us. Andy, hold my beer. What's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Still existing, whatever this is. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good.
Last I heard from you, you were doubting the because of the 24-hour sun, you thought maybe the globe could be real. Is that true?
That is true, yeah.
All right, give us some reality of the globe. Go ahead.
No, I don't think that's my job, to be honest.
Come on, man. It's got to be real. There's got to be something real about it. I mean, the sun does something in the sky that makes it a ball, right?
Well, actually, there's quite a few flat earthers that are looking at the stars and seemingly proving the shape of the ground. So it's not just me that
Really?
does that, Dave. It's quite a few people.
How does looking at the stars prove the shape of the ground?
You best ask Alan and Shane and all them lot. That's what they seem to be doing.
Or are they taking measurements from the stars?
I think
Either
you're
way,
It's one thing just to look
mischaracterizing.
at the stars and assume something about the ground, but if you're actually using the stars for a specific purpose, that's a little bit different.
No, they're looking at the stars and saying, "Well, look, it can't be a globe if this is happening."
Yeah, but they're
So what is
to be
happening?
fair, they're using a reference from the ground observation. But I'm not saying I agree with what they're doing, but I think you're kind of mischaracterizing what they're saying. They're looking at a mountain on the ground, including a star. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Okay. They're not actually using the sky to determine the ground. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think they're sort of saying, like, I don't even agree with everything they say, but I think they're more saying that in the globe model, this would have to be happening. And if that's not happening, then the globe model would not work. It would debunk the globe model if it behaved in this particular way that we're observing and and testing. Not that I agree with everything they say, but I don't think that they're specifically using sky observations as empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. I've never heard them say that, and I could be wrong. I don't really listen to all of their stuff.
That's generally correct from what I've heard, DJ. They're falsifying the globe model with actual observations. I don't know all the details, but they're definitely not just using sky phenomenon to prove the shape of the ground.
I
They're
thought it
not
was
doing
something to do with the relationship, like parallax, of if the globe is actually rotating as claimed, then stars should be at particular elevations and should move behind mountains. And that's what they were using, the positioning of the stars in comparison to land features.
Yeah, the occlusion timing of the stars would give you a precise elevation of the mountaintop, and the mountaintop is not at the angle it should be if there's the drop of the Earth at that distance. So it's the stars are just helping identify the elevation of the mountain, the occlusion timing.
I was waiting for your best Eric Cartman then. No, Kenny!
I think my thing is actually, Dave, I honestly remain agnostic. That's the position I find myself in many situations. Like, for instance, the moon landings. I don't know if they went to the moon. I can't say they did or they didn't. There's a lot of people, they're very, very sure that they didn't. And I was one of those people once. Now I'm like, I just find myself agnostic on the whole situation. And I would say the Earth is the same. I've never been far enough away from it to see what it is, to see if it is a globe. So
why do you have to get further away from it to see what it is?
Well, I mean, if you got a flat Earth measurement, it's going to have something to do with light. I'm assuming, right? It's not a straight edge.
So you didn't answer my question. Why do you have to get further away from it to measure it?
Well, just to make it
To
knowledge. I
understand what
mean,
it is.
to make it a thing of knowledge, I need. That's what I'm saying. You understand? Something that I know, rather than something that I believe.
What are the physical properties of water?
What do you mean? What are the physical? What kind of question
What
is that?
are the physical properties of water?
Well, matter goes where forces make it go.
So the physical properties of water are matter goes where forces make it go.
That's right.
Why are you choosing not to answer the question?
Why do they go towards your flat Earth?
Why do you
Why does the
choose not
water
to
go
answer?
towards your flat Earth?
Andy, this is
Why
not
does
some
the
kind of
water go towards
Why
your
are you
flat
fucking
Earth?
around with me?
You see, can't answer.
It wasn't some kind of gotcha, you fucking spastic. I'm trying to highlight the difference between what you know. And you thought it was some kind of gotcha. This is why we get displeased with moron globetards.
Bro, your attitude stinks.
So why the necessity to not answer the question and carry on like a fuckwit?
Look, well, first of all, I've got no obligation to answer any of your questions.
So that gives you the right to carry on like a tard.
Dude, what's with all the insults?
What's with carrying on like a tard? What was the
You
necessity for it?
Dude, what hurt you as a child? You're projecting it out onto the world, and it's awful.
Suit yourself. So I'm the one that needs help because you can't answer a question or you don't want to. You have this mindset, Andy, that everything's a fucking gotcha question. No, they're not all gotcha questions. Once you get past that, you'll be alright.
Well, with Andy, they might all be gotcha questions, actually.
Like, seriously. There's actually quite a few of them that do that. You ask them an ultra basic question, and all of a sudden, they'll sort of pause for a second, and their thinking is that you're trying to trap them. And all you're doing is just trying to illustrate the fact that their last claim was false just because they can prove it just by answering a simple question. And they'll stuff around and not answer it because they think that you're out to get them. I've got my feet up. I even moved my big fat red comfy chair in the computer room so I can sit back. And I'm now moving twice the distance from the microphone. So anyone in the last 9 hours that's bitched to me about being too loud can go and kick rocks. It's actually a hassle now because I've got to lean right forward to click the mouse. Oh, we got a marksman. Hey, Log, are you there? He's always there. Yeah, Flat Earth Judge, it's because you don't have the link embed role.